We have quiet in the room. This is March 5th, 2024. We are the Carmel-by-the-Sea City Council. Nova, could I get a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Barron?
Here.
Councilmember Jerema?
Here.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Here.
Mayor Potter?
Here.
All are present.
Thank you. Chip, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Sure. Hand over heart, please. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Alrighty, thank you. Under extraordinary business, we have the Carmel High School report out. There's nobody here to report out, so we'll pass on that for tonight. Keep America Beautiful proclamation. Bobby Richards.
Yes, sir. Hello, everybody. Okay. Keep America Beautiful, the Great America Cleanup Pledge. Whereas the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea recognizes the importance of preserving our natural beauty, enhancing our quality of life, and fostering a sense of civic pride. And whereas we acknowledge the increasing concern over litter and its impact on our environment, economy, and overall well-being. And whereas we are resolute in our commitment to taking substantial measures to reduce litter and enhance the beauty of our community, thus ensuring a cleaner, more vibrant, and sustainable living environment. And whereas, embracing the spirit of unity and progress, the City of Carmel-by-the-Sea, in collaboration with Carmel Cares and dedicated community volunteers, pledges to spearhead a concerted effort to achieve a cleaner and more beautiful environment by actively participating in the greatest American cleanup in partnership with Keep America Beautiful and communities nationwide. And whereas Carmel Cares, a nonprofit city support group, has generously volunteered to organize 3 cleanup, recycling, and beautification activities in Carmel, encouraging widespread community and city support group involvement to uphold a clean, green, and beautiful environment. And whereas, in partnership with Carmel Cares and other city support groups, this Keep America Beautiful pledge serves as both a call to action and a celebration of the residents of our cherished village. Now, therefore, I, Bobby Richards, on behalf of Mayor Dave Potter, the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea, do hereby take the greatest American cleanup pledge, reaffirming the city's dedication to fostering a vibrant, environmentally conscious, and interconnected community through active involvement in the greatest America cleanup with the support of Carmel Cares. Can I do this? Dale?
Thank you. Good evening, or good afternoon, I guess still. I'm Dale Byrne from Carmel Cares. I'd like to thank Mayor Potter, Administrator Rarig, Mayor Pro Tem Richards, and the other council persons for supporting this proclamation. As one of the first cities in America to accept this Keep America Beautiful pledge, Carmel-by-the-Sea becomes a leader in committing to having a clean, green, and zero litter community. Last month, I traveled to San Diego to attend Keep America Beautiful's national conference. That annual conference brings together hundreds of state, county, city, and 501c3 affiliates and amazing speakers who share how they are changing the world. Keep America Beautiful started the year I was born, and their affiliate program began in 1972. Some affiliates have been around for 50 years. It's educational and inspiring to see how creative and committed everyone is towards their missions, and how transformative they have been to their states, counties, and communities. We're proud to be the first affiliate in Monterey County, although we hope to have other cities and nonprofits join us at the conference in future years. Carmel Cares was recently authorized to apply for Keep America Beautiful grants for all of Monterey County, and we're also the first cities to participate in Governor Newsom's Clean California Community Program. We will be able to tap into funds to assist not only Carmel, but also underserved communities to achieve their litter abatement and greening goals. It's absolutely critical for us to do as much as we can to support the ecology of the Monterey Bay Marine Sanctuary by removing litter before it finds its way into the bay. And we're already achieving that in Carmel, where all roads lead downhill to the beach. The first activity related to this proclamation will be the upcoming Earth Day Arbor Day event sponsored by the city on April 20th. We will have a very large volunteer group scouring the entire city to find every single piece of litter, and we will declare Carmel-by-the-Sea a zero litter community at that moment in time. We will challenge residents and visitors to play a role in keeping it that way, and challenge other larger cities to use our best practices approach to find 1 square mile of their town to keep it zero litter. We're working with Clean California and Keep America Beautiful's advertising agencies and Visit Carmel to make this a major media event at the county, state, and national level. We hope to see you there. Thank you again for your commitment and support for this valuable initiative.
Thank you. Okay, we'll then move on to the proclaiming the American Red Cross proclamation. Karen, would you read?
Yes, I'm going to read this on behalf of our mayor. Oops, I have to sit. It's a proclamation of the City Council designating March as American Red Cross Month. Whereas during American Red Cross Month, we recognize the compassion of people in Carmel-by-the-Sea and reaffirm our commitment to care for one another in times of crisis. And whereas this generous spirit is woven into the fabric of our community and advances the humanitarian legacy of American Red Cross founder Clara Barton, one of the most honored women in our country's history, who nobly dedicated herself to alleviating suffering, and whereas the contributions of local Red Cross volunteers, 134 of them in our county, give hope to the most vulnerable in their darkest hours, helping 53 households affected by 39 home fires last year by addressing their urgent needs like food and lodging, as well as providing recovery support. And whereas last year the Red Cross also collected 1,560 blood donations, provided first aid and CPR training to 3,243 residents, helped the families of 1,355 students prepare for disasters through our Pillowcase project, and assisted 272 families of our armed forces. And whereby we recognize this month of March in honor of all those who lead with their hearts to serve people in need, and we ask everyone to join in this commitment to strengthen our community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Karen Ferlito, on behalf of Dave Potter, Mayor of the City of Carmel-by-the-Sea, on behalf of the City Council and the citizens of Carmel, hereby proclaim March 2024 as Red Cross Month. I encourage all Americans to reach out and support its humanitarian mission.
Thank you, Karen. Well done. It's John Cromwell and Dan Ripke here. Gentlemen, would you like to come forward? Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Dan Ripke, and this is John Cromwell, a resident here of Carmel. We are board members with the Central Coast Chapter of the American Red Cross. It's a great honor to accept this special proclamation declaring March as Red Cross Month. Our mission wouldn't be possible without the community heroes, our Red Cross volunteers, our generous financial and blood donors, community partners, and people trained in vital health and safety skills. During our annual Red Cross Month celebration, we honor the commitment to support individuals and families in need, and on someone's darkest day, to be that beacon of hope. We work tirelessly responding to disasters, collecting and delivering life-saving blood donations, providing life-saving skills, and supporting military families and our international neighbors during crisis. We help countless individuals and families during their darkest hour, regardless of race, religion, or citizenship. The American Red Cross is taking urgent action in response to climate crisis, which is disrupting the lives in entire communities as the frequency and intensity of extreme weather incidents rapidly increases around the globe. These past 2 winters, our chapter has responded to countless weather-related incidents, from falling trees, flooding, and mudslides. And while we've been fortunate to not have been hit by major fires over the past 2 years, many of our local Red Cross disaster responders did deploy to Maui this past summer to help those residents start the road to recovery from the massive loss caused by the Lahaina fire. We are always there for any community that is in need, near or far. As far as our focus over the next year, first of all, blood services. We ask that you please support the efforts to bring back our blood capacity by donating blood, as every 2 seconds, someone in the U.S. needs blood. It's simple to make an appointment. Simply go to redcrossblood.org. Again, that website is redcrossblood.org, and find a convenient blood center near you. The second focus of this year will be disaster response and volunteer positions. People much like yourselves contribute their time as volunteers with the Red Cross on a daily basis. Red Cross volunteers serve their local neighbors, assisting one another during emergencies such as fires and floods, as many of the ones that you mentioned. It could be a local house fire, it could be a major flood, it could just be about anything. We have, if you have a passion for helping others, please consider joining the Red Cross chapter. You too can make a significant contribution to the community during this most critical moments. Red Cross trained volunteers are ready 24/7, 365 days a year in your community. There are many ways you can help those in need, including through our most needed positions. We are currently recruiting for volunteers in roles such as recovery team members, disaster responders, and community preparedness. If you are interested in becoming a volunteer, please let us know, or simply visit the website redcross.org/volunteer today. Again, that website is redcross.org/volunteer today for our most needed positions and local opportunities. And I should mention that the Red Cross provides training for all of our volunteers, so you don't need to come with the skills. They have a very elaborate website that can train you on just about anything that you'd like to volunteer for. So on behalf of the Red Cross, we'd like to thank you for this proclamation, but most of all, we'd like to thank you and the many of your city staff members who have worked closely with the American Red Cross over the years to be a better prepared city for all types of emergencies and future disasters in our community. Thank you.
We owe you the thank you. Thank you for all you do. It's amazing.
Thank you,
Much
Dave.
appreciated.
Thanks.
Well done.
All right, thanks.
I wonder if I could
Blustini,
mention
believe, is gonna do the
two notorious
presentation on the
things about the
Carmel
Red
Youth
Cross.
Center. Hello? I'm sorry, what did you say?
I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
Okay, one is in 1917. You'll find this in the book called The Bolsheviks and Wall
Excuse me,
Street.
sir, what topic are you on?
Red Cross mission that
Okay.
went through the Soviet Union that crushed the Kerensky Revolution and supported Lenin.
Also presently, that's being choked out of the newspapers, is the Red Cross is providing, city manager, I'd like you to listen once.
Sir, you're getting a little abrasive.
There are Red Cross packages given to people, the millions that are coming over the border right now, together with where they can go get free everything, and the Red Cross is behind that, and you can ask anybody that's a scholar or will look up that information. So those are the two things I wanted to point out, and that all these resolutions aren't just lollipop, and you need to do something besides cutting the red ribbons and passing resolutions instead of letting your city manager run the real business.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your testimony. All right, this is not public comment yet. Okay, we're going to go on now. We got the public presentation on the Carmel Youth Center. Carl Plastini. John Plastini, I'm sorry. Where are you? There you are. Oh. Not John Plastini.
Good evening, council members and staff and audience.
Ma'am, if you could hold that microphone toward you.
Thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak. My name is Shirley Napoli. I'm the Executive Director for the Carmel Youth Center, and this is John Rusko, the Carmel Youth Center Board President. We're here today to not only discuss the history of the Carmel Youth Center, we're here to discuss the changes the Carmel Youth Center is going through and how it's going to provide a stronger community center for our young ones. Okay. For 75 years, our mission has been to grow future leaders who can change our community and the world for the better. Since then, we have served over 32,000 youth members and recruited 80,000 plus volunteers. Okay. Thank you. Solidifying our legacy and the staple of this community. Our vision is to meet young youth where they are, to provide them with the support and opportunities in order to build independence and leadership skills, in turn transforming their lives. We are more than just a community center. We are a true community center. Along with our youth camps, after-school care, and now preschool, we also provide the community with facility rentals, jiu-jitsu classes twice a week, blood drives, employment opportunities, and we are also the community warming center. As many of you have heard, we have our license and we have a plan. Our plan includes the CYC youth camps coming back, summer camp coming June 10th, serving 65 children in grades K through 8, ages 5 to 13, Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5:30. Providing job opportunities for teachers, for 4 teachers, with the support of the community volunteers. Our after-school program coming in August, just in time for the 2024-2025 school year. Serving 65 children in grades K through 8, ages 5 to 13, Monday through Friday, 3 to 6. Again, providing job opportunities for 4 teachers. And introducing our new program, our early learning preschool program, aiming for a start date in August, serving 12 children ages 3 to 5 who are potty trained Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. This program will be a year-round program. Again, providing job opportunities for 3 teachers. With our young youth programs, we will be able to serve more children, not only in the Carmel community, but beyond. John Ruskell will discuss more on that topic.
Which one do you press to go when I need to go? Hello, I'm John Ruskell. I'm the president of the board at the Youth Center, as Sherilyn just mentioned. And one of the things I just want to touch on briefly was what is indicated up there. And for this year, you'll note that we you hearing me okay? Have indicated that we're not going to be at full capacity because we are reopening after a year of not being open, although that could be higher than that. In our second year, we're estimated at 90%, and in the third year, 2026, at possibly 125%. And, okay. This sheet indicates some of the things that we have been working on. You obviously know already that we hired an executive director. She's standing to my right. It's interesting to know, or crucial to know, the amount of years experience she has in the area. So we hired a pro. That's important. A master plan for the building approved by the City of Carmel has occurred. In September, we submitted an application for a license, and we got it just about a month or 6 weeks ago, after a process that humbled us all, but we finally got it. The capital improvements around the facility and grounds ensure safety and code compliance. Some of those have already been done. Others are in the process of being done. In December of 2023, site visits with the state and multiple follow-ups were conducted to ensure our facilities met compliance and provided ample space regulations per child. In January of 2024, the heating system was upgraded in the gym to meet state requirements. That was especially a good thing since the gym functions as a heated space or a warming center for the city. So we finally have a warming center that is actually warm. That's pleasant. February 7th, 2024, we officially received our license. That was the date we received it. We've been on Indeed to hire talent. Those interviews are already going on, and some people, I believe, have already been hired. Future capital investments are listed there. A big thing is ADA accessibility, and we have that to an extent now, but that is one of our more expensive items that we have to work on. Go to the last page. This just briefly is a list of who we have on our our board of directors. There's a total of 11 of us, some new, some not so new. The oldest members are myself and our vice president and head of facilities, John Plastini, who many of you know. There's a lot I could talk about and say, but what I wanted to sort of leave you with before we end our presentation is some of the things we actually do on the ground at the youth center, stuff that we actually take care of, get done, and participate in. And one of the things that we have really strived to get across to parents and the kids, of course, is that we're trying to produce successful kids, and successful kids are confident kids. Confidence equals success, success equals confidence. So exactly how do you go about that in a manner that actually is functional and works? Well, one of the ways we did it was the following. At one of our camps, one of the programs revolved around building a doghouse. This involved a lot of moving parts and got the kids involved in something where at the end of it they have a finished product. So from conception to completion, they were involved in this process of building a doghouse. Many of them, there was groups that built them. First, you have to conceive of it. Well, Brian Congleton, who many of you know, helped in that regard. Then you have to actually build it and construct it. Well, John Plastini helped in that regard. Then you have to make it pretty. Well, I'm a retired painting contractor, so I led the kids in the painting of these doghouses, and included such things as, when you're done painting, you'd better know how to clean up properly. Just little things like this that help on this sort of thing. Then when we were done, they priced them out and went through the process of actually selling them. So the point is here, from the time they were conceived till the time they were completed, they achieved a successful product. And in doing that, oh boy, they were happy and more confident because they had completed this project. So that's something we try to do at all levels, and generally we succeed and it works. And during this process, we never lost sight of the notion that they have to be having fun in the process, so that when they go home and their mom or dad says, "How was your day? Was it fun?" most of the time they can answer yes. Occasionally it's going to go, it was boring, but that's just the way it is. So that's all we really have to say today. Once again, I just want, for the first time, to thank the council and the mayor for listening to us and just hearing what we have to say, and to be able to give this presentation to you as well as the public. Thank you very much.
John, thank you very much. It's good news. Glad to hear you're up and running.
Thanks.
Nicely done. Shirlene, welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Very well. Excuse me, who are you?
Good afternoon.
Excuse me, what are you here for? This is public comment. And we haven't gotten to public comment quite yet. Thank you. Well, you can hold it right there for a moment. I just have an announcement to make. Okay, this is a public comment period. It's an opportunity for any member of the public to speak to the council. There's a 3-minute limitation on the testimony. If you'd speak your name for the record, I'd appreciate it. However, I do want to put it under this one caveat. Under the Brown Act, public comments for matters on the agenda must relate to an agenda item. Public comments for matters that are not on the agenda must relate to a subject matter jurisdiction of this legislative body. This is a warning that if a member of the public attending the meeting remotely violates the Brown Act by failing to comply with these requirements of the Brown Act, then the speaker will be muted. That noted, I'll open the public comment period. Come forward, sir.
Good afternoon. My name's Drew Lewis. I'm glad that we were talking about young people earlier. I had a conversation with a psychiatrist recently about the lockdowns and the beach closures that happened in 2022. And she said that her patient load had quadrupled in that period, and that teen suicides were 4 times what they normally were because of the effects on these young people. And in memory of those teenagers that committed suicide because of the effects of the lockdown and all these procedures, I'd like to read from the wise traditions of mother giving an account of her daughter who committed suicide because of this. Her name is Millie. Millie was a girl who was raised on the land, a girl who knew and found her touchstone of truth in the authentic of the wild. And now our leaders, our authorities were saying, no more. This is what you have now. Mass isolation, distance, a war with our own bodies and ourselves. Meanwhile, Millie's school was dealing with an explosion of kids using the vaping pens at school. The principal, in desperation, ordered the doors be taken off the school washrooms. Our children were living like zoo humans in the synthetic construct of a life. At home, we could see that Mila was struggling. We talked to her, sat on her bed with her. We offered to arrange counseling if she would rather speak to someone else. We could see sadness, her disconnection, a smile that faded too fast from her face. She assured us she was okay, just stressed out about all this stuff, Mom, trying to figure out what to do, she would say, or that she was PMSing, or that she was just overwhelmed with school and COVID and not knowing what to do after graduation. On the morning of her death, our daughter called a drug addiction crisis line. They said they would email her a link to a drug program. She wrote of the conversation in her diary, quote, too little, too late, unquote. The link came via email the day after her death. When a school counselor belatedly tried to reach out to her, feeling there was something more serious about what she had shared with him, it was also too late. This is what has happened to our teenagers when you close down beaches, you prevent them from engaging with their classmates, when you lock them down, and this has had a devastating effect on the youth of our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Next speaker. No applause tonight. If you're in favor of something, you go thumbs up, thumbs down if you don't like it.
Wow, that other guy must have been really tall. It's nice to be here. Would have been interesting to be addressing Clint Eastwood here 25 years ago. It's not that I'm not surprised that I'm not on film here. Hopefully it's being recorded. My name is James Ewing. What brings me here is just kind of interested in seeing what's going on, seeing how this jurisdiction operates. This is not a charter city or county, but it is a corporation.
And there's some really interesting things that have happened here in the last 4 years with the lockdown scamdemic. You know, how are we actually all working together and what's really going on? As I said, this city is a corporation. I think it was incorporated in 1917, 1919 or something outside. So this document, a juror's handbook, describes how a juror has more power than the president or the Supreme Court, which actually isn't really saying much. On page 26, it describes our Declaration of Independence. On a side note, it is quite interesting that if Earth travels around the sun in 1 year, Pluto travels around the sun every 248 years, and you subtract 248 by 2024, you'd get 1776. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting year of weather. But back to this book. You know, the reasons why the people who settled and conquered and practiced the genocide and slavery in the United States broke away from the East India Trading Company, Great Britain, was due to taxation. The problems that we have now are 1,000-fold worse. The enemies of the United States are from within, and they're most of the corporations, and they're the city charters, the city and county charters. You know, if this were a charter city, you know, I have better attendance in the county of Santa Cruz Board of Supervisors at public comments than any of the last members in the past 4 years. Some of my comments are pretty interesting in that room. I'd be much more open if the current sheriff were actually physically present. But as far as members being able to say whatever they want, what was it? 1971 case law, Cohen versus California. I'm going to try to keep it clean. It's quite easy to say things that are much more detrimental than four-letter words, saying them cleanly. So what's really kind of interesting is the way this country was founded. It was founded as a constitutional republic. Some people say, I think that only lasted 13 years. Some people say only 7. So my time's almost up, so what can I say? But in this order, God created man. Man, that's you, created the Constitution. The Constitution created government. Government created corporations. So things are just backwards right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ewing. Next speaker.
Good morning, Council. I have a little pamphlet I'm going to hand out here for you guys. It's on the history of the city manager, and it was written in the mid-'80s, but it's just as relevant, if not more, today. I'm sorry?
Would you like to give your name?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Ellie from...
Great, thank you.
So I was born, raised, and a lifelong resident in Monterey Bay area. And as we gather here on Election Day, I want to remind everyone, as a couple of other people who spoke before me mentioned, some of the decisions that were made and or supported by some of the people who are still serving in this room today. And locking down the beaches, citing public health, is one of the most egregious errors ever made by our local governments, in my opinion. As a result of the lockdown, I witnessed one of the most chilling things I've ever witnessed in my life. I was walking along the sidewalk by the beach, and I witnessed a woman at low tide with apparently her daughter, young child, probably 5 or 6 years old, and they were, looking at the sea life on the rocks during low tide. And this was during the lockdowns on the beach, where no one was allowed to be on the beach. And I was with a few friends. We actually watched. Somebody behind us yelled, "Hey, the police are coming." And this woman grabbed the hand of her child and looked up with the most utter fear and terror on her face, grabbed her child's hand, started running down the beach in the opposite direction. And I was just floored by this, that we could actually have a situation where where our citizens are so terrified of the law enforcement upholding insane, if I may say so, insane mandates made by councils such as this one and councils all over the state. That child now has that memory in her mind of doing something innocent on the beach with her mom, and now remembers that the police are scary and bad and going to hurt them. That's the memory that that child is going to take after an experience like that. That horrifies me. So I hope that if any public servants are reelected today, that they will return here with a pledge to never make a mistake like that again. And that includes city managers and anyone else involved in the whole process. So elected or not, anyone who has the power to actually send law enforcement after a mother and child who are, looking at sea anemones on the beach, not going to get my vote ever. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Next speaker.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Tristan Mabry, and I live on Guadalupe Street up by the Carl Cherry Center. And I'm here about tree permits, something practical. I have a number of oak trees on my property, and unfortunately one of them recently caught a disease and quickly died, no leaves left on the tree. And I heard a permit is required to remove a tree, so I checked online and filled out a form. But at first I didn't see the cost, so I looked around the area to get an idea of what to expect. And in Pacific Grove, I see that to remove a tree to get a permit, dead or alive, the cost is $176. And then in Monterey, I found it's actually $152 unless the tree is dead, and then the fee is waived. So what is it in Carmel? $665, which I don't quite understand, because you have to pay that fee plus submit a required site plan, which I got online for $150, and then you have to pay a credit card fee. But I also learned this fee of $665 is new, implemented in September of last year, when the fee was nearly doubled from $340 to today's $665, which is now more than triple the cost in Pacific Grove and quadruple the cost in Monterey. So I have a question and 3 recommendations. And the question is, who thought this was a good idea? The recommendations are first to, I think this is fair, rescind the doubling of the tree permit back to $340. This amount is still double the cost in Pacific Grove and Monterey, and that should be enough for the city, right? Unless Carmel is being precious, and that's not a good thing. Second, provide an exception for dead trees like in Monterey, where the fee is waived. And third, honestly, it would be nice if this was made retroactive and you could provide me with a refund. I'm not from Monaco, I work for a living, and $665 is just awfully high. And when I looked online to compare it with our neighboring cities, I was really surprised. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Next speaker. Thumbs up or thumbs down?
Hello all, John Plastini. I'm Vice President in charge of facilities of Carmel Youth Center. Just wanted to follow up a little bit with John and our Executive Director, Cheryl Lynn, had to say. I came aboard 7 years ago, and there's a little confusion in the community that the Carmel Youth Center is a nonprofit. We own the building, okay? We're responsible for the building, and the city has the ground lease. We actually lease the ground from the city, and we're responsible for the building. As City Council knows, when you take responsibility for a building such as the Scout House or Flanders Mansion, you're responsible for all those improvements and maintenance and ADA compliance. And you can see where the Scout House is now. It's very tough to do that. I came aboard 7 years ago. By profession, I'm a general contractor. They asked me to look at the building. It's 10,000 square feet. We had ADA compliance. We had access issues. Right now, the building's at 50% occupancy because we can't access it all safely. We have a master plan that's been approved by the city. We're doing our fundraising, and that's what we're looking for now, your support. John failed to mention that we came before the council before, and we asked for 2 things. Number 1, our heating system. We had a quote of $50,000 to replace that. Volunteers and help, we got that down to 39. That's in right now. I would like to make a formal request that maybe the city consider some reimbursement for that. And the other item was we did ask for support from the city for the next 5 years, $50,000 a year, to help with operational costs and some additional improvements to the youth center. And that's all I have to say, and I thank you for your time and your support.
John, thank you for your efforts. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Mayor, City Councilman, Gary Richard Arnold. What's been going on throughout the state of California for probably 25, 30 years is an outfit that's not
mentioned in any of the school books, whether it's high school, grade school, or your universities, and that is CalCog. A COG is a Council of Governments. That means a Soviet. One of you ladies, I think, belongs to AMBAG, which is Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments. That is not on community TV. There is not a person in the AMBAG area or the Council of Governments. People are never told that the UN and the World Bank is behind it. And what they do is they harmonize laws. This is where this is the back room, folks, where they meet the Panettas and the Driscolls and the Couches and the other folks with money. They're working towards a world government to get rid of elected leaders like yourself. And as it says here, they go into you having, cutting ribbons and making resolutions. The head of UNESCO said to achieve world government, it's necessary to remove from the minds of men their individualism, their loyalty to family traditions, national patriotism, and religious dogmas. And that's exactly what's happening. Dianne Feinstein, so-called cabbie, was not a cabbie. He was signing petitions for her when she was running for mayor. On a distribution list, he's running the San Francisco office. You can't trust the media or the papers. This is 1949, called Counterattack. It has to do with Hugh DeLacy and communists meeting from all around the world in New York at a hotel. The person there was the same person that Leon Panetta gave military and policy information to. I doubt anybody here has ever heard of Panetta-gate. Hugh DeLacy, a red Chinese communist spy. Bruce McPherson, who's headed AMBAG, front page U.S. News and World Report, received $30,000 from Katrina Lung, red Chinese communist spy. Zach Friend, who was the last head of the Board of Supervisors in Santa Cruz, his two former employers were registered lobbyists for the red Chinese. People have no idea what's behind the scenes, and I hope and encourage AMBAG to get that on TV and consider breaking away from it, because their goal is to get rid of elected people like you. They have a parallel government available now. They could blow a whistle and put in martial law and just eliminate you under whatever emergency they want. So anyway, that's
Thank you, Mr. Arnold.
my criticism. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Potter, council members. My name is John Kreischer. I'm president of the Carmel-by-the-Sea Library Board of Trustees. Referencing the letter you received from the Library Board of Trustees, as a representative, I'm here to ask the council for funding to reinstate Saturday library hours and to ensure that the Park Branch Library is well maintained. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, John. Appreciate that.
Sure
Well
thing.
done.
Hello, Linda Calafiore, resident. First, in my capacity as a member of the board of the Friends of Mission Trail Nature Preserve, I have a brief report on our recent activities. The trails were made storm ready. Invasive plants continue to be removed. Most recently, the meadow across from the Redwood Grove was cleared of new sprouting hemlock plants. No casualties reported. Lester Roundtree Native Plant Garden was spruced up. Public Works replaced a deteriorating bridge off of 11th Street. The city had a great response by potential contractors interested in submitting proposals for a long-awaited drainage improvement project along several trails. That's my report. We do have a request concerning emergency signage placed in the park by the city. We appreciate notifications about mountain lion sightings and park closures due to weather-related falling tree threats. But the signs go up and are never taken down, resulting in a lack of respect for them. Could we please have a system for effective dates and removal? Thanks for considering this. Volunteers meet the second Saturday of the month. For more information, go to friendsofmissiontrail.org. I have a second subject. I want to take issue with the recent criticism about the post office the police station evaluation process with respect to transparency and the comment that we need to slow this down. I take exception to rumors of a pending doom that may have been expressed at the post office. Fact, the police station is 50 years old. Fact, the infrastructure is out of date. Fact, our current and past police chiefs have expressed concern about the station not meeting current policing standards and requirements. Fact, we have been working on this since 2017, at least, hardly on the fast track. Let's not keep kicking this down the road. Fact, our City Council and Ad Hoc Committee have published and discussed at public meetings many steps leading to the Indigo report submitted March 23rd of last year and the committee's analysis and plan of action as a result of that report. Fact, the costs incurred by Indigo report is expensive, but sometimes you get what you pay for. Opinion, don't we want a police station that we can be proud of and can stand the test of time for the next 50 years? I will not be touring the police station later this month, nor would I invite my neighbors to give unqualified opinions about how to remodel or demolish a 50-year-old house. I would want to hear from the experts, then weigh the pros and cons about how to proceed. Why can't we do the same? Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the testimony. Next speaker.
Hello. Hi, Mayor, City Council, City Administrator. I'm Tim Toomey. I'm representing the Carmel Association, or Carmel Residents Association Board of Directors, and referencing the Astound Broadband project scheduled for the April City Council meeting. This project is beyond the scope of routine and has a significant infrastructure impact on our village. The project size, approximately 2 miles of cable attached to PG&E power poles, zigzagging through several neighborhoods and undergrounding through a commercial area, the complexity, the design aesthetics, the safety, having to reinforce several existing poles of support anchors and guy wires to accept this burden, and the disruption are big concerns. I drove the route, and the residents of Carpenter, Ocean, Torrey's 8th, Casanova, and Palau will be significantly impacted with the construction work, tree pruning, traffic congestion in their neighborhoods. Also, businesses on San Carlos between Ocean and 7th and 100 feet into 8th will be enduring underground boring. Are they aware this is coming? Are they engaged in the proposal? We have been informed that this project does not require Planning Commission approval. However, this project rises to the level of public concern, and I think we really owe it to the impacted residents and business community to have the Planning Commission provide oversight and insight to guide this significant project. The CRA Board of Directors strongly requests redirection to build on the work that has already been done and leverage it through the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Toomey. I appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
I'm Tasha Witt. Good evening, council members. The Astound Broadband by way of overhead cable proposal topic was moved off this packed city council agenda to an unknown future date. The consideration of a fiber optic broadband proposal is a community-wide topic and should be on the opt-in notification for the public on the city's website. When the new staff report is developed, please ask staff to attach the Astound plans to the city's agenda for public review and remove the current roadblock of requiring a public records request and appointment at Public Works for the public to view the Astound plans. Before taking Astound Broadband by Wave partial build-out plan under consideration, which is their phase 1 plans through the north section of town, I encourage you to require Astound to provide the city with its full geographic build-out of the fiber network so the city has a full understanding of the technology and infrastructure that will be needed to bring services to the homes in Carmel. For example, it should be known how the fiber optic will connect from the public rights of way to people's homes. Our city already has the policy that new homes must underground their utilities and the cost goes to the homeowner. The policy is presumably to preserve our aesthetics and safety. If homeowners are required to underground their utilities, weren't we also requiring for-profit utility services to also underground their utilities? After paying $30,000 to PG&E to underground the utilities to my new home, per Carmel code, I do not want new overhead wires coming onto my home after I already paid a hefty sum to clear all of these overhead wires. The city needs an understanding if Astound is providing new service or if this is an overbuild to provide services that are already available to our residences. I strongly recommend the Astound project go back to the Planning Commission meeting for decision-making because this project is community-wide, has an effect on aesthetics, has an effect on pedestrian and vehicular access to public rights-of-ways, and is related to the wireless ordinance as we have a fiber optic notification clause in our wireless ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Tasha. Next speaker.
Hi, I've spoken to you before. My name is Andy Carr. I'm a resident of Carmel-by-the-Sea. I love Carmel-by-the-Sea. What I don't love right now is our lack of representation. When we vote for people, I've never been a big political person. This is probably, in almost my 78 years, the first time that I've taken an interest in government. And I'm kind of shocked. I felt that when we voted for somebody, that they were going to be honest and trustworthy, and they were going to represent us. Well, I'd like to know how some of you represent us if you don't ask our opinion, if you don't have a meeting before you pay for high-paid consultants, before you give direction, before after the fact you have meetings to get the community input when you've already given direction and spent a lot of money. I've talked to you about it before. I'm talking to you about it again. It is a passion of mine, and I'm talking to people about it. And I'm asking each and every one of you to really consider who and what you represent. I went before a Forest and Beach Committee, and the first thing that was asked is if I would be able to put aside my own opinions to represent what was best for the community. I think you all need to re-ask yourself that question. Because if you are not transparent and you are not being honest, well, then you're not representing us and you're not trustworthy. This is not an easy thing for me to do, coming up and bringing up these topics. Some of you get mad, some of you get nasty, some of you come from places that's what you know. What I know is I'm an honest person and I want what's best for Carmel. And I'm like a dog on a bone right now, and I'm not gonna give up on it. There's an election coming up. You all need to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Next speaker.
Hi. Good evening. Sarah Hines. This evening, I would like to express my sincere gratitude on behalf of the Carmel Unified School District for the continued partnership with the City of Carmel. I believe it is through collaborative efforts that together we can create a positive impact on the lives of our students and the community as a whole. The support and resources provided by the city have been instrumental in enhancing the educational experience for our students. Whether it is welcoming our youngest students into City Hall for a tour, hosting our high school students for a mock city trial meeting, working with the chamber for more student opportunities, or tossing the coin at a football game, your commitment to education has not gone unnoticed. By continuing to work together, I am certain we will be able to create opportunities for our students. I believe our partnership not only benefits our school, but also strengthens the fabric of our community, fostering a sense of belonging and pride among all residents. We deeply appreciate the city's dedication to education and the invaluable support you have extended to our district over the years. As we continue to navigate the ever-changing landscape of education, we look forward to further collaboration and shared successes in the future. As the city and school district continue to move forward together, and as we approach the upcoming November elections, I would like to take this opportunity to remind both the council and our community members about an important development regarding the Carmel Unified School District. In October of 2023, the Board of Education approved new trustee area maps, which are set to go into effect this November. It is crucial, particularly for our only municipality right here within Carmel Unified, to ensure that the residents of Trustee Area 1 understand the boundaries as well as the configuration of the other trustee areas and the implications for the upcoming election. Of note, in this election cycle, we will also have an at-large seat available, previously held by former board member Tess Arthur. As we move closer to the election date, I would like to extend an invitation to the community to join us at our May board meeting. During this meeting, we will delve into specifics regarding the new trustee area layout, the at-large seat, and address any questions or concerns the community may have. For those interested in reviewing the trustee area maps, they are available on the Carmel Unified School District website, and additionally, I have provided copies to the council members today for your reference. Your participation and engagement in this process are invaluable as we work towards ensuring fair representation and effective governance within our school district. Thank you for your time this evening, and I look forward to our continued collaboration.
Sarah, thank you for your time too. Much appreciated.
Hey, Brian. We don't mean to interrupt nap time.
Can we get your name for the record? I'm
But
sorry.
can you have at least the decency to not snooze while we're talking to you?
Can we get your name for the record, please?
No. So I'm no name, okay?
Fine.
I've now come to 2 council meetings, and you keep snoozing? What do we pay you, $50,000 a month sometimes on our dime for you to fall asleep in front of us? Can you at least pretend that you're interested in what we have to say? And you guys keep letting him fall asleep on us? Hey, wake up, Mr. Pyrick. Nap time before, okay?
Thank you, Mrs. No Name. Okay, next speaker. Is there anybody else wishing to speak in the chambers tonight? Now, I do have some people who have been Zoom land. I believe Michael McWalters is up, followed by 4 others. Michael, you have the floor.
Hello, Mayor Potter and council members. I'm reading my letter that's in public correspondence because in the letter is an article from the Fiber Optic Association. And I'd like you to scroll to the 4th paragraph titled Fiber to the Antenna. It became apparent to me after reading this article that the proposed Wave Astound fiber optic installation is for Verizon. I also learned that Astound is a subcontractor for Verizon. Verizon's fiber optic network is the backbone for their wireless network, so the project map makes it apparent to me that the route chosen was to hook up the fiber to Verizon's tower on the Dowd Arcade, and also to hook up the fiber to Verizon's antennas on the Sunset Center roof. Why wasn't this explained in the staff reports? Because fiber is the backbone of Verizon's wireless network, this fiber optic project must start over and follow the protocol in our wireless ordinance. Wave Astound has to begin again with the Carmel-by-the-Sea planning and building, and then present to the Planning Commission. There are big gaps in the report besides the Verizon omission. For example, why isn't there an explanation for not putting all of the fiber optic cable underground? Why do the telephone poles need guy wires? How do you stress test the telephone poles to know which ones need guy wires, or do they all need guy wires? From the October 3rd, 23 staff report under background summary, 5th paragraph is the following. Quote, additionally, Wave will install up to 9 support anchors and guy wires to reinforce certain existing power poles. Why? Why did Wave Astound pay $19,306 toward an encroachment permit before the permit was authorized? Under prior city council action from October the 3rd, 23 staff report is the following. In September 2018, council received a project presentation and authorized issuance of an encroachment permit with special conditions of approval for a PG&E gas pipeline project installed across the northern portion of the city. Why are you mentioning a gas pipeline project in the fiber optic staff report? In the February 6, 24 staff report under background is the following sentence. At the 10/3/23 City Council meeting, Public Works staff and a representative of Wave Astound Broadband presented a proposed fiber optic project that has been in review in some forms with the city since 2017. Is this supposed to reassure us that Wave Astound has been properly vetted it does not reassure me. When Wave Us Down has answered all of our questions and been thoroughly transparent, then our vetting process of them will be complete. Thank you, Mayor Potter.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate the testimony. Next speaker is Catherine. You're the next speaker.
Good afternoon. So, council members and fellow members of the public, I'm here today to remind the people of Carmel-by-the-Sea of the crimes that City Manager Chip Rarig and other council members, namely Bobby Richards, Jeff Barron, and the former Jan Ramers, committed using your tax dollars. These people actually tried to create fake law and tell you that they were going to fine you $1,000 and put you in jail for 6 months for sunbathing. How does that even work? These people, specifically Chip Rarig, invited people to come and enjoy the beach, then proceeded to close it down, and the police tackled a tourist in the water and arrested him for coming to walk on the beach, all the while claiming they closed the beach to prevent a, quote, compression factor. The police officers were so worried about COVID exposure that they tackled someone, arrested him, they arrested another person and got right up in both of their faces without masks on. So where's the logic in that? If they were worried about a compression factor, why were they participating in a perceived spread of COVID? So this whole operation was so irregular. These same people thanked the public for cooperating, but did the public have a choice? They watched the police department do violence to the public, the people that dared to cross the line to enter into property that is theirs. All of you city council members should be ashamed of your actions, and you deserve to be held personally liable for the damages you've caused to the people of Carmel, to the local businesses, and worse than everything else, trying to usurp authority to create ordinances, resolutions, orders, or whatever that don't have any force in law. Residents of the city of Carmel, you should be up in arms, given everything you do for this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Next speaker appears to be Moto E. Moto, you've got the floor. Hello?
Moto, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Moto, last call. Oh, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Can hear you now.
Oh, good. My name is Cheryl, and I wanted the show of force police officers exhibited on the 4th of July down at the beach was very disturbing, and it's changing the culture of our beautiful Carmel-by-the-Sea. I'm born and raised in when it was announced Friday, before July 4th, that the beach would be open, and then suddenly city officials decided to close it. It brings suspicion of the bait and switch. We all know for every person arrested, there is money added to the offers. We know what you're doing. Also, it would seem to be to find an attorney with their time management skills so that he could attend hearings in person, much more as a conflict than you do in person, instead of drawing the line, costing the taxpayer more money. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Galen K. Galen K.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
I think this COVID lockdown was kind of manufactured.
A little muddled, actually. I can't hear you very well.
Okay, is this any better now?
Better.
Me? Okay. I think this COVID lockdown was a little manufactured. A journalist asked over 120 governments and health departments around the world to produce an isolated sample of the COVID virus, and none of them could, including the United States.
We can't hear her.
Can you speak more directly into the microphone?
Oh, how is that going now? Is that better?
Better.
Okay. So, as I was saying, the COVID lockdown seems a little manufactured to me because this journalist asked over 120 different countries and health departments to produce
Still
a
can't hear you.
sample.
Sorry, but you're having trouble hearing you.
Is it better now?
Momentarily.
Okay, well, this journalist asked over 120 countries and health departments to produce an isolated sample of this COVID virus, and none of them were able to do it.
Sorry, but
We can't hear you.
you might want to reboot or something. I don't know. Give it one more try, Gail.
Okay, I'm trying to hold these wires together here. How's that?
We can barely hear you.
Well, I guess this is the last try. How's that?
Okay, at the
Better?
moment.
Okay. So as I was saying, this COVID virus emergency was rather manufactured. There was a journalist who asked over 120 different health departments and governments around the world to produce an isolated sample of the COVID virus. But they were unable to do so. But I think decision-making powers have been transferred to unelected officials. And I want to thank one of our brave historians in Santa Cruz for producing this information and preserving it. He knows who he is. And this comes from a flyer written by Ann Garney, who was a city council member in Santa Cruz. And she says the majority of cities today are governed by city managers. It wasn't until after being elected to the city council in Santa Cruz that I first became aware of the shift of responsibility from the elected officials to appointed executives. This is true of counties too. But I'd like to center on the awesome powers placed in the hands of the city manager by the adoption of the model city charter, which has been made a part of most city government. Less than honest men have become wealthy under this system, and still others have been deprived of their livelihood through the manipulation of zoning laws and the selective enforcement of various restrictions.
So, ma'am, if you'd summarize quickly, I'd appreciate it. You did kind of burn up some of your time with technical malfunctions, but if you could just summarize quickly, I'd be happy to go give you a minute or two extra, moment or two.
Okay. In delving into the history of the council manager form of government, we have learned that our model city charter was not written by the people of Santa Cruz. The National Municipal League is a satellite of the public administration system, more commonly known as the 1313 Center, because that's the address in Chicago. Public administrators are trained by this institution and are placed in city, county, state, federal positions, taking over the responsibilities formerly vested in our elected representatives, always in the name of efficiency.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I think we've got the point. Thank you. Okay, next speaker is Craig.
Sylvia.
Oh, so Sylvia, I'm sorry, you're next, Sylvia.
Sylvia, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, council members. In keeping with agenda items, I noticed council commented the Brown Act at the beginning of this assembly. I will not repeat the vulgar words within the Brown Act, but if you consider New York Times versus Sullivan, which states, thus, we consider this case against the background of a profound national commitment to the principle that debate on public issues should be uninhibited, robust, and wide open. and that it may well include vehement, caustic, and sometimes unpleasantly sharp attacks on government and public officials. And consider Rosenblatt versus Bayer, which states, criticism of government is at the very center of the constitutionally protected area of free discussion. Criticism of those responsible for government operations must be free, lest criticism of government itself be penalized. It would seem this Brown Act is in direct opposition to case law. I have two questions. Number one, do you have the power to overrule case law? And number two, you wouldn't lie to us, would you? As far as the beach closing is concerned, are you familiar with the maxim, quod per me non possum, nec per alium? That means, what I cannot do on my own, I cannot do under the agency of another. And I yield.
Okay, next speaker. Thank you. Craig, you're the next speaker, coming from Zoom land, I think.
Perfect. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I wish I could be there. This is Craig Rose. I know you're not allowed to make noise or applause, but this is my 7th meeting, and this is the most exciting because people are finally speaking out. They've seen too much. We're welcomed in the age of Aquarius, and in 2024, all truth is going to be revealed. And across, I wish I could look at you guys because you guys are scared to just even make contact with me. But you guys aren't truth tellers, and there's a lot of people in the room today that are. This closure on the beach, the woman that went by no name, we're going to hear a lot about her because she has a $50 million lawsuit against the city and Chip Rarig. I have a lawsuit against Chip Rarig in the city as well because the city manager is corrupted. He's made the most amount of money out of everybody in the city. He has the highest health care package. I have a $17,000 medical bill from when he punched me in the face because I don't have $60,000 health coverage. He's overstepped his power. So have many of the people that are sitting in this position. And thankfully, the election is up. Mayor, your time is long up. The mumbling, the way you speak, the way you will not address the corruption there. What about the chief of police? Why is he back? Why did he go to the aquarium? What happened to the last guy we brought in? What happens to the countless comments that just get made every month? The questions that get asked that never get answers from you, crew. You guys have been elected, and some of you have been, this is just your job. Some of you can't even stay awake. None of you are taking this seriously, and all of you have been caught. Carmel's the best place I've ever lived. I'm currently in the snow, and I had to pull over to make sure I wouldn't miss this monumental meeting where we call a spade a spade. There's things that aren't right. Chip, you remember when you threatened me and you said, I'm going to call your landlord because speaking out is detrimental to your business. I shut down the business and all my stuff is in storage. But Chip, I'll be there. The paper's corrupted. The news is corrupted. Big Pharma's corrupted. That Verizon stuff, whoever just called that crap out, that is true because I was in that meeting when you guys just pushed that. There is an agenda. Your pockets are getting full. All of you are going to be replaced. Your time is up.
Thank you, Craig. Appreciate your testimony. Anybody else wishing to speak tonight in the Zoom world? Is there anybody else here in the hall that would like to speak? We'll close the public comment period. And then we'll go on to the actions before us tonight. We have City Council Administrator's comments.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We announced recently that tomorrow night at 5 p.m. the mayor will be holding a public listening session on the police department project. So this is not a special meeting of the City Council. The mayor is the only person that will be in attendance. Myself and Mr. Swanson will be here to listen and take feedback and answer any questions from the public. We still have signups available, correct, Mr. Swanson, for the police department field trip coming up on, I believe it's the 29th of March. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. That's all I had.
City Attorney.
Yes, we had 3 closed sessions yesterday, and there's no reportable action.
Council members, looking to my right. Bobby?
Just a quick announcement. It was a great concert with Van Morrison. We were really lucky to have him, and I think the Sunset Center is very proud of that. He's probably one of the biggest artists they've ever had. And then a huge shout out to Carmel basketball, who lost a buzzer beater in the CIF finals the other night, 77-74. They lost, but good luck. They did a great job and played their heart out.
To my left, anybody? Karen.
Yes, tomorrow I'll be attending a half-day workshop at Regen. That's our local waste management district. And it'll be interesting. I love talking trash there. But I want to repeat something that I've said a couple different meetings. It's really, really important not to put batteries in the landfill, in the recycle, or anywhere. Put them in a plastic bag on top of your recycle bin. They have about 1 fire a week that happens because batteries are in the wrong place. It's very, very important that we do the right thing by that and not cause any problems out there at the district as they're unloading things. So please do your part. Put those batteries on top of the bin in a plastic bag. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Alessandra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a quick item. I would like everyone to be aware that there's a City Council Strategic Priorities meeting coming up. It's on Thursday, March 28th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Sunset Center in Carpenter Hall. I encourage all of you to attend and to participate. However, this year, instead of adding and advocating for projects, I hope that we can really focus on cutting things back, as there's been an overload of items and we really don't have the staff capacity to put all of those on. So I encourage all of you to have your say at that meeting. Thank you.
Jeff, anything? All righty. I don't have anything particular burning a hole in my heart at the moment. So we're going to go ahead and move on to the receipt of the Car Week report. Ashley, where are you? There you are. The status report on what's going on in the Car Week.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So I'm here to give a quick report on planning for Car Week 2024, because August will be here before we know it. As of right now, we have 3 events planned in Carmel-by-the-Sea this year. Tuesday, which is Concours for a Cause, that previously had been on a Wednesday. Thursday, we have Prancing Ponies again, and the return of the Ferrari Owners Club, and that's the Concours Carmel. There are some changes to the event in terms of size. Concours for a Cause previously took up the footprint of the farmers market, and they will be expanding down Ocean Avenue to Dolores Street and taking up Devendorf Park. Last year was their first year doing a car show, and I have relayed to them and to all of our event organizers about the importance of the focus on classic cars. And they're really looking at a local approach to it. We have a number of people here on the peninsula that have fabulous cars. And so they're really building up this event, and I'm excited to see what they do for this year. Prancing Ponies will be in the same footprint they were in last year on Thursday, and they'll be working on building up their repertoire of cars as well. And then the Ferrari Owners Club will be expanding. So Thursday is going to feel very similar to past Concours days that we've had pre-pandemic. So again, I've been talking to all of you over the last couple of years coming out of the pandemic about understanding and hearing what the community has to say with regards to wanting to return to what it was like before the pandemic. And I appreciate the community's patience and hearing me on that. It's going to take a little bit of time to build back, but we are starting to do that. I do have a couple of applications that are hanging out for Wednesday for very small events. I'm not sure if they'll proceed at this time, but if anything changes, of course, all of you will know. And I will be working with Visit Carmel, just as we did last year, to have a brochure made up for the retailers and the innkeepers that they can hand out. So when people ask them questions about what's happening for Car Week, we have that information to give to them, as well as information on their website, the city's website, and then See Carmel. And then just a reminder, we talked in October with our after action, we'll be doing some limitations on parking stalls to see if that will help limit some of the chaos that occurred around some of the exotics that were parked there. So vehicles will need to stay there in those stalls all day unless they truly are being used for valet services. Businesses will need to be responsible for traffic control and security as needed. And then we will not be renting out any of the green zone spaces at the end of the block. And I'll be working with our regular businesses who take out those parking stall permit applications to communicate with this. And we usually start that, try to get them thinking about the application process in May so that we can get all of that nailed down. Again, working with Chief Tomasi and Bob Harari in Public Works, we will be working on deploying the traffic calming measures on Ocean Avenue as we progress through the week to mitigate some of the impacts of the influx of visitors in the evenings for the exotics, deploying temporary speed bumps. So we're working on that. We're still working on budget numbers and things like that. So I don't have numbers and the map at this point in time, but we will have a plan for where and when those will be put out. Continuing, I know this is a huge thing that the public safety agencies do, but continue to monitor the social media and communicate with other agencies when they know things or groups are moving from one location to another. So there's a heads up for that agency. And then of course that ability to provide mutual aid with things like the STOP program. And then of course our Carmel Police Department will continue the no tolerance approach to dangerous driving and noises. And if you have any questions about, in particular, the loud engine noises, muffled engines, Chief Tomasi can answer those. And then of course, one bullet that I left off that's very important that I've been working on, which is protection of our medians and the World War I Memorial. So I have a solid plan in place to do that for Car Week, and I've been working with the Public Works team on that. And when we deploy that protection. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Chief is here, and so is Public Works Director Bob Harari.
Questions of Ashley, Council?
Is this information on the website so that residents can see what's happening?
It'll be up after this council meeting.
Okay, wonderful. And also, if someone that you know has a car they might want to show, is there
is there a contact person?
Yes.
For the time being, have them contact me, and I'll put them in contact with our Tuesday event organizer if they're local.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
Chief, this might be for the chief. Chief, do we have any mechanism yet that's going to be able to measure decibels of cars?
Thank you, Council Member. Good question. After reviewing the October council meeting where we addressed Car Week and the impacts, I know that question came up. Can we go after amplified noises, modified mufflers? I already ordered 2 devices and I have them in my office, so we'll have them deployed during Car Week.
Oh, okay.
And just one correction that was made during the October meeting, it was in reference to loud mufflers and people modifying their exhaust. That is an enforceable and citable infraction that we can do. It was stated that even a cutoff switch in your car can't be enforced. Those are actually illegal. So I have my traffic team here, and then we'll be working with the other cities to go after those specifically. Some of it, as Acting Chief Watkins stated then, some of the vehicles do have loud exhaust, some of our exotic vehicles that are on display, and they rumble a little bit louder or have a high-pitched exhaust. But a lot of people who modify their exhaust, that is definitely illegal and something we can cite for, and we will be going after those vehicles.
Doesn't necessitate a special ordinance or anything like that?
Not at all.
Yeah,
it's
we
a
did a little
California vehicle law.
last time.
It was changed in 2019.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
I know I talked to somebody at the Highway Patrol, and they'd be willing to work with us on that as well. Just for the modified mufflers.
Yeah, we have listening devices, the decibel meters.
Excellent. Thank you. Any questions? All right, anybody in the public wishing to speak to this item? Anybody in Zoom world wishing to speak to this item? Back to council for direction then.
No direction.
I think, then there's no specific action taken, we can just simply receive the report. I do think, though, Ashley, it's a good one. It does speak to the fact that there are maybe possible other things coming up, and the possibilities of continuing on your conversations with the CODA people, seeing if there's somebody out there that wants to take that event on, but appreciate that. Thank you. We'll deem that report received and move on to the next item, which is the fiscal, Karen, do you want to take a break? Anybody need a bio break?
I'm okay right now.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Thank you for asking.
Okay, so we got the fiscal mid-year budget report and resolution approving adopted budget amendments. These are the amendments only.
Brandon, would you introduce Shuba?
Yep, that's why I'm up here.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you. I didn't know if you were going to
Thank you,
skip.
Chip. Yeah, it's a good idea. So good evening, everyone. I'd like to start by, one, thanking Jane Hogan, actually, who spent a better part of last year holding down the finance manager position for the city. She did a wonderful job. And I probably am safe in saying she's excited to getting back to doing one job only as our city's excellent accountant. It's also my pleasure to introduce to you Shuba Weiner, who joins us with 20 years experience in finance and management. She holds both bachelor's and master's degrees, and she has studied not only abroad in Madras, India, but also from here locally at the Middlebury Institute of International Studies. I still want to say Monterey Institute of International Studies. But we're very excited to have Shuba with us, and she's been with us now 2 weeks. 2 weeks, and so you're going to be impressed and very happy with what she's going to share with you tonight. She's a quick study, and I think as a new finance manager, we're very excited to have her. So please welcome her with me tonight.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good to have you aboard.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Honorable Mayor and respected council members. Today we're going to look at the fiscal year 23-24 mid-year budget report.
You will need to get used to our microphone and speak up. Thank you.
So let's quickly look at the purpose and summary of the report. We will be providing a mid-year update of the fiscal year 23-24 budget. The months we are going to look at are July through December 2023. We're going to request approval of budget amendments. We will be looking at them later in a few minutes. We will also see the overall revenues and expenditures, how they align with the budget expectations. First, looking at the revenues, we see that the amended budget 23-24 total is $30 million. The July through December receipts are at $15 million, and as you can see, this is 50%. Thank you, Brandon. This is 50% received. Please note that the sales tax here includes only the advance from the months October through December of 2023. This is because the remaining balance comes in February 2024, and we have not included those months in this report. Looking at the expenditures, the amended budget total is $40 million. The July through December numbers for expenses are at $15 million. Percentage expended is at 37%. For the capital outlay item, you would see that it's quite low. The expenditure percentage is 11%. This is because the encumbered amounts for the capital outlay projects are not included in this. That amounts to around $2.5 million. The workers' comp item also is the percentage expended is low as 19%. This is because the claims are low, which is a positive thing. Let's look quickly at the general fund operating expense by department. The amended budget total is at $29 million. The July through December expenses are at $13 million, and the percentage expended is 46%. We will be requesting for approval of budget amendments for services and supplies for an amount of $594,320. A detailed breakdown is something we're going to look at in the following slides. We request for approval of budget amendments for the City Council for $5,000. The Monterey County Business Council is hosting the Small Business Development Center for 2024 and the administration recommends supporting them with a contribution of $5,000. We request for approval of the city clerk for budget amendments for an amount of $17,000. This includes the cost for agenda packet reproduction. If the printing remains steady, this is for $6,000. The remaining $11,000 is for the cost of adjusting the city to a new agenda management system. We request for approval of budget amendments for the IT department for an amount of $104,000. This is related to the contract services, software subscription, and city's telephone expenditures. There's a migration happening from T-Mobile to Verizon, and these are related to the migration services. We request for approval of budget amendments for public works for an amount of $261,000. This includes the cost of tree and tree stump removal for $200,000, and the remaining is for replacing the Public Works garage door, San Antonio pathway design fees, and North Dunes fees. We request for approval of budget amendments, non-departmental, for $112,000. This is for the liability insurance, property taxes, and retiree health share, which were under budgeted, and we are seeking administrative budget amendments to bring the amounts in line. We request for approval of budget amendments for fire services for an amount of $95,320. We are requesting adjustment for the final true-up cost for the year 23-24 per the fire services agreement with Monterey. We are also looking for adjustment for vehicle maintenance costs incurred on the fire engine concurrent with the increase to the City of Monterey's labor rate. We request for approval of budget amendments related to revenue, looking at $530,000. The transient occupancy tax mid-year projections have outpaced the originally budgeted amounts by $530,000. So let's quickly look at how the numbers are sitting. So whatever we have seen for the expenditures in the previous slides, the mid-year budget adjustments total to $594,320, and the mid-year budget adjustments for revenues is at $530, which is related to the TOT we just saw. So the difference is at around $65,000, and we expect the difference to be offset by the revenue surplus projected for the next 6 months from January through June 2024. So quickly to summarize, revenues are stronger than anticipated. We saw briefly about the transient occupancy taxes, how they outpaced the budget projections, and the expenditures budget projections are higher due to inflation and adjustments to general fund expenditures. We request mid-year budget adjustments for expenditures total to $594,320. We recommend using the $530,000 additional revenue identified to offset the mid-year budget adjustments for expenditures, leaving no net impact to the fiscal year 23-24 budget. So finally, our recommendation is to receive the report and kindly approve the budget amendments. Thank you, everyone. Any questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions by council members? I guess I have a couple. One is the public works augmentation here, which deals with the monies needed for the scenic road, or San Antonio Road between 4th and 2nd. Bob, did you want to come up and speak to that for a moment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, for the question. Last year, when the budget was being prepared, we had assumed that FEMA was going to reimburse us for the design and the repair of the San Antonio
We'll
walkway.
make an application to FEMA for that.
We did submit an application, and
We were awarded money.
We declared a state of emergency at that time.
I think it's a timing thing. So we already are under contract with a structural engineering firm called ZFA, which we budgeted through this Public Works Street Division contractual services budget, but that budget has essentially been depleted. So the thought here is to kind of reimburse us so we can complete other services as anticipated. In terms of when FEMA reimbursement will happen, do we know?
I don't have a specific date, but we are in process for the application. I just have to follow up with the state.
This is the
see
application
what
for
the
this
award
year,
is.
though, not the previous year.
This was last year's storm damage
Okay.
grant.
The total, Chief, there is it 114 or 117,000?
117,000.
All right, and then, what was my other question?
Correction, City Administrator, it's 117,000. It's not all for that specific project right there.
Yeah, I know, it's like,
Yeah, I think in the Friday update that Brandon and I drafted, it had a breakdown of that. And again, thank you to Chief Tomasi. We're closer than we've ever been to getting that reimbursement.
the adjusted amount then is 13,000.
Yes, sir.
This project's been kind of on my back for a little bit of time now. I'm kind of concerned about not getting done, so I want to make sure we get the focus on it to get it done.
Yeah, the design work is at 90%.
Not quite, it's at 30%, but it'll be done this fiscal year.
Okay.
And then the CIP will,
Right.
one of the possible new projects would be the construction money for it.
And that'll be coming up in a couple of items here. The next item we talk about capital for next fiscal year, which we would rebuild the walkway, Mayor, that we're currently at 30% design on.
I guess my next question is for you, Chip. This is like the first year we've not had any carryover funds from other budgets. We're actually using projected revenues, are we not?
Well, you've not, at the next meeting, you will review the annual comprehensive financial statement, or whatever the acronym is, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
At that point in time, we'll have a closeout of last fiscal year. You'll also hear from our auditor at a future meeting about how we closed out the fiscal year. Anything that we came in, and we did come in under budget, will roll into fund balance. You're correct, Mr. Mayor. But what Shuba is saying here, obviously, is that through the first 6 months, the transit occupancy tax was more robust than we expected, and that almost entirely offsets the budget amendments that we're proposing.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you, Zula.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, as we're reading the economic tea leaves for next year, we are not projecting, and I spoke to Councilmember Dramoff about this at our update this week. We're not expecting double-digit increases in any of our big three, which would be property tax, the two elements of sales tax, the Bradley Burns or Measure C, or a transit occupancy tax. I mean, again, we're getting into the numbers now, but my estimate for next year is going to be, between 3% and 5% increases in revenue in those fields. So again, we're very cautious but optimistic as always. But again, we're not looking at double-digit increases in those revenue sources. But you'll be hearing more about that at future budget meetings.
Good. All right, council members, any other questions? Okay, I don't see any. Well, open it up to the public. Is there anybody in the public wishing to speak to this item tonight? It's the budget. Budget amendment.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Melanie Billig. I'm really distressed when I look at the Public Works, $200 and some thousand, $265,000, and it's for increase additional stump removal and dead and dying tree removal. Where is the money for replacement trees? Native replacement trees. All I'm seeing being planted everywhere, and people are noticing this, is trees that are non-native trees in profusion. And there's something drastically wrong, because our general plan, our policies, and our ordinances speak about tree replacements. In my neighborhood and where I walk alone, I have seen one tree, a redwood, that was replaced within a 3-block area of the trees that have been taken down. I also tell you that in my walking, and those of you who know me know that Harvey and I walk a lot, trees are being cut down that are not dead and dangerous and declining. There are good trees trees without infection, disease, that are being cut down. I can go and show you where those trees have been. Something has to be done. Everything in this town is not dead, dying, or dangerous. And I'm just bewildered at what is going on in the Forestry Department, Public Works Department, that our forest is not being protected. And because replacement trees aren't going in that are native trees, we're not going to have a forest. So I really urge you to please pay attention, to do something in the upcoming CIP, please, to do something about the forest. Pay attention to the forest. There's all this work on and worrying about the beach, but no one's worrying or being any concern about the forest. So, but the public is, but it doesn't seem like anybody else is. So I really would appreciate if you would start looking into this, some of you, especially who have a real concern about the forest and have always been a forest supporter, to do something about it before it's too late.
Thank you, Melanie. Appreciate it.
Hi there, Tasha Witt. I just wanted to, I'm glad to see that there's a line item for the tree and stump removal around town. I'm really looking forward to that. I don't know if everybody else feels that way, but it's an eyesore to see the telephone wires stuck to the tree stumps, and I'm glad that's in the line item there.
Thank you, Tasha. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight? In the hall. Is there anybody in Zoom world?
There's no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll bring it back to council then for discussion. Council members. Jeff?
Thank you. Before I speak to what I was going to speak before, I share Melanie's comments about, I share her concern about the trees, and I'm sure Karen does too. Of course, I would never speak for Karen on that. But perhaps there's a way we can, process that programming into like a slightly more visible spot in the budget. We talk about tree removal. Melanie's right. We talk about tree removal all the time, and we never talk about our efforts to plant trees. I went through that effort, a couple of years ago to sort of revamp the Forest and Beach Commission reports that were sort of showing up in our packet, and maybe it's time to like look at those again, or maybe up the visibility on that, So I certainly share those concerns. I have an ask that I've made before, and I'll just make it in public again. On page 14 of the staff report, one of the things that, and this is for Chip and Sue, by the way, thank you, welcome to staff. One of the things that I've, griped about in the past is the fact that the percent received and the percent expended, those don't really mean anything when we have expenditures and receipts that vary over the course of the year. And this is, the best example is TOT, which varies widely from month to month. And so when I look at the TOT report here and it says 53% is received, that doesn't really mean anything, because what I really want to know is where we're tracking against our projections. And I know at some point we have like monthly projections of what the TOT should be. And so like on this example, on the TOT, 53%, like where did we expect to be at this time of the year? I don't need to know where we are in terms of the whole year. I'd like to know where we are in terms of where we expected this to be. And I think the same is true, to use another example of property taxes. I mean, people pay their property taxes, like, sometimes we pay them both in November, and sometimes we're late, and sometimes we pay one in November and one in February, but this is a pretty standard thing. And so 57% on the property taxes doesn't really mean a lot to me. And so I would really ask staff again for another column on this report that is, where are we versus where are we as compared to where we expected it to be? And the perfect example of how this is a little bit out of whack is that, this report says that TOT is only at 53% of received, and yet staff is proposing a budget amendment of $600,000. Like 53% doesn't really correspond to the $600,000 budget amendment. Like I
I can't really do that math and make the $600,000 come out right, given the variable nature of where we are. Like, we're 6% over, that's $400,000, you know, of a $6 million budget item. And so there's a discrepancy in the numbers. And I should be able to look at this report, again, these charts on page 15 and have an understanding of how the budget is tracking compared to what we did last year, not how expended revenues and expenditures are coming. So I would make that request once again.
We'll take another look at it, if I may, Mr. Mayor. And we actually asked Jane about that, and again, she has been here for 2 weeks. So we do correct we compare previous fiscal years to see where we are in comparison. So it's not, you're exactly right. I mean, obviously every month or every 2-month period for transit occupancy tax, for example, is not co-equal. I mean, obviously a lot of people come in the summer and autumn, and then we have fewer visitors in November, December, and then January and February are usually very quiet as well. So, or less quiet than in the summer months. So again, that's corrected for the influx in visitors that we have during our most popular period, if you will, based on prior years. But we can work on that and make sure. And if nothing else, Mr. Barron, we can add some verbiage to the paragraph that's associated with the table that helps try to explain how we arrived at the calculation and how we arrived at the determination that we're tracking above prior fiscal years, and that we expect to exceed our budget amount by the time we end the fiscal year in total. We'll work on that, sir.
Thank you.
Karen.
Yes, as far as under the Public Works adjustment, the cost for the trees and stump removal, I agree with Melanie. We are planting a lot of what I call Dr. Seuss trees versus our main trees that will sustain our forest. We are planting a lot of trees, native trees, down in Mission Trail Nature Preserve, which is a good thing, but we need them in our neighborhoods as well. And I would like to talk about the stump removal of all the big trees that have wires on them, which have been hanging around. There's a couple down this street for years. At one time, I threatened to make a photo montage of all the trees. Now, one thing to remember is we have to get those communication companies to remove them, which is a very difficult task. But I think we should put those communication companies on notice not to attach any more to trees. And what we have to also realize is if we take them off and remove the trees, will a telephone pole go in there to hold up those wires, or what happens to them? But I would like to see us put the communication companies particularly and PG&E on notice that they need to remove the wires from dead trees and get those dead trees out of there. It really is a bit embarrassing, and it's taking the place, it's holding a place for a replacement tree, which I would prefer to see a new tree in those places instead of wires everywhere. So whatever we can do, even if we have to take those companies to court to get their wires off our dead trees, I think we should be contemplating that.
And when we come back, I'm sorry, real quick, Mr. Richards, when we come back for budget review, again, I think we budgeted $76,000 for new trees this fiscal year, but we'll get a count. Hopefully we've got a count by species. And I hear what you're saying. I philosophically believe that our big four should be the predominant, and we're obviously working on the urban forest master plan right now. And you've seen my quotes in the Monterey County Weekly that our big four, which are Coast Live Oak, Coast Redwood, Monterey Pine, Monterey Cypress, should be the predominant tree species that we're going back with. Now, again, that is up to public debate, right? Because again, the Forest and Beach Commission will be looking at elements of that. They're already looking at elements of that plan now in draft, and eventually it'll come to you for a policy decision. But we'll get more information to you as we move into the budget cycle a little bit more.
Excuse me, so hold on. Maybe we can ask you a question, but the public comment period's closed, so if somebody wants to ask a question, we can do that.
I would like to also mention that particularly where we don't have wires, that side of the street should have upper canopy trees. We're planting little strawberry trees under clear sky, and then the result is not as good as what we've had.
Do you think, Bob, this question's for Bob. Do you think like Mr. Ono could come maybe quarterly and give us a report on what trees were planted over the past 3 months or something like that?
We can do that. We do that monthly. It's in your monthly packet under the Public Works report. And also it also goes, the same report goes to the Forest and Beach Commission. But it's not by species.
I'm just wondering if he could come to the dais and say that, if we could have him do that. It might be a nice way for him to get to know the community to know him and what he's doing and what's happening out there.
Sure.
Thanks.
It's a great idea.
Yeah, so do we want to pick a dollar amount then for trees? I mean, do we have a number in mind? Did you say 75,000?
I'm sorry, the current budget has $76,000 in it for new trees.
Replacement only.
Tree replacement, yeah, that just for the new trees and supplies for the trees. So as we get into the budget, we can look at next fiscal year, and we'll have an amount expended on that as we move through the budget cycle as well. So no action on that tonight, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
I've got a small item I just wanted to bring up. I was just concerned with the amount that we're spending for supplies. One thing stood out to me, and I just want to preface this is a grain of sand with the big picture, but it was the cost for the agenda packet reproduction. It said it's exceeding, we had 5,000 allocated and we need another 6,000. So Nova, I just wanted to ask you, is that just for the 5 of us here? Because I know a couple of us have iPads, so can you?
So, yeah, we only print 4 full agenda packets per month, but lately the agenda packets sometimes can be 1,000 pages.
Right,
We
exactly.
print double-sided, of course, so we try and keep the costs down by not printing for everybody and
Yeah.
double-sided. But the agenda packets have just been bigger over the past year.
Exactly. And I do also worry about just the waste of paper that is. So I would encourage maybe if we could get those other 4 transferred over to people using iPads, maybe. I mean, when you think about a $300 iPad per person, I mean, it probably will be a little bit more cost effective. But like I said, it's a grain of sand over the big picture. Thanks.
All right, thanks.
All right. So Andy, did you have something you wanted to comment on? Question specifically? Come to the microphone, please. Come forward. Breaking with tradition.
Karen, there's somebody by the name of Louise who works underneath Tom Ford. And on a street that I own a home, they took down 6 trees, but they left 2 trees up because of the wires. And she told me she was contacting somebody and that they just had to wait. So she would be a good person for you to contact because she's in direct contact with whoever it is.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. All right.
So should I make this motion?
Yep.
Make a motion to adopt resolution 2024 approving amendments to the fiscal year 23-24 adopted budget.
Motion, do I have a second?
Not everybody at once.
I'll second that.
Any other discussion? Okay. We'll call the roll, please.
Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Dramoff?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter? Motion carries.
Good. Okay, let's take a bio break. We'll take a 10-minute bio break. We'll be back at 25 to 7. I know that.
I needed salt. I usually don't drink
Yeah, okay, I'll do it. You still got this whole housing. All right, why don't we get back in session here? So the next item up is the receive an update on the sixth cycle, no, excuse me, that's not right. Number 3, receive a presentation on fiscal year 2024-25 capital improvement program and 5-year capital improvement and provide direction to staff. I'm thinking maybe a continuance on this might be a good idea. Alessandra?
I was just going to suggest that, I know last year we had a separate meeting. It was on April 6th of last year to just focus on this because it's such a large item and it's so important and there's just so much. And I know we've got a double meeting of sorts today.
Council, questions? I'm not opposed to that idea.
Can you repeat it? What did?
Well, I'm just saying we've combined our February and March council meetings, so we've got a really big meeting today, and this is such an important issue, and there's so much that we need to cover on it, so I'm suggesting that we do a special meeting like we did last year. Last year we had it on April 6th, where we just did the capital improvement program.
So this week?
Maybe this week.
Sure. Friday.
Well, I'm out of town.
But I'm saying in March, excuse me, in April rather than March. Last week we did it last year, we did it on April 6th. So maybe we could do it after the April council meeting?
I'm out of town.
I'm not opposed. I'm concerned about the community. I want to make sure that the community.
Well, it would be noticed as a regular, special meeting.
Bob has a comment.
Well, I'm ready to go tonight.
Just a quick comment to address Councilmember Drama's item. Last year, it was mid-March, we did the first review. April, we might have had I don't recall if it was a special workshop or part of the council meeting, but the reason being is there's a first review, there's a second review in April, where we tie it in better with the budget. This is just, here's where we are, a snapshot in time, and what potential projects there are. April is kind of start to refine it, tie it to the budget, and in May we already take it to the planning commission for a general plan.
I actually went through all of the agendas. It was canceled. It was supposed to be in mid-March, and then there were storms, and it said that there was a cancellation, and it was rescheduled to April 6th, and I read the agenda for that day. So that was the sequence of how it happened. So it was supposed to be mid-March. You were correct about that, but it was canceled because of the weather last year.
Okay, sorry.
Well, I can tell you I will be gone as soon as the April meeting takes place, and I'll be gone for maybe a week and a half, 2. So I wouldn't be able to do it then.
Okay.
The challenge we have is that several council members are out of the office, if you will, for beginning this Saturday for the rest of the month, pretty much the rest of the month of March. And then the last week of March, again, we have our field trip, the PD project field trip, as well as our strategic planning on Friday the 29th. And then, of course, the following week, we have the regular council meetings, which are, the April council meetings are pretty full as well.
They do have a back surgery scheduled for the 21st. No telling what kind of shape I'll be in after that.
But is this that in depth? This is receiving a report.
It's 24 slides. It's probably a 30-minute presentation. I don't want to say unfortunately, Bob, but it's quite in depth. So I mean,
all right, let's give it a go. Okay, we get it going. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I will go through this as fast as I can, but there is a lot of material here. So very briefly, we'll do a recap of the definition of the CIP. There's 15 capital improvement projects that were completed or will be completed by the end of this fiscal year. 14 operating budget, and we don't usually talk about operating budgets, but there'll be a reason when we get there. We're recommending 4 projects to be canceled or modified. The focus of today will be the 14 carryover projects that are funded this fiscal year and need to be carried over. Initial review of potential new projects. Of the 14, 6 are shovel ready, but we need the first batch of $1.7 million in next fiscal year's money so we can construct those projects. So that's another part of the focus of this presentation. And on top of that, we have 6 vehicle and equipment purchases from the Vehicle and Equipment Fund, 12 potential new CIP projects, and then I'll very briefly recap the 5-year capital improvement plan that's in your packet. CIP definitions, just a reminder, this is for any project that's over $10,000 in value with a service life exceeding 10 years. I won't read the big list of all the sources of projects, but we don't just wing it. There's a number of studies and plans and condition assessment reports. We also get input from the various departments as well as partner organizations like Sunset Center, for example. Okay, so now we should celebrate the 15 capital improvement projects that are completed this fiscal year or will be completed this fiscal year. And I won't read them all, but I'll just hit some of the highlights. The first one being streets. So it's not quite completed yet, but we did the overlays on Junipero and Santa Fe and Santa Fe and Junipero and Camino del Monte. We're doing the sidewalk repairs now, and we'll be doing, in April, we'll be doing San Carlos bike resurfacing and doing the legends for the bike rail. So that's the first paving project we've done since COVID hit. The retaining wall repairs at City Hall, so Brandon's office doesn't fall into the parking lot. That's been completed early this fiscal year. Electrical panel assessments were completed. City Hall and fire stations are in good condition, very minor repairs there. Vista Lobos is a concern. There's a safety hazard there. It will be on the list of potential projects for next fiscal year is to modifying or rebuilding the electrical panel at Vista Lobos. And there's also electrical panel under the Christmas tree on the Junipero Islands. That's we're about to be redoing that with the existing budget. Any day now, it's supposed to be yesterday, but they haven't started yet, is to paint the exterior of the Harrison Memorial Library. Limited interior painting, and for the record, there was an $85,000 deductive change order because we're reducing the amount of interior painting. And Sunset Center exterior painting will actually be happening first any day now. It starts that. That's the north wing. A number of Sunset Center projects. Mission Trail Nature Preserve, we had the water tank was removed in the pump house. We decommissioned the well. That project's completed. The next one is the Urban Forest Master Plan. It's not quite done yet. We believe the plan itself will be done by the end of the fiscal year. Now, outreach and the tree and shrub ordinances will continue well into next fiscal year and maybe 2 years after. But the plan itself and working with our consultants should be done by the end of this fiscal year. In fleet, we bought 2 forestry trucks and we have 2 PD vehicles, both electric vehicles that are being manufactured as we speak. And the coastal engineering study phase 1, which we briefly talked about last night for phase 2. Phase 1 is essentially complete and will be coming up to council in April or May with a final report to recap phase 1. So total of the 15 projects is about $2.6 million, and if you include external funds, it's roughly $3 million. Okay, operating budget. Last year we made the decision to not put ongoing maintenance-oriented projects in the capital improvement program, put it in the operating budget. So this is kind of a one-off. I wouldn't be repeating this every year, but just kind of wanted to illustrate the types of projects that are included in the operating budget that we completed this fiscal year or will be completed this fiscal year. To name a few, the mayor was asking about the San Antonio pedestrian pathway repairs and structural design at the last item, so that's design will be done by the end of the year. A couple weeks ago, we decommissioned an unused dumbwaiter at the Park Bench Library. Number 5, Mission Trail Nature Preserve. There was 43 damaged trees from the prior year's storms. It was about $75,000 to do that tree work. This was, again, all done in the operating budget. Very soon, Carmel Cares and staff will be working on the Ocean Avenue median landscaping project. That's a strategic priority, and that goes before the Forest and Beach Commission for final approval next week. The Wildfire Risk Assessment Plan, strategic priority, is essentially complete. Hopefully that'll be done by the end of the fiscal year. Forest Hill Park, just want to shout out to Leadership Carmel 3rd year class. They did the nature play equipment at Forest Hill Park. About $30,000 is in the wrong place, but there was a $30,000 donation there. North Dunes Habitat Restoration is about $60,000 this year, about 30 trash cans. And the stormwater ordinance was also completed this fiscal year. That was another strategic priority. So all in all, it's about $350,000 of operating budget type projects that were completed or will be completed this fiscal year. We have 4 projects to cancel or modify. The first 2 are at the Harrison Memorial Library. The first one's a backup generator. We did a real hard try to make this thing work. It's cost prohibitive. It's going to be very, very expensive. We would have to modify the physical building or the retaining walls outside of the library. And we got to the point where this can't be done as a separate standalone project without a lot of impacts and a lot of cost. So we're suggesting here that we cancel it as a separate project and merge the backup generator or some form of it with the library master plan program. Same thing with the carpet replacement in the main library. The request of the library board was to pull it out of do it all at once. We'll do it as part of the master plan. The resilience infrastructure was a separate project. We still have about $83,000. We did do some initial work on that, but it's really part and parcel of the police building project. So what we're suggesting is to continue the project, but just roll over the funds and track it with the police building project. And then North Dunes, there's a couple things going on. The ongoing monitoring, environmental monitoring is part of the operating budget. The split rail fence, Public Works will be building in the spring. The last part of that project was the interpretive signs. We were hoping for donor funds. To date, we have not got any donor funds. So we're suggesting that we pull it off the CIP until, or hopefully, it's just a matter of time, we'll have donor funds, but until that happens, we should pull it off the CIP. 14 carryover projects. Now, 6 of these 14 are shovel ready, but we need more money for construction. So I'm going to just really tiptoe around those for now. We'll focus that when we talk about new funding. But the first couple, the ambulance and the ambulance equipment is going to be carried over into next fiscal year and the following year. So there's nothing much to do. It's already been ordered and it's due for delivery in late 2025. The fire engine, there's no cost this fiscal year. It's already been prepaid, and that's also delivery estimated in late 2025. So these are just carryover projects that not much to do other than wait for them to show up. The next few, we have the concrete street repairs fiscal year 23, the fiscal year 24 paving project. These are both street improvement projects that will be shovel ready by July 1st, but we don't have sufficient funding. We're going to talk about that when we talk about new funding. The next 2 are drainage projects. Drainage system repairs is at 90% design now. That includes improvements at Lincoln between 1st and 2nd, as well as the Acacia head wall, improvements at Santa Fe south of 8th and on 11th Avenue. Those are important projects that were high priority in our storm drain master plan update. We're already at 90%. We'll be ready to go in July. We need additional funding. The 3 stream stability drainage projects that was referred to by one of the public comments, we're already at the bid. There's 3 parts. We have a boardwalk, a large swale to reconstruct, and some piping. We know we're going to be over budget. We believe we'll be able to award 2 of the 3 projects, and then by a change order, we're suggesting that we have supplemental funding in next fiscal year so we can finish that project. The coastal engineering study phase 2 was approved last night, so that will be carried over to next fiscal year. I want to spend a moment on the shoreline infrastructure repairs. I know that's a hot topic relative to the stairway. I believe council saw the note from last week. But basically, as of today, this is regarding the beach access stairs. As of today, 4th Avenue and Del Mar are open. With a matter of a week or 2, we'll have 13th Avenue reopened. We're gonna, planning's gonna issue an emergency coastal development permit. We're gonna have 4 additional concrete stairs repaired at 8th, 10th Avenue South, 11th, and Santa Lucia. Give us about a month, and we'll have those. These are concrete stairs that are mostly good shape. They need some repairs, but we're gonna be doing that in-house. The next wave will be to fix wood stairs at Martin Way in-house. So that will need a couple more months to finish that under a secondary emergency CDP. The $350,000 shown here is for engineering and permitting, and hopefully we'll be able to afford construction of the 2 wooden stairs at 10th North and 12th. These need structural repairs. This is far beyond what we could do in-house. We need a contractor. And also, we have 9th Avenue is going to be closed until we have 8 or 10 feet of sand come back. And the equipment ramp, as of last week, was about 22 feet cliff. So we have a long time before that comes back. So this $350,000 rollover will be focused on the stairs, but also environmental permitting and cost estimating for all the other shoreline repairs, such as revetments and seawalls. Carryover projects, remaining ones. The first, number 9, is facility renovation projects. These are also shovel ready. In fact, we went out to bid. We had to reject bids because the costs were too high. It's for the City Hall roof replacement, which is ready to go out for bid now. We just don't have sufficient funding. And the Sunset Center cottage window repairs, which could be shovel ready shortly, but again, we're recommending we wait till July, rebid them at that time. And these will be standalone projects rather than bundled together, because it seems like when we bypass the general contractor, we hopefully save money. So we'll need supplemental funding there. Obviously, the police building project will be carried over. And I think those are the highlights. CIP contingency was something new for this current fiscal year. We had started with $500,000. We already spent $337,000, mostly to remove the tank and the well. We have $163,000, which we believe is going to be used as part of the bid for the Mission Trail Nature Preserve 3 drainage project. So we're carrying over about $6.8 million of projects and $1.7 million in external funds. Snapshot in time, this is kind of like looking at our workload. A year ago, we carried over fiscal year 22 and 23. There was 25 projects a year ago. Total city funds and external funds was about almost $8 million. This year, a year later, we're down to 14 carryover projects. So that's good news. We get more projects done, but the dollar amount is still at $8.1 million. So that part's about the same.
Council, this is, can you go back one slide?
Sure.
This is, a lot of us talk about capacity, and, this is where there are no bad capital projects, not on the existing list, not on the proposed list. But with our limited ability to manage projects, it's really difficult for us to continue fiscal year after fiscal year to recommend to you to add to the list unless it really is an essential maintenance, health and safety issue. So again, you'll see that at the end of the presentation. Of course, we take direction from you, but it has been challenging to get projects done, and then the bidding environment is obviously much higher. We wouldn't be carrying over 14 projects if the bids had come in where we estimated the costs of those projects. So, and again, I know we've all kind of talked about this individually, but we do seek your direction, if not tonight, at a special meeting in the future. Thanks, Bob.
Okay, thanks, Chip. Okay, now we're turning into funding from the new fiscal year, and the first. What we're proposing is the first $1.667 million goes to the shovel-ready carryover projects. The first 2 are paving projects. That's going to be a separate slide. It's way more convoluted and complicated, but let me skip down to number 3. So the drainage system repairs I mentioned earlier, we need an additional $638,000 so we can build those. Mission Trail Nature Preserve 3 streams, we need $102,000 more so we can finish that last component. City Hall roof replacement, we're asking for another $167,000, and for the cottage window repairs, another $100,000. Wanted to point out, though, if you look up above in the brown, paving projects, $660,000 for next fiscal year would be our maintenance of effort anyway. So we've been budgeting about that much each year anyway. So almost that's business as usual. We're not getting a new paving project, but we're using that same amount of money for projects that have already been designed and ready to go.
Real briefly, Bob, so let me just explain really quickly for the benefit of the gallery. So maintenance of effort is we have to spend so much money before we glean the money from Measure X, which is a countywide additional sales tax. We have to spend X to get money from the county as well as the state. So again, if we don't put in our maintenance of effort then we're unable to glean the money that is collected on our behalf by TMC or other taxing agencies in the state. Thank you.
Okay, so we covered projects, the 2 drainage projects, the 2 facility renovation projects. Now we're going to, next slide, we're going to focus on the paving projects. First, we're going to take a look at some graphics. On the far left is the fiscal year 22 bid additive. So we're already, like I mentioned, we're finishing up construction on San Carlos and on Junipero and the sidewalk repairs. But there's 4 bid additives. San Antonio between 4th and Ocean, San Antonio Ocean to 8th, Monteverde 4th to Ocean, and Torres 2nd to 4th. I want to point out these are all residential areas. In the middle are the concrete streets. These are in downtown, and they're still very much needed. You can see up, I believe that's 5th in San Carlos. So this is a very needed project, but the costs have gone through the roof, much higher than expected. And I'll explain that in just a moment. But that would be for Ocean Avenue, Monteverde to San Antonio, San Carlos 5th to 6th, and then so the bulb outs and ramps at the 7th and Junipero intersection that was changed when we made it a 3-way controlled stop. On the far right is the current fiscal year paving project. You can see there's 4 overlays, 21 slurry streets, and 5 sidewalk repairs, predominantly in the residential area. So the game plan that we put together was, let's push concrete streets out. Even though it's needed, we can get a whole lot more paving and street repairs done if we combine the remaining bid additives from fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 24. Let's bundle those together, just allocate the maintenance of effort funding and the additional TAMC funding. We can get that done next fiscal year. We can build those, but we're going to be sacrificing concrete streets. Let me walk through that a little bit closer. So first line is fiscal year 22. That's already under construction, so there's no additional funding available for that. For the 4 bid additives, the bid came in at $835,000. We have 0 funding for that. For the fiscal year 24 paving projects, that cost us $1.6 million. We have about 900,000. We need 700,000 more. What we're proposing to do is borrow from the concrete streets $499,000. So we're going to be pushing out concrete streets, using that money, or advancing that money for this project. Fiscal year 25 new funding. There won't be any new projects. It will be, let's build what we've already designed. Maintenance of effort is $660,000 next year. TAMC about $440,000. So our $2.5 million project for all those streets that were shown on the left in red and on the right in blue and red can be done next fiscal year. We're sacrificing the concrete streets for possibly 2 years beyond that. That's the catch. So after we borrow the $499,000 from the concrete streets, which is the 3rd project, we'll be down to $293,000. So we'll need at least 2 years of maintenance of effort and 2 years of TAMC funding, and plus possibly an additional pot of money, but we're not there yet. I also wanted to point out that we looked at, when we awarded the contract to BKF engineers for the concrete streets, we looked at 3 options. One was to completely remove all the concrete and replace it with all asphalt. Way too expensive. We looked at grinding down 2 inches of concrete and putting asphalt on top. Much less expensive, but still more than what we're proposing. And the least, or not that it's inexpensive, but the most economical approach is just do edge grinding of the concrete and then doing an overlay on the street. That's what we're proposing for Ocean Avenue. A few months ago, we had an amendment to the BKF agreement to do the side streets on Ocean Avenue between Monteverde and San Antonio. Scope creep, but important, needed. It's needed. Otherwise, we're going to have Ocean Avenue looking great, and you go any of the side intermittent streets, and it'll be bumpy and cracked up, and we're trying to make it all like one cohesive package.
Yeah, so you see what Bob's saying there. Again, the returns on the side streets. Right. You know, we've got with the First Lady of Carmel, so Janine Chikarat, the First Lady, you know, she comments to me about San Antonio. So San Antonio north of Ocean, the pavement's just horrible. So just doing the concrete street and not doing those returns would mean you'd be on a nice street. As soon as you turned off it, the pavement's really a mess. So again, it's a policy discussion. We want to talk to you about it, but it doesn't really make any sense just to do the street without doing some square footage of the returns on the side streets.
Okay, now we're talking about the next pot of money for next fiscal year for the vehicle and equipment fund. So these are the 6 top priority projects that we identified. First, no particular order, is council chambers AV equipment. So when we installed this is before COVID. I don't believe at the time that we were planning on using Zoom and every meeting hybrid to the extent that it is now. And we've seen already some deficiencies in our system today. So the thought there is to have an upgraded system. The next 2, I'm not the IT expert, but if we don't do it, we have to do it. The core networks, because our switches are going to expire, that's $50,000, and our network firewalls is at the end of its life, and that's $180,000. Next is the police radios. We're year 4 of 6, so it's a lease, so we're still going to need to do that. Of those first 4, essentially, well, the council has to decide what we're going to do, but those are real high priority. The next 2 are also high priority. One is the EV patrol vehicle for the police department, $75,000, and we could probably get a 3CE grant in the neighborhood of $15,000. And the next, you'll see a photo of this in just a moment. Our Public Works dump truck, which is one of our pieces of essential equipment, it's in the Vista Lobos parking lot. It is deceased. The transmission cannot be replaced. We cannot find the transmission. It's a 1995 truck. We need a new dump truck. So anyway, so the total is about $545,000 of new vehicle and equipment funds for next year to do these 6 projects that are identified. Last but not least, we have 12 potential new capital improvement projects. Again, all these, I'm going to rattle off 12 projects. They're all very much needed. We believe it might be cost prohibitive, or if not, certainly the capacity. We have some capacity constraints, so we'll talk about that. But going in asset category order, the first is drainage project. If you recall, when we did the storm drain master plan update, the most critical piece of our drainage system is to redo the Junipero bypass to eliminate that bottleneck. This is to get the design going. That's $175,000. Next is the San Antonio pathway reconstruction. So the plans will be done by July, but we need money for construction. That's $275,000.
Sure. I like this. I hope you're not having a bad time with me jumping in, but you know, that pathway was constructed in 2010 by Pebble Beach Company.
Right.
And one of the council members that we met with this week said, well, why don't we go back to Pebble Beach Company, since maybe it wasn't built correctly. Maybe we ask them for funding, because again, a lot of golf aficionados park in our village, and then they use that pathway to walk onto one of the greens. And something I'm certainly willing to do with Mike Nickum or someone from the Community Services District. But again, we've not explored that yet. But that's a lot of money to repair that walkway.
Okay.
Thanks, Bob.
And again, we have photos on some of these projects. Next is the Sunset Center retaining wall. So the design is in progress now. It'll be done by July 1st. We need about $550,000 to repair structural repairs on walls around Sunset Center. New project that we haven't talked about before, Lincoln and 4th, the Trestle Bridge. Now maybe it's not as bad as we think, but we need a structural engineer to go out and assess it. It might be near its end of its useful life. It's premature, in my opinion, to determine if it needs to be removed. Unlikely, but it might need some major structural repairs before long. So that would be money to review that and start environmental permitting. Sunset Center portico, I have a little rendering coming up. This would be to finish. We have money this fiscal year to do concept design, which is coming to fruition now. This will be money to construct the portico next to the snack shack or snack booth at Sunset Center. Next one, Vista Lobos. PG&E is ready to go and install our free transformer. So we get 3 new electric vehicle charging stations, including one high capacity one for our electric street sweeper. And we're going to be merging in the building electrical panel because we need an electrical contractor to do both at the same location. So let's just lump them together. We need $400,000 to do that. The design is almost done. We need money for construction. ADA upgrades year 7, another $20,000, keep that program going. Norton Court Garage security system. It's an old system. If we do without it, before long, that system is going to fail and there won't be secure access to the garage. We'd still have doors open, but it'll be open to the public. It won't be secure. Next is our friends at Mission Trail Nature Preserve requested the Leolo Bridge, a footbridge similar to the one that we recently rebuilt on 11th Avenue. And there'd be a little bit of a path realignment near the Redwood Grove. Environmental was probably going to cost more than the design, because we need all the regulatory permits that we had to do for the 3 drainage projects. So we're proposing $175,000 to design and do the permitting there. Next is a shoreline wall, the most important beach. What's the word I'm looking for? Seawall. Seawall on 4th Avenue, there's an outfall. It's structurally at its last leg. It needs to be replaced or rebuilt. And we need quite a bit of money, $250,000 is proposed to do the design work and the environmental work. Park Branch Library has windows that fog up, and there's some wood rot around the windows and the eaves. They're requesting $45,000. And then CIP contingency, like we've got $500,000 this current year. We think we'll need just a little less next year. Hopefully we don't need any of it, but we think we should plug in some number. So altogether, 12 good projects, $2.8 million is quite a bit of money. There's other possible candidates. The Carmel Youth Center earlier tonight talked about some support there that's not on the list. A couple of photos. On the left is our dump truck, and there's the transmission that doesn't work. On the right is the Nipper Road drainage. So it's if you recall from the Storm Drain Master Plan update, it's that trunk line. Right now it bypasses. We want a straight line to eliminate the bypass. That's a major and most important project in our drainage system. On the left is the San Antonio walkway, represented a photo. On the right, a couple of structural repairs on Sunset Center. One you see a big crack. One on the right is the 8th Avenue pathway. You can see the what's interesting is you could see the stone wall. It's not going to imminently fall, but on the right is the electrical panel. That's another capital project where we're going to be relocating and upgrading the panel to the other side of the other side of the wall in the parking lot. On the left-hand side is kind of unveiling the preliminary of a concept for the Sunset Center portico. You see the arches, and the idea is to use Carmel stone on the columns. In the middle is the 4th and Lincoln Trestle Bridge, and on the right, you've seen this photo before, shoreline, the 4th Avenue outfall wall that needs to be re-engineered.
And the design for the portico at Sunset, obviously, you know, again, you're seeing it first. HPC hasn't seen it, the Planning Commission.
Right.
SCC board, so we need to make sure that whatever we do there is sensitive to the historic nature of the building. But anyway, so again, right. we're at the very preliminary stand at that on that project.
Okay, so now we're home stretch, we're putting it all together. So funding-wise, we have the 14 carryover projects, so we're carrying over about $6.8 million of city funds and $1.7 million of external funds. What we're proposing and strongly recommending is that for fiscal year 25 funding, it goes to supplemental funding for the 6 shovel-ready projects. That's at $1.6 million. We have identified 6 potential new fiscal year 25 equipment and IT purchases for $500,000. 12 new fiscal year 25 capital projects for $2.8 million. Grand total, if we were to do everything, it's 32 projects, which is a huge amount of projects. Almost $12 million city funds and $2 million external funds. So a couple of general comments from staff is, if you look at the 3 numbers in red, Supplemental and the funding for the 18 new projects would be over $5 million. And we think that that's quite a bit more than any prior year for new funding. We think that council might want to consider reducing that. Also, we talked about this already, but staff completed 14 capital projects in fiscal year 23 and 15 in fiscal year 24, and we're carrying over 14 projects. So we're pretty much have a full year of projects in backlog. So any new projects, they're all good projects, but we're just adding to the backlog if we continue to add more projects to the list. And then, I'm not going to read this. This is in your packet, but this is the 5-year plan. Thanks to Councilman Barrett, he pointed out a couple of errors, so I'll be fixing those. I'm happy to answer any questions in it, but I'm just going to recap the highlights here. So this is from years 2 through 5. So in the 5-year capital improvement plan, only year 1 would be funded when we get to that point. Years 2 through 5 is a planning placeholder. And what we've identified is for drainage, in my opinion, Junipero bypass is the top priority. 4th Avenue CDS needs to be replaced. We have some priority repairs, roughly $3 million for drainage projects in those 4 years. Street improvements, a lot of funding would go for the concrete streets. That would be 2 years into those 4 years. And then hopefully we could do some new projects in fiscal years 28 and 29. That's about $5 million. That includes, I believe that includes external funds. Facilities, placeholder $20 million for a new police building, whether it's new or renovation. There's also, I recall, 10 million or 11 million to renovate the existing building if police move out. I didn't factor the 11 million in, we're jumping ahead. But I put in the $20 million placeholder in year 2 or 3 for the police building. We also have the Scout House relocation renovation. Through the facility condition assessments, City Hall and the fire station and Sunset Center needs a number of additional repairs. And then just a little bit of funding for ADA, but we should keep that going. Forestry, Mission Trail Nature Preserve, so we have the 3 stream stability projects out for bid now, but we have a total of 8. So we have 5 to go, and then maybe those 4 years we do 2 or 4 additional projects. Hopefully we can fund the construction of the Loyola Bridge. For fleet, we have the ambulance, which has already been ordered. It's just a rollover. Public Works, we're gonna, over the next 4 or 5 years, we need a new bucket truck, a new water truck, and a new patch truck. It's a lot of big trucks coming up. Environment, we have the shoreline repairs, the 4th Avenue outfall, the structural stairs, which we already talked about, revetments, climate action projects, about 3 million or 3.8 million. IT ongoing equipment and updates, police records management, 500,000. Library master plan, I could, again, placeholder, really don't know the level of renovations that are proposed at this point in time or the amount of potential funding. It's merely a placeholder for those years. And contingencies estimated $250,000 for those 4 years is about $1 million. So total needs of $46 million. Obviously, the police station would be a separate funding mechanism, but even without that, that's still about $26 million over 4 years, which is more than well, glad Shuba's here, but that's going to be a challenge. So in conclusion, we recommend that the council accepts those 15 capital projects that were completed or will be completed this year, and 14 operating budgets that were completed. Unless council requests otherwise, that's the last you'll be seeing of those completed projects. So the next couple of meetings on the capital program will be focused on new funding and carryover projects. We're seeking council direction to tentatively approve or discuss the 4 projects to cancel or modify, the 14 carryover projects. Probably the most important for tonight is a tentative guidance on the supplemental funding needed for the 6 shovel-ready projects. That was a good time to refine the initial list of equipment and IT projects to meet the budget, refine the initial list of 12 capital projects, and any guidance for the first stab at our 5-year capital plan. And with that, next month in April, we come back for a second review. Once we have a more scaled back list, we'll have more, try to get more refined cost estimates on the few projects rather than the many, and tie it in with the budget forecasting for next fiscal year. That concludes my presentation. 30 minutes? I'll talk as fast as I can. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
I've got a question. Bob, when we come back in April, would you be able to put together a list for us of all the city-owned buildings and all the deferred maintenance costs? I know it was an issue that came up a couple weeks ago at one of the other meetings on the police station, just so we can know every city building and all the costs and what needs to be
Happy to
worked
do
on.
so. It's going to be a big number. We don't know for, we don't have that for some of the buildings like Flanders Mansion, but we do fire station, City Hall, potentially from the library. So we can get you what we have, certainly.
Could we do Flanders? Is there a reason why we don't have the idea?
We've never
on that?
done a facility condition assessment, at least not in any recent time. And we know there's some repairs that need to be done
Right,
there.
right. Could we kind of at least write what looks like it needs to be done, even if you can't give us a dollar amount for Flanders?
We have an old document, council member, that we used when we were looking for a conservatorship, but to do it accurately, we'd have to hire professionals to go in and assess all the systems and the roof and the paint and the cracks and those kinds of things. And for everyone's benefit, and I hear, you know, if we get direction, we can do that. But both Flanders and the Scout House, if you've not been in them, they are secure. They're not leaking. They're heated. So they're kind of in this steady state, if you will. So there's no damage happening to them. But if you want to do that, we'd have to hire an outside professional.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm just asking Bob to do what he can.
We will bring to you what information we have.
Right, thank you.
I don't think we can guess, but whatever we have, we'll be happy to share.
Super, thanks.
Council questions? The public, members of the public, do you have questions for Bob? Yeah.
Great job, Bob. Thank you. Tim Toomey, as a resident. So it would really be helpful for me, because I kind of like numbers, to understand, okay, specifically, break these into buckets of how much money are you carrying over from 24 to 25, because that's money, that's not new money, that's right. Or I guess I can't ask questions, but to be able to see that, because it's not new money, and then kind of out of this list, it looks like we're already starting to think about budgeting for CIP for 25. Is that going to become more of a formal process? I mean, beyond this meeting, it looks like it is because you're asking for input. But it would, and then on the 5-year CIP plan, I'll relook at that eye chart again, but it looks like, what was it, over $40 million? It's like $9 million a year on average. That's a lot of money. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of good information in here. It's hard to track for me without just seeing it in more definable budgets and what the ask is, what's already been approved versus what we're asking for. And maybe I could follow up with somebody later on to do a deeper dive. Thanks.
Thank you, Tim.
I just had a question about the EV vehicle for the police. That's an electric vehicle, an all-electric vehicle, correct? Mm-hmm. Do we have bikes for the police during a power outage? Or do they plan on using a gas generator to charge those electric vehicles during a power outage? Like, what's the plan if during a power outage?
Would you like to answer now, or?
I'm going to answer it. Let's go ahead. Answer it now.
Yeah, we have a generator for the police department that also powers
It's
the
a gas-powered generator?
It's diesel, yes, but we have a fuel tank with it.
It kind of defeats the purpose of the electric, but yeah, okay. Thank you. Should I give my whole comments on the budget, or is this just for questions?
Go ahead.
Okay. We are a small village. We have an annual budget of $40 million. I wish we were able to better maintain our roads and our city-owned buildings like the police station and the historic Scout House. I live here full-time and I walk a lot. Many of the roads are cracked, patched, and riddled with potholes. While I agree that the dilapidated police station needs to be remodeled, I do not feel a brand new $30 million plus police station is in our budget, and I don't think it's fair to expect taxpayers to foot the bill. I don't understand why we are hiring so many outside consultants who seem completely out of touch with our community and charge exorbitant fees. I recently read a funny story about a government who hired a consultant for $700,000 to advise them on how to reduce their consulting fees. So I believe we spent close to $100,000 on the 30 flock surveillance cameras. I think it's $2,500 per camera, correct me if I'm wrong, per year. And I think we need to have input from residents before spending large sums of money. I know that the public process was circumvented in this case because the cameras were placed on the agenda as a consent agenda item, and I'm wondering if someone could explain to me how that decision was made. That would be great. Okay, thank you.
Material that question.
Hi, Tasha Witt. What if we decide that for-profit utility applicants like Astound or any other utility company underground their project as a condition of approval? Then the corporation would be required to pay for the trenching and paving repair. Wouldn't that solve some of our street paving costs? I hate to see us waste funding to repair the streets, only to have utility applicants rip up our street work and re-repair their paving. We need a long-term plan and policy for utility applicants to be required to underground, pay for the trench, and repaving like we require our new home projects.
Thank you. Next speaker. Anybody else in here wishing to speak tonight? Anybody in Zoom?
Hold on. Joe Todd?
Joe?
Joe Todd, can you unmute yourself?
Joe? There you go.
Hold on. Is it done?
Yep.
Yep, go ahead.
We can hear you.
Okay. All right. Bob, I'm just wondering if I see a red mark on a tree trunk, like I'm thinking of the one at Casanova, where the sidewalk has come up on that, and I was just wondering, does that mean that that's going to be considered to have a removal there, or what does that mean if there's a red mark around it?
All right, Joe, we'll take that question under submission
Yeah,
too.
okay.
Is that it?
All right.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Cindy Lloyd.
Cindy Lloyd, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Bob, I'm totally impressed with your facts, figures, and all your work to create a report like that. I have only one request, and it probably should have been put into some kind of formality so that it could get somewhere in this budget. But I think it's so minuscule that I won't even bother to ask it. I'll just continue watering the plants in the arch without an irrigation system. I had hoped it would be in before now so that I could remove the tired plants that are in there, put in new soil, and start over again for spring. But since I've got a backup plan of bringing my expandable hose from home and clicking it in with a quick connector to the hose that's in the median, I'm not going to bother the city for more money to do any of that. So thanks very much for your efforts in creating this overwhelming document. It just boggles my mind. Thanks.
Thank you, Cindy. Margaret Byrne.
Hi. Hi, everybody. It's actually Dale Byrne. And thanks, everybody, for sticking this out. This is quite a meeting. I agree with Cindy that, Bob, that was the most amazing thing I've ever seen. I'd love to comment on a lot of the details, but I couldn't take notes fast enough, so hopefully we'll get another shot at it. I do have a few things I'd like to ask about or just comment. I also missed the opportunity to make the public comment about the new financial analyst, Chip. I forget her name, but that was an amazing job for just it was an amazing job anyway, but to have been there 2 weeks, phenomenal. So congratulations on getting a good hire there. I didn't see any funds, Bob, for the 28 project that is probably could possibly go over the budget. I imagine that at some point you're going to probably dovetail that into the 2 to 5 year plan. So we'll just let that one go. I saw that you had ambulance. It was like 1-point-something million for the ambulance and water truck and a couple other vehicles. Is that include the ambulance that you've bought but haven't paid for? And if not, well, even regardless, have you factored into the 2 to 5 year plan the possibility that we at some point we need to bring in not the fire engine and the ambulance that we already bought, but the replacements for the backup fire engines and ambulances, which are also reaching end of life? So that's something that might want to be put in there at some point, probably in the later years, 5 years. And in terms of the vehicles as well, I think we need, I'm involved with Carmel Cares with the water truck, and I'm working with the Friends of Carmel Forest and Justin trying to come up with a way to take care of our young trees, because if we don't water them, they're all going to die. I think we need a water truck sooner, and I would love to have a discussion with you, Bob, maybe in our Friday meetings about how we might be able to help fund that. I don't know how much it's going to cost, but it's probably $100,000 or something, but I'd love to help with that. Carmel Cares would. And along the same vein, I didn't see anything about some kind of a tractor that's more functional for moving sand around on the beach. I know I brought this up at the last Forest and Beach Commission. I would love to also talk to you and the city about how we might be able to figure out what's best and how we could fund that separate from your budget, so that maybe we can do some fundraising. I think in general, aside from all this, I see all this expenditures going into Sunset Center and the library, and I'm running a nonprofit, and we tend, I already mentioned this at a council meeting a while back, when we do something, we tend to own it, and then we help with the maintenance. The city certainly gives us funds for some of the major things we're doing, but I think at some point we might want to consider how do we get the nonprofits that have these buildings that are very expensive to maintain to maybe take a more active role. Again, there are a lot of wealthy people that might want to help us with fundraising, and or some of these organizations already have a lot of money, so we might want to consider that. So let me see, I have one more thing. The trestle bridge was pretty interesting. I obviously have a connection with that with Carmel Care, so I'd love to talk to you about that, Bob. And the beach stairways, can we take a discussion? I don't think it really needs to be a public meeting, but Bob, I'd love to bring that up at our Friday meeting this Friday to get a better understanding of what you're going to do, because clearly it's attached to some of the things that we're involved with, and we have some experience with it. So if we could put that on our agenda with Tom Ford on Friday to talk in more detail about that and how we might be able to help you out. But great job on doing a very detailed discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dale. Ian Martin.
All right. Yeah, I was walking on Scenic Road this morning, and I was delighted to see the quality of the railing, the newer railings, and the joinery that occurred, and the way that the railings were mortised into the posts. I thought that was fantastic, and whoever built those, it was certainly a terrific use of our taxpayer dollars, because they did it with a lot of skill and concern. And I'm not sure how many people notice those railings, but it's a small detail, but it was beautifully done. And I thought that was really great. And I just love to know that the city, who's working for the city, executes those mundane projects like a railing with such care. So thank you.
Well, we brought the wood. Yeah. All right, next one then is Richard Kreidman. Richard, there you go.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Richard.
Thank you. It was muted. So I want to thank you for including the Scout House relocation project in the presentation. But recall that we plan to make money on that project when, after moving it and putting it in place and fixing it up, selling the lot, should be a lot of, several $100,000 left in the city's pocket. So, and if I may speak to the issue of additional revenue sources to cover the shortfall on all these projects, once again, I would recommend that we look at the real property transfer tax, which is a tax that's paid every time real property is sold. Ours is the minimum 1/18th of 1%. Other cities in the state have rates going up to 2.5% for very expensive properties. But at a reasonable 1%, it would bring in about $4 million extra a year. And in the years since it was first proposed, would have covered the police station and more. So please consider that. It's a fair tax. And I can send you, I have documents that I think I sent to the council years ago when this came up, but thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Michael McWalters. Michael, you have the floor. With a mic.
Thank you, Mayor Potter. I want to, timing is everything. Mr. Kreitman just talked about a transfer tax. I wrote to you in January, and actually I think it was December. My letter to the editor in the Pinecone was in the New Year's edition. It was titled Mansion Tax, and it was about Los Angeles has a mansion tax, and it starts in at 4% on homes and properties that are sold at $5 million and up. And it's interesting because in the fourth quarter of 23, there were 4 $10 million transactions in the rectangle. And because we're Carmel-by-the-Sea and we're the greatest meeting of land and sea in the entire world, and we have Mr. Pastor from Monaco putting his stamp of approval. My back of the envelope calculation is that since he's been here, he's invested about $200 million into the village. And he's a very savvy businessman. He's very smart. He's very successful. So we need to look at our village like if we were going to a Stones concert or to a Beatles concert, and we have to have an entry fee. And if those $4 $10 million transactions had a 5% mansion tax, I mean, it sounds like a lot. And for regular folks like us, it is a lot. But for these folks that are coming in here and buying $10 million homes, they might not like it, but they will pay a 5% mansion tax. So on just those 4 $10 million sales, that's $2 million into the coffers. And I'm trying to remember, I think there were 28 sales in the fourth quarter of $4+ million homes. That's like, it's like about $5.5 million if we used. So here's what I would do. 5% on 5 million and up, 4% on 4 million, 3% on 3 million. In fact, when I wrote this letter to you, Councilmember Ferlito wrote back and she said NYC has a 1%. So Mr. Kreitman is spot on with the transfer tax. We just need to make it commensurate with what we have in Carmel-by-the-Sea, because Mr. Harari kept saying, I need funding. We need funding. You know, these folks that bought these $10 million houses, they're going to be paying $100,000 in property tax. Well, CHIP only gets $6,000 of that. $94,000 goes to the Monterey County, and I understand that over 60% of that goes to the schools. But we've got all these folks moving into Carmel-by-the-Sea because we know that it's just incredible. I'm told through the grapevine that there's over 42 centimillionaires in Carmel-by-the-Sea. A centimillionaire, and I think you know this, is an individual with over $100 million in investable assets. So these folks, they're loaded. And they want to come here. They want to live here. They would be willing to pay a premium to be able to do that and help do all of the projects that need to be done, because you come down here and you spend $10 million and you're going to drive down 8th and you're going to have one pothole after the next. So we could take care of all that. We could do a lot we could get a lot of that done. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, I appreciate that. Is there anybody else in the Zoom world wishing to speak tonight?
There are no more hands raised.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, does anybody else in the hall want to make a comment? No? Last call, okay, we'll close the public comment, here, bring it back to council for direction. Council members, questions, there was a bunch of questions, Chip, I think you want to answer those?
Yeah, I can zip through those, Mr. Mayor, I think pretty quickly. We'll get Mr. Toomey the carryover amounts that he asked for. Ms. Hollenbeck asked about the EV and the generator, which again, we've got a generator that powers the EV bikes and cars that we're getting. You know, she talked about consultants, and you know, we this is kind of like a pendulum that goes back and forth a little bit. If we hire staff, we in the long term pay a lot more because we have to pay for insurance and pension, and you know, we kind of own them. And even with staff, we can only have, you know, certain specialties, but they can only do so many projects a year to begin with. So we do fall onto consultants because obviously we can pay them a flat fee, and then when we're done with them, we release them. But again, it's a policy decision on part of council. That said, even when we hire consultants, we still have to have staff to manage the consultants. So anyway, that's a policy discussion for another day. Ms. Witt talked about undergrounding. I think we know where we are with that. And Mr. Byrne actually asked the question about whether we'll have adequate funding to do an area using the Rule 20A funding that we currently have with PG&E, and we're working with an ad hoc committee on that right now. Council members Dramoff and Barron on that one. We're still doing our homework on it. There's no answers yet on that one. The red mark on a tree trunk, yes, is a dead, dying, or diseased tree for Ms. Todd. We appreciate Ms. Lloyd using her Quick Connect with her hose. I think we can probably budget for a hose and leave it down there somewhere for her. Maybe, if we all pitch in a little bit. Again, Mr. Byrne talked about the ambulance. Yes, the ambulance is a carryover. We've already purchased it. And we love the fact that, the backup vehicles. So what happens with our primary vehicles is they become backup vehicles. So they're the backup, the current ambulance will become the backup ambulance, and the current backup ambulance we're going to donate to, I think it's to CERT. We're going to rebrand it and we'll give it to CERT, and they can store their things in it and drive it places and take care of it. Beach tractor and water truck funding, I'm looking forward to that conversation. Thank you so much for Mr. Byrne. Again, Mr. Martin was great. Again, the only thing the city purchased, I think, was the hardware and the very nice redwood. Mr. Byrne found some wonderful old growth redwood, and then Mr. Byrne and his team did all the joinery work and did all the construction on that, so that was a good public-private partnership. You all know that my wife is an assistant city manager in the city of St. Helena, which is a general law city, and they are becoming a charter city for one of the purposes is so that they can raise their real property transfer tax. So again, with council direction, I can work with Mr. Pierik, and that's not an easy process. We don't just snap our fingers and become a charter city overnight. But if that's the council's wish, we can do that. And Mr. Kreitman and Mr. McWalters are exactly correct, which we could raise the real property transfer tax fee within the bounds of state law. Now, I have to tell you, if we do that, the chambers will be filled with realtors that will not be happy with that. So, again, it has to be a very iterative, very public process. So, again, if we go that route. So I think that answers the questions, Mr. Mayor.
The question about the flock camera process, which I thought we went through a public process on.
That was a 5-0 vote.
Yeah.
Oh, Ms. Hollenbeck asked about the flock camera. So it was on the consent agenda. Now, again, what we're doing is Chief Tomasi's been here has it been 100 days, Chief, yet? Oh, it's been 101 days. So we're looking at all of those, and he was in flock class, I think, last week, Chief, and we're looking at all of those, and we do have an ad hoc committee. Mr. Richards and Councilmember Dramoff, I think you're on that committee. So again, we're looking at whether we've got too many or not enough, what the coverage is like. And Flock's homework assignment is to see if whether we can, whether they can get the unipoles out of the public right of way and put the cameras up onto the telephone poles. So how's that, Mayor?
I'm fine. I mean, there was a public process that went involved around the purchase of them.
Yes, sir. Yeah,
No.
yeah. And I'll double check, Ms. Hollenbeck. You quoted a number. It's a multi-year lease. I think it was a 5-year lease, but I'll get you the exact number.
If I recall, I don't mean to butt in, but there was a public process because I know they came and spoke about them, and there was a whole deliberation about them.
After they were installed, probably.
Was it after? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Well, we've kind of halted the process, and again, we're looking at all of them now. So again, Chief Tomasi's been here for 100 days. He's dealing with a bunch of things, but it's on the list of things to do. The other issue that's recently come up is I'm working with a very nice resident who spends half his time here and half his time in Minnesota, John Comer. I think he lives on Mission Street, Mayor. You can tell. You can tell when you leave the village because the pavement condition changes, and it's not for the better. And I don't want to be, I don't want to beat up District 5, but Mr. Comer's been working with the mayor and I about that section of pavement between the city line and the city line and the county that's on Ocean Avenue that's actually in the county. And if you've driven up there, there's some massive, massive potholes. And I think the county who met with Mr. Comer and maybe a member of our staff, that's not budgeted for resurfacing until 2025, I think. So one of the policy questions that you'll have, 2027, even farther out. So one of the policy questions that Mr. Comer and the mayor have asked me to ask the rest of the council is whether we would like to pay for the county segment of the pavement and then work into a reimbursement agreement with the county. Again, nothing you have to decide tonight, but we can start to talk about that. It's probably a $500,000 segment of resurfacing within the county. It is an entrance to our city. It's an important entrance, but again, it's something that's a policy discussion that I think we'd like you to discuss at some point.
It's 1,551 feet. 1,051 feet from the county portion of the road would be about $500,000, which would mean the resurface per foot. I mean, so he believes the county would reimburse us for it. I think that's worth investigating.
Right, and the segment in the city between Forest and Carpenter, it's on either side of Ocean Avenue to the county line is in next fiscal year's budget and draft. Is that a correct statement? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, council members.
Yeah, I'd like to add carp from Carpenter into the city on the county's, my husband gets asked every day at the sports center, when is Carmel going to take care of that part of the road? And he says, well, it's in the county, but everybody thinks it's our responsibility, so it does need attention. But so does the bottom of Ocean Avenue need attention. There's a lot of places that need pavement. That's for sure.
Yeah. If you bring this back, council, I mean, the cost of concrete in comparison to asphalt is 5 times, 8 times more expensive. But again, I do get comments that from people that the concrete streets that we have are part of the design character of the village. All our streets, well, they're first dirt and sand. But then when they were paved at some point in time, they were concrete, but it's extremely expensive and it has steel in it. So when Bob talked about removing the concrete streets, just the demolition work exceeds the cost of repaving with asphalt.
I'd also like to say that I'm very interested in a transfer tax. I think, we don't have industry in this town, but now we have homes that are functioning almost as banks for people. And a lot of money coming into our village that a transfer tax could definitely help us. So I'm very interested in you looking into charter city or what we could do short of becoming a charter city, if there's anything we could do, even if it has to go to a vote of the public, to put in a transfer tax. You pay it once when the transfer takes place. And the city of New York put it into place in 2008 when they were having a recession, and it goes up by percentage based on how much the purchase is. But it's stiff in some cases, but like Mr. McWalter said, on these huge acquisitions, probably a small amount.
One final comment. Mr. Richards pointed out to me in our budget book this afternoon that 27% of our budget expenditures go to capital work. So 27%, and that's about accurate for most cities. Mr. Barron pointed out to me that the city of Monterey, there was an article in the Monterey County Weekly, Mr. Uslar, my contemporary over there, the city of Monterey's budget is well in excess of $100 million, and they spend $20 million. So it's in the same, about 20% of their revenue on capital work. Much bigger city, obviously, a lot more mile lanes and trees and buildings, et cetera. So we're right in the we're consistent with other jurisdictions.
Maybe you could, Chip, maybe you could speak to the fact that we do depreciate our vehicles, and so we do have a budget for vehicles set aside differently.
We do, and so yeah, that's a really good point. And again, I'll be working with Shruba, and Jane's been doing it for a couple of years now. But the way you should be budgeting for vehicle replacement is you should be depreciating a vehicle over the lifetime of it. So again, if you have a $100,000 ambulance and it's good for let's just say 10 years, because I can do the math in public in my head, then we should be putting $10,000 away into the vehicle replacement fund. So at the end of its useful life, we have the cash available. The discipline is that a lot of, not our city, but some cities, they raid that fund for other projects because they don't have the revenue to pay for other things that they need to do.
So the vehicles that we have on target to buy, if I'm correct, we have saved the money through depreciation, so we have a little over $300,000 set aside for vehicles in the future, and that was just good budgeting.
Yes, and we've been doing that not because of when I got here, but that's about when we started doing it, about a decade ago. So the 1995 dump truck, and they're really expensive. At some point, like $1 million fire engine, that is $100,000 a year for a decade, and that's a lot of money to put aside. So, but we've got good discipline. We're doing it just like we increased our savings, our reserve fund from 10%, which was for 103 or 4 years, to 15% a couple years ago under your watch. So good work, Council.
I just wanted to add a comment about staff capacity because I'm concerned about that, as well as the use of consultants as project managers, because it increases the cost. And in fact, the report actually says that the added cost of outside project management is not sustainable in the long term and has contributed, along with inflation, material availability, and construction labor shortages, to higher than estimated project costs. So that's just a concern I have.
I have some comments, if I may. So I agree with Chip that the size of our budget, the size of our capital improvement project budget is in line with what most other communities do. But what I find a little bit unsatisfactory, and we've talked about this, is the lag. And so to Alessandra's point, I would be interested in seeing when the actual budget comes back, Chip, I would be interested in seeing either an allocation for a consultant to manage some of these projects, the bigger projects, or an additional staff person. I'm agnostic. We've had a lot of conversations here about PERS versus overhead versus laying people off and all that, and I'm kind of agnostic, but my policy goal would be that we not allocate money that we continue to do capital improvement project budgets, and we not have to wait $2 million to spend the money, that the community gets the project rather than having it roll over for a couple of years like where we are now. So I think we're getting there post-COVID, but I don't think we're there yet. And so I would like to see that. I have a couple comments on everything else. To your comment about the San Antonio pathway, I would point out that the pathway is also degrading in the non-Carmel side of San Antonio Road, and I'm sure that the Pebble Beach company is going to fix that side, because that's Pebble Beach pathway. It's worse over there, and they have closed it a couple of times over the course of the winter than it is on our side. So perhaps there's some economies of scale in addition to getting some money from them. I don't know what they're going to do engineering wise, but I know Bob has a plan, and maybe they have a plan, and we could work together on that. My comments on the budget are when I think of the priorities of the council and the government, the amount of money, there's a lot of numbers in the sort of current CIP and the next year CIP that have Sunset Center on them. And that, we've heard a lot about the beach stairs and the roads and all that. And honestly, when I heard Bob talking about the stairs, and getting cost estimate of the stairs, I would be interested in seeing the portico money be instead allocated to a contingency to deal with the cost of the stairs. He said 3 stair projects at $300,000 or something like that. And if that's not enough, we're going to be raiding the CIP budget again. They're not designed or anything. And so I would be interested in moving some of that money out of the Sunset Center column, the portico money, not the wall money, not having it collapse, and moving it into the contingencies or the beach stairs or something like that. Let's see, stairway placements. A couple of comments. I was kind of alarmed, as I'm sure everybody up here was, at the increasing cost of the drainage plan updates. That project, we had a long, Bobby and I especially had a long discussion last year about doing some of the shovel work and not just the planning work. And now I'm alarmed that the cost of the shovel work is really going up. And it used to be a $10 million project, and then we resized it for climate change, and it became a $15 or $20 million project. And now I'm seeing this cost go up even more. And I would really be interested in knowing, how much is this all going to cost us in the long run? So, I don't want to do that complicated math in my head about raising the cost of this, figuring out what that total is, and certainly not for this budget season. But I think we should know, kind of what we're looking at. Library master plan, I've been under the impression from talking to the library people that there wasn't going to be a city expenditure of money for the library master plan. And I don't know whether that's accurate or not, but that brings up the conversation that I've had with the board members is I would really like to see the council get an update on the library master plan and what is going on with respect to the fixes that are going on at the library or the proposed fixes that are going on in the library. I feel a little bit like I'm in the dark here, in terms of what staff has agreed to and what the CPLF is doing and all that. It seems like kind of a morass. And I would really like someone to give us a presentation on that and then understand what our financial commitment, what we're getting ourselves into with respect to that $4 million project. You asked for comments on the roads. I know that Dave is wedded, Dave has expressed his weddedness to the concrete, especially the intersection at the bottom of Ocean in San Antonio before. And that intersection is a complete mess. It is a disaster. But I'm afraid that if we don't trade out the concrete for the asphalt, and I say the asphalt because the streets that Bob was talking about in the residential area are asphalt, that if we don't do that, the concrete budget will eat up so much of our street money over the course of the next 4 years that then we'll have messes all over town. And we talked about Bob talks about sliding down the pavement management index all the time. About trying to catch streets before they degrade to the point where they're really just terrible, and pushing off the asphalt for that long gives me a little bit of the willies about sliding down that index. So I would be either interested in trading the concrete for the asphalt, or at least having a longer discussion about what the long-term ramifications are of putting off the asphalt for so long, so that we can get the concrete streets done. And I think that would also allow us the time to have that conversation that you were talking about in terms of whether concrete is integral to the fabric of Carmel and what we should do. Because if they were all concrete at one point, then obviously we've taken up a lot of the concrete and there are only a few left. So I don't really know what the history is. But maybe that's a longer conversation that we should have over the course of the next year, rather than so we can make a better decision on replacing the concrete. If that's what we're going to do to have a more sustainable road system. I mean, if concrete is just way expensive, then that's a policy decision that we should make. And then finally, Bob, you mentioned that you were going to excise the completed projects from now on. Like we were never going to see them. And honestly, I would like to see like one slide of like celebrating the projects that we've done over the course of the past year through this year. So we don't need to talk about it ever again. We don't need, but I would like to see just the list so that, if someone says we haven't done anything, we can say, oh, there's a list of the projects that we've done in the staff report or in the presentation or something like that. So I would ask that you keep that slide in for at least the duration of this year's budget talks. Oh, and also a constituent asked me about something to just think about putting in water stations, like, airports have water stations so people can fill up their water bottles. And we have those. Like, is there a map of those somewhere? So maybe some public visibility into where those are, or something like that. Maybe some sort of outreach with Visit Carmel.
And there are libraries and outside the library, so we can do that.
Okay, I'll go back. Thank you.
Okay, so Jeff, those are your comments. What council's looking for, though, is they're looking for guidance on 6 items here tonight. It's now 8 o'clock. We've got 3 items left tonight. I don't know, do we want to go through those tonight, or do we want to take the suggestion later on to go ahead and move these on? We've still got the we've still got the update on the housing element, which I think is going to generate some conversation. We also have 2 Mills Act projects to go on with. What's the council's direction?
I would love to have us end this meeting and pass this on to another day that we could do it, because this has really been a double meeting and it's getting late. I mean, it's 8 already.
I mean, it's fairly extensive what the requests are. I mean, it's acceptance of the 15-year capital program, consider canceling or modifying 4 projects, carry over 14 projects, potential projects.
Oh, you're talking about,
it's really involved.
You're talking about answering the questions on
Club number 6.
Last page.
Last page. I think it's fairly extensive. So
I kind of want to push through, but, because I don't like getting backed up on too many things. That's just my opinion, but, I understand it is a long meeting, and if people are losing their focus, I don't want that to happen either. But, you're talking to a guy that works 14-hour days, so it's not a problem for me.
Well, what's the council's direction? I'd rather continue it, honestly. But
I'm fine.
I guess my concern is that when are we going to do it? Like, to Bobby's point, it's just like, we're going to put it off and then we're just going to have the same issue next month.
It'd be the middle of April before you could all get back together, because we cannot put it on the April agenda. It's too full. There's appeals on there, and
we just went over April's agenda today. It's pretty tight.
In fact, we've moved some orders of council to Monday because it's so full.
I mean, we've had meetings before. I'm not proud of this, but I know I've sat in meetings till 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock at night. Those were tough, but we have done it.
Well, I'm going to move the continuance.
So if, again, if you continue it to the middle of April, we can still catch the May consistency determination as required by state law in May with the Planning Commission. And as long as there are no changes when we come back in June for budget adoption, we could be okay. But it's up to you, council.
Well, man, shit, I don't know.
I think, so how much, I guess my question would be, how much of the rest of the agenda are we going to get through tonight? All of it?
Can we pick off a couple?
No.
Of these questions or the rest of the agenda? The rest of the council agenda.
Yeah, we're going to do the rest of the council agenda. Then we got to do the housing element update, and we got to do the.
Well, the housing element update's pretty time sensitive because we're
absolutely.
We're a little bit on a clock for that.
That's going to take some time.
Yep.
And then I see Pierre out there, waiting for his Mills Act, waiting for his Mills Act contract that he's waiting for.
And then 2 people overseas waiting for their Mills Act.
Yeah.
Could I just suggest that
we have a time commitment with the housing element that we need to meet.
Well, so what she's saying is, let's go ahead then and continue this item. We'll get to the housing element.
Is it possible to answer these questions on the CIP on a Monday meeting when we have a special meeting on Monday? Because those are usually shorter council meetings.
That's what I was saying. We had to move orders of business to Monday because the Tuesday meeting in April is so full.
Yeah.
But
So
the
we've got
Monday's not that jammed.
It was pretty jammed, sir. I mean, I'm happy to try to do it, but I feel you're gonna have 2 late night meetings on Monday and Tuesday then. And we may have closed session as well on Monday.
What about, you know, what about Tuesday, the 26th of March?
I'm 3 days after surgery. I don't know. It might be okay.
Never mind.
It might be okay.
Never mind.
It's a little dopey, but that's okay. That's fine. Stop me.
In the time that we've been talking about it, we probably could have done,
So you get home on the 24th, Mr. Barron?
I get home on
Mr.
Sunday
Richards
with
get
one
home on the
day.
25th.
I'm home.
Yeah.
And the mayor will be 5 days out of surgery.
Be okay. Let's do it.
Let's do March 26th at 4:30?
4:30.
4:30. Thank you, council.
Okay. Okay, so do you want a motion to move this approval? You want a motion? to
Yes,
move?
please.
Okay, so I'd entertain a motion to move this meeting then to the balance, for the balance of this item, the CIP discussion to go to
just
March
this one
25th.
item.
Just this
Yep,
one
just
item.
one item.
Yeah. We won't let anything else on
Motion, do we have a second?
Second,
Roll call.
Councilmember Barron?
yes.
Councilmember Jerema?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, let's move on then to,
I was just gonna send you a waterfall. Yeah.
Brandon will lead in on this one, Mr. Mayor.
yeah, we're gonna wait for Karen to come back, don't you think?
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, we probably should. You're right.
Right? Oh, we gotta wait for,
You got a minute.
sorry.
Bio break.
We got snacks?
Why'd you put the heat on?
Walnuts.
Here she comes. Maybe not.
Brandon told me one today, a joke.
Oh, yeah.
Are you gonna need more water?
Tell the microphone.
Maybe just a tiny bit. That's all.
Let's see, and then
Thanks.
we'll.
Oh, that's plenty. Oh, thanks. Yeah, that's-
There you go.
Maybe not.
No, let her go.
No.
Okay. Ms. Ferlito, Councilwoman Ferlito is back in the House. We're going to go ahead and continue the meeting now. We'll move on to receive the update on the 6th cycle housing element 2023/2031, second draft mid-review comments from the State Department of Housing and Community Development. Brandon, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'll be brief because I'm really just here to introduce Marnie. I want to thank her. I want to thank Catherine Wallace. I want to thank the ad hoc committee made up of council members Richards and Ferlito. And also thank the community. This has been a long project. The ad hoc committee was stood up in October of 22. We've had a lot of community involvement, a lot of community input. I think it's been a really great model of how to get the community involved in a large project like this. So I want to thank everyone for that. We're here tonight to provide the council with an update on how we're responding to the state's comment letter. The goal is obviously to get a housing element adopted by mid-April to meet that deadline, which really ultimately allows us to retain as much local control as possible through a process like this. You know, what you've started to see articles around the state of the cities that have not met that deadline, and there has already begun enforcement of cities losing their permitting authority. So we feel like we're in a good place. We're here to share with you tonight how we're responding to the state and really to bring you along with that and get your blessing on the responses. We're not looking for any formal votes on the housing element tonight itself. This is not a adoption hearing or anything like that. This is more of an update and to get your blessing on where we're going with that. So with that, I'm happy to turn it over to Marnie Waffle, who will tell you everything you want to ever know about our housing element.
Marnie, welcome.
Thank you. So I'm going to start with just a couple background slides, just as a refresher. So the housing element is on an 8-year cycle. The 6th cycle planning period started on December 31st of 2023, and it goes through December 31st of 2031. We are planning for 349 additional housing units during this planning cycle. The due date was December 15th, 2023, which has passed, but there is a 120-day grace period, which ends on April 15th, and we are still tracking to try and get a certified housing element by that date. So a review timeline, we submitted our first draft of the housing element on August 3rd. HCD has graciously given us the benefit of mid-review comments. So the first review was 90 days, and at the 45-day mark, they met with us. They gave us some preliminary comments on our first draft, gave us an opportunity to respond to those comments and resubmit a revised first draft before they issued their 90-day letter, which we received on November 1st. So we're in that second round of review right now. We submitted our second draft on January 24th, and the review period is 60 days for the second review. We did our mid-review on February 6th, got some comments from HCD, and what is before you this evening is a revised second draft in response to those comments. HCD will issue their formal review letter on March 24th, and we're optimistic that it will be a letter that says we are in substantial compliance with state law, and once the council adopts the document, we can get certified. All of these documents are available on our website, homecarmel-by-the-sea.com. And then just a quick update on the environmental review. So we do need to, under the California Environmental Quality Act, do a environmental review of the housing element. We have released the initial study that occurred on February 23rd. We're in the middle of a public comment period, which will end on March 25th. And that environmental document will come before the council with the housing element when it's ready to be adopted, which we are hoping will be on April 2nd. And again, that document is also on our website if anyone wants to take a look at it. So with respect to the revised second draft, we do have a clean version as well as a track changes version. It starts to get a little tricky at this stage because we've already had one draft with track changes. So we've distinguished the current revisions with this kind of blue highlighting. So I just wanted to call attention to that. Where you see unhighlighted track changes, those were changes that we made to the first draft, and the highlights are the current changes that are proposed to go back to the state. On the right-hand side, you just see a clip from our website of where those documents are posted. So as we have done throughout this process, we have prepared a reader's guide. This is really intended to kind of summarize the changes that are being made. It allows you to identify maybe certain issues that are more important to you, and then go straight to those within the document. So this reader's guide is dated March 5th. It is attachment 1 to the staff report. Again, it's also posted on our website. We've provided key project dates, so we keep updating that each time We release a new reader's guide. And again, it's a very high-level overview of the revisions to the document. And so I've summarized them in these 4 bullets. The first being more robust follow-up actions, some new programs that have been added, other miscellaneous revisions, and then in our appendices, there's some additional analysis to support our programs. So with regards to the follow-up actions, the first one has to do with city-owned sites, which we've gotten quite a bit of feedback on. So these include Sunset Center, North and South parking lots, as well as Vista Lobos. So we identified these 3 sites as potential housing sites in early 2023. Following that, we had 4 public community meetings with the Housing Ad Hoc Committee, as well as 3 meetings with the City Council. These sites were included in the draft housing element that we brought to the council on August 1st. And, you know, we've identified these sites in part 1 because the city owns them. We have control over what happens on them. And 2, it helps us reach that housing target of 349 units, specifically in the lower income categories. So the housing element is a policy document. I think some concerns have been raised about how the document is revised or amended, but this really, it's a part of the general plan, and it can only be done through a public process with adoption by the City Council. So there aren't any revisions or amendments that are done at a staff level. It's all done through the council. As part of this second draft revisions, one of the comments we got back from HCD was that we needed to include more specific and measurable actions to further our programs. And an example is the necessary steps for the entitlement and issuance of building permits for the Sunset Center sites. So you'll see more robust follow-up actions regarding those 2 sites in this revised version. And then again, just a reminder, you know, local control is important. It's been a topic of discussion throughout this process, and we do firmly believe that getting a certified housing element that complies with state law is what preserves our local control over permitting. Also, some concerns were raised regarding the Surplus Land Act. Again, this was another comment that came from HCD, where they were asking us to acknowledge that we were aware of the Surplus Land Act and that we would comply with it with our city-owned sites. So all public property is subject to the Surplus Land Act, and all local agencies are required to comply with it when disposing of public property. However, with respect to Sunset Center, there's been no discussion or commitment to sell any of the city-owned sites that we've identified as potential housing opportunities. We've also not made any commitments that we're going to declare these sites as surplus property. So it's not our intent to, relinquish these sites. Also, the act does not require that we offer the property at below market rates. So should the council at some point decide that you do want to declare it as surplus property, the act does not require that you offer it at a below market rate. The terms of any lease agreement that the city council may enter into, again, those terms are reviewed and approved at the council level. And then just kind of concluding, the HCD requires that we comply with all state laws. And so asking us to comply with the Surplus Land Act is really not any different than just saying, we want you, to make sure that you're complying with all applicable laws. And then sort of the third slide here on the city-owned sites, again, public parking, it is not our intent to eliminate any public parking. The goal is to incorporate that parking into a future housing project. That parking is very valuable to the community. We recognize that, and it, you know, our intent is to preserve it. Some of the follow-up actions include issuing a request for proposals for these sites. This certainly will be done through the public process. The target dates that we've identified in this revised draft are estimates only. It's a very aggressive timeline, but this is due in part to ensure that if by mid-cycle, so 4 years in, if we're not progressing the way that we should towards a project, we can pivot and take some alternative actions at that stage. And then just a reminder, annual reporting is required. Each year we'll be coming before the council with an annual report that explains what actions we have taken to achieve our program outcomes. And that's really an opportunity for us to also kind of communicate back to HCD what we've done, any issues we've encountered, and whether we need to, you know, pivot at all. So moving into just some of the other highlights, I did summarize these in the staff report, and I'm probably going to only touch on a few of them, but I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any on others. But program 1.1.D, allow a religious institution affiliated housing development. You know, this is another sort of outgrowth of state law where local jurisdictions are required to allow religious institutions to develop housing on their properties without the requirement to replace the parking. So we, again, in this revision, we're just adding more robust actions on what we're going to do to ensure that this program is successful. With respect to the overnight visitor accommodation, development of transfer rights, we're committing to doing some additional outreach, possibly on an annual basis, in order for this program to be successful. Eliminating unnecessary use permits will be a zoning code amendment, and this will help facilitate streamlining of development projects. Program 2.4.A, housing rehabilitation. This is just additional monitoring and outreach on properties that we identify that need rehabilitation. And then density bonus really is just clarifying our existing regulations. So not a whole lot new in this section, just a lot more clarification on what actions the city will take over the next 8 years. There are some new programs that did come out of this review, and so I do want to touch on these because these are not items that you have seen before. So the first new program is partnering with Carmel Foundation to develop affordable housing. And of course, we're happy to work with them. They've been very successful with their existing affordable housing units. And the follow-up action here is, if the Carmel Foundation doesn't have a project, by mid-planning cycle, so 4 years in, we might pivot and look at, incorporating some additional units into a city-owned site in order to remain within our RENA allocation. The next one is the Forest and Beach Commission required findings. So oftentimes findings can be vague and very subjective, which could lengthen review processes. So the state is looking for us to look at our findings for tree removals and try to remove any kind of ambiguity that might be constraining development. The next new program is housing mobility. And this just really summarizes a variety of different types of housing to accommodate different situations. There's a reference back to the religious institution type of housing, the pre-approved ADU plans, which was in our prior draft. Also looking at potentially reduced permit fees for ADUs. And then a new topic would be adopting a local universal design ordinance. And then there's a program specifically dedicated for that. And this is really just incorporating accessible design features that go beyond the minimum requirements of the building code. Family-friendly housing. So this program just acknowledges that there are households of different types and sizes, and this one focuses on multi-generational households and providing larger units for larger family sizes. So one of the goals of the housing element is to have a diversity of housing types for all people. The last new program is farm worker housing. There's been much discussion with HCD about this because of our proximity to agricultural land, but not having any ag land within our city boundaries. So where we've landed on this one is we will support Monterey County's efforts to educate the public on resources available to agricultural workers. All right, so some other changes. Senate Bill 423 was passed, so we had to modify one of our programs to align with that. Previously, SB 35 did not apply to coastal cities. Now it does, so we just made some adjustments to that program language. With regards to mixed-use affordable housing, HCD asked us to provide a list of affordable housing organizations. So these are folks that we will likely be sending out an RFP to or doing some outreach and education with over the next 8 years. Regarding the program for expedited processing procedures, we did discuss story polls previously. The state was asking us to eliminate them. They're still asking us to eliminate them. So what we've done is we've added some language to evaluate alternatives. So not a full commitment to get rid of them, but to look for other potential opportunities to achieve the same goals of evaluating massing and view impacts. So next steps. So right now we're in a 7-day public review period. It goes from March 1st through March 7th. So you can send in any public comments on these revisions. And we will review and consider those before resubmitting the document to the state. We're also accepting public comments right now on the environmental document, and that comment period closes on March 25th. We do hope to submit the second draft, the second revised second draft to HCD on March 8th. Their 60-day review will be completed by March 24th. So the sooner we get them the revised document, they can take a look at our changes, and hopefully we can get that ready to certify letter on or about March 24th. We are tentatively planning to adopt the housing element on April 2nd. Again, assuming we get that ready to certify letter, which will allow us to submit to HCD before the end of the grace period. It does take them about 2 weeks to do the final certification. And then we will submit to the Coastal Commission for our local coastal plan amendment. In the event that we haven't fully addressed all of HCD's comments and we receive another letter, there will be another round, another 60-day review. So we would go through this process, hopefully just one more time, but hopefully not at all. And so that is the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Marnie, I've got a question here. I appreciate you taking on this issue about the Surplus Land Act, but I'm wondering in 11B here, where it says, it sticks out a very firm timeline for when these things are going to happen. Request for proposal fall of 2024. When are this developer online by 2024, fall of 2025? Project approved and entitled by winter 2026. Are you saying those dates are not going to be cast in stone? It also seems to me that it's in conflict with one new programs, 1111E, which it says city partnership with the Carmel Foundation if by June of 2027 building permits have not been issued by the city, commits to absorbing the 21 units on city-owned sites. So it seems to me one's getting out ahead of the other. You know what I mean?
I do, actually. I know exactly what you mean. And again, this is a very aggressive timeline. I wouldn't say it's cast in stone, but it is something for us to work towards. It gives us some milestones. But there are a couple of those overlaps where, if we did go through this entire process on Sunset Center North parking lot, then maybe the South parking lot might have to absorb those 21 units. Also, we have a program to develop objective design and development standards, and that has its own timeline, which doesn't exactly coincide with this. So
it seems to me, though, that we're going ahead and forcing the units into the Sunset lot before we exhaust any other alternatives. I only went to 1111E because of that. It's just very specifically to the Carmel Foundation project.
Yeah, so I mean, at any time during this planning cycle, we can identify other sites. So if we don't want to put 21 units on the Sunset Center site, we can talk about, well, do we want to look at the post office parking lot or another city-owned property? That would be an option as well. Even if a private development came forward, as long as we have enough sites to meet our RHNA throughout the cycle, things can be shifted around.
Well, I'll keep that question as a question, not an opinion. So, are there any other questions?
I have. Can you explain, Marnie, a little bit? I think that there's some scuttlebutt, or there's some people are not quite understanding what surplus land is for the city of Carmel. Maybe you could kind of highlight that. Is the Sunset Center North lot considered surplus land for us right now?
I would say no, it's not. It's an active and viable, parking lot.
It's used. It's not surplus land. Would be by nature of the word land that we're not using.
Correct.
So a parking lot of any kind in the city of Carmel that is a public parking lot is not surplus land.
Correct. And the council is the one that makes the decision whether or not to declare it.
Right. So
as
what they're
surplus.
saying is, if we decide that these parking lots, we don't need them anymore because everybody is in no cars in Carmel, then we could deem it surplus. And if we deemed it surplus, then we would have to abide by the new rules.
Correct.
So we do not have any surplus land currently that is a parking lot.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's nothing in the housing element that says we are going to declare the city-owned sites as surplus property.
I think there's just some confusion running around, so I'm trying to clear that up. That these parking lots are not surplus land. They're not deemed surplus land. They would have to be absolutely not used as parking lots, and the city council would have to deem them surplus land.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I don't see. I'll open it up for public comment. Marnie, thank you very much. I'm sure you're available for questions. Hello.
Good evening. Nancy Toomey here. On behalf of the CRA Board, we want to extend our appreciation and thanks to the significant amount of work that Marnie and the rest of the crew have done on this housing element. It's yeoman's work and then some. All of these efforts have been made to ensure our village has an approved housing element, which is a critical goal. We all nod on that one. As not everyone is aware, approved housing element helps us assure that the charm and character of our village is not harmed by projects under the builder's remedy model or others that can come to bear and have been coming to bear to other cities around the state. However, since the November 1 official HCD feedback on our housing element draft, there has been scarce public deep dives into the letter, positioned as insignificant in meetings, yet tedious. I mean, we get that there's a lot of deep dives that has to occur, but they were positioned as insignificant. In re-reviewing this letter, we find that the city-owned sites were called out as replaceable with alternative sites. Or, if we left them in our document, that we must provide more specifics, as Marnie and crew have done, on how we can deliver affordable housing on these locations. The RFP specifics and timelines have dramatically increased in the January and now March drafts, again without critical public discussion. It is our understanding that once finalized, it will be difficult, if not impossible, to prevent building on these sites as documented if you approve the current draft. With the significant local value in our scarce and historic city-owned properties, specifically Vista Lobos and Sunset Center North and South lots, the CRA Board asks that these sites should be replaced with alternative sites that the team has mentioned that they have reserved if needed in our next submission to Sacramento HCD. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Nancy. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Is there still this thing? Thanks, Brandon. Hi. Good to see you, Paul.
Oh, my God.
Oh, break it down. I'm getting dizzy.
I'm getting scared.
Close your eyes. It's going to get crazy for a second.
Actually, I could pass out the view. Thank you, Brandon. Thanks. So you all know me, but you might not know that I used to run the Bronx Homeless Housing Division in New York City. So I'm really a true believer in housing.
But for the public who doesn't know you, you are Victoria Beach,
They don't?
right?
I thought
Yeah.
Victoria Beach. I used to be on the council. As a true believer, I could not be more proud of how the staff and the ad hoc committee has how good they've made us look as a community by exceeding, let's face it, all expectations for Carmel. And then at the January council meeting, the staff gave us more good news that by counting on the 6 cycle units as of July of last year, we have already 49 units in the pipeline that count toward our 349, which means, as they declared, 300 to go. And that when we pegged the minimum density to 33 dwelling units per acre, we actually yielded another 302 units. So with just those 2 items alone, not to mention all the stuff that Marnie has explained to us today, we're over the required numbers. Plus, and one of those, that church program is, always fast-tracked by the state, very flexible. And I also know we're all committed to meeting our deadlines with this fantastic work, and that staff wants to submit in 3 days. However, something new, in my view, has just come up that may endanger this plan and the timeline. The draft element we are looking at today has never before been discussed in a public meeting. Yet it contains this enormous change that you all have already helped us understand a little bit better. And I don't believe that this change
actually would have the support of the community. So if you look at the handout there, everything above the line, we have sort of the less controversial language that we've been discussing, starting with the existing housing element that we're revised the 5th cycle, then the submission that went through a 5-meeting public process for August 3rd, and then the November response from the state that suggested that we remove these public lands from our list because they might be tough to develop and unlikely to be developed, which we clarified just now. They might be unlikely. So we've gone from the less controversial above the line to the quite controversial language of below the line, where the city is committed to making these properties available. Now, maybe that needs to be tweaked, and we've been told we're not committed to that, but it sounds to me when we read it that we are committed to it, and not only we're going above the line from 50 affordable units across 3 sites to nearly 150 almost entirely low-income units across 2 sites. And by the way, we all know the state frowns, as does most good practice, on warehousing, what they used to call warehousing the poor. We've gone from years of considering housing as part of overall planning goals for these sites, including many professionally facilitated workshops, perhaps prior to some of the staff that's here now, to an abrupt end to that general public workshopping process and the loss, therefore, of local planning control for those sites. We've gone from language that we've all agreed on as a community and as a council to an impossible promise that is implied, at least, that this council will, in fact, without possibly public support, produce a future majority to surplus plus this land. I haven't done it yet. You're absolutely right. So the public process had really been terrific. I mean, 5 meetings, wonderful meetings, before even the first draft on August 3rd. And we likely would have caught this controversial edit had that process persisted apace. And I think we're risking a lot by submitting a new and unvetted program. We're risking that the state will catch the contradiction of promising future action that cannot actually be promised by the council. We're risking that the state will perceive that the process has deviated here in the last hours from a genuine public discussion to the bare minimum. We're risking that the public itself may take action against this sort of abrupt exclusion from the tradition that we have of planning the uses of our own land. We have made so much wonderful progress. We have met our numbers. We have integrated our new neighbors seamlessly into our city fabric as the state prefers. We might call that the Devendorf plan. It's so sustainable and timeless. If staff or ad hoc committee feels we have not proven our commitment enough to that gold standard, that Devendorf plan, we should quickly bolster those aspects of it. But we must remove this new, unvetted, controversial item as the state suggested that we do in November, and turn this thing in on time and not risk further controversy and delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
So I have some questions.
You are. Just for the record.
The Red Cross building that was bought by the Carmel Foundation, are they planning to do housing as they've done on the other sites?
We'll take these questions under submission.
Pardon me?
Go ahead and ask your questions. We'll answer them at the end.
Oh, okay. Then the Carmel Foundation has built so many wonderful units for seniors. Is there no way to go back and justify or get that into what we've already, from the past, to move that forward? That was my second question. So from what I'm hearing, the church parking lot and Bruno's parking lot and the Red Cross parking lot, which don't belong to us, so that's off the table now. Those are not in consideration of this plan. It's only the city-owned land. Is that correct?
We'll answer the question when we get there.
Okay. The ADUs that are being made available to people, I don't understand how they could be put in with the housing when you can't make those people rent them out at low-cost housing. How is that part of How does that element integrate into this plan? Another question I have, which as I took a walk the other day, I realized there are quite a few parks in Carmel-by-the-Sea. So is that surplus land, or does that fall into surplus land, or is that land that's available to build on? The question about density, so she read something and she said the density bonus density is not going to change. Then all of a sudden I see, can't read my own writing, established minimum density. Well, what does that mean? If we're keeping density and then we're establishing minimum density, what is that? How do you explain that? How can the parking stay the same if you're taking parking lots and you're putting buildings on these parking lots, and the people that are going to have housing for these apartments or housing, whatever you want to call them, they have cars. So how are we keeping our parking? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. For the record, that was Andy Carr, I believe.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for hanging in there during this really long meeting. This housing element plan is very upsetting to me. I think you know that I feel that way. It will forever change our carefully planned and protected village character, taking away parking and green spaces. I believe we should say that we're turning this in under duress, because that's the truth. Our town would never have agreed to this if we were not having unreasonable pressure by the state. We are jumping through all of their hoops just to try to retain some shred of local control. And I think if we put that on there, we would have recourse, maybe, if we said we're signing under duress. What do you think about that, Mr. Pierrick?
I think the mayor has said that we wait until the end for answers.
Okay, well, thank you.
Is there anybody else in the room?
Hi, I'm Christy Ramers. I have two concerns regarding the change of our Sunset Center and Vista Lobos sites from sounding more like they might be a possible housing site to achieve the housing requirements, which is what we heard and saw in November notes and draft, to what it is since the January draft, which is a commitment to the state to build on these sites along with the dates of our commitment, like picking a developer by next fall. My first concern coincides with the state's requirement that we have a robust public process as the drafts are looked at and rewritten. We had some great town hall meetings through last summer, but since then, only parts of the document were discussed within our otherwise very busy city council meetings. Committing our Sunset Center lots in Vista Lobos is such an incredibly controversial topic and was not given any real public discussion before making the decision to move forward with allowing plans for building. Yes, we have a deadline, but these lands are important to our community. With them on the committed list, I believe we have less control on what happens to them. As opposed to being off the list, we can propose a project in the future, but there would not be a strict timeline nor a restriction on how we use or build out the property, if at all. Personally, I'm not fully against building something in the north lot, but it doesn't have to be a giant housing block. And I believe the south lot should remain preserved, including the historic buildings that are on that land. There's also the concern that if this passes through as it is, without real public discussion, and the public is upset after submittal, then there's a risk to the plan. Secondly, we have to ask ourselves what social justice means to our Carmel community. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is a big reason why the state is mandating the housing within the cities. Is it being inclusive and welcoming to put a 50-unit housing block of affordable housing in one place? Or is inclusivity putting our housing dispersed within our community or in smaller pockets, like how the Carmel Foundation has their housing? Are we making marginalized people feel more marginalized? Yes, the state is mandating this housing, but they are empowering us to create a plan that works for who we are and who we want to be. Devendorf's plan for Carmel was building housing above shops in the downtown. Not only would this be more inclusive, but it would keep our open space, something that is very important to our general plan. I think in lieu of pushing through a controversial decision of building out public land, we double down and strengthen the incentives to property owners to build within the forest as ADUs and above storefronts. I know there are so many moving wheels to get this approved with the state, but something like this, to build out our public land, is such an enormous decision that not many residents are fully aware of. If we are going to keep this leasing of our public land on the table, then I request we have a good workshop on it so that the public can weigh in on this big decision before the April 15th due date. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate it. Is there anybody that's in the room wishing to speak tonight?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Appreciate what you're doing here tonight, especially on election night. I am a 35-year resident of Carmel. I'm a sociologist. I'm going to talk to you about sociology a little bit. I'm also a committed YIMBY. I really do believe that we need housing in our backyard. And I do believe that I want to give credit to the council and to the staff for having, gotten ahead of this and really turned Carmel into, shown that this wealthy community believes that housing, firefighters and teachers and police officers in our community is what we want, and that we can do it. In that spirit, I'd like to point out the one flaw in the current plan that's before you, and it's a big flaw. Parts of your plan concentrate affordable housing on larger public parcels. Note that 149 units for a small community like Carmel in just 2 sites is about the equivalent of an Embassy Suites for Seaside, for example. What we know from experience, and this is when I'm going to have to turn my sociology hat, put my sociology hat on, is that concentrating affordable housing equates to warehousing people. It's the exact opposite of what the state wants. It's the exact opposite of what Carmel needs. It's also going to make it much less likely that our plan gets the support of the state and the approval of the state. That's because the state knows that it's much more difficult for such developments to get built. Carmel is a picture-perfect place for dispersed development. Everything is dispersed and small scale. We have small lots, we have dispersed housing, and dispersed lodging. The state has asked us to integrate our housing into the community in the same way. That is what we can do and what we must do. I urge you to eliminate all concentrated sites from this proposal. Previous staff reports have already indicated that we exceed the required numbers. And if that's not the case, then we can fix that in a dispersed fashion with a full public process. Only a dispersed plan will ensure state approval, and it's actually, more importantly, will achieve the result that we want, which is housing people, our workforce that we want to have here in the village. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Is there anybody else wishing to testify in the room? We'll go to Zoom world then. I think we've got Michael McWalters, you have your hand up, followed by Ian Martin. Michael? Michael?
Michael, go ahead and...
Thank you, Mayor Potter. The Soc professor, I was a Soc major at Cal, so I 200% agree with everything he just said. When I read the documents, I got the impression, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it came to me like the state says those parking lots are going to be for affordable housing. And that's just how it is. And I thought, oh my goodness. And so I did a little research, and we're supposed to have hearings. There's supposed to be hearings and legitimate factual findings made And I know Marnie said that we haven't declared them surplus lands, but my takeaway from the state documents is these are surplus lands. And so being a good Cal Berkeley alumna, we got to resist. We got to figure out a way to slow walk this. And I know that we have a hard date here of March the 8th, but what the professor said is spot on. We need all of these 349 in the village. And the term warehousing, let's face it, these folks don't want to have everyone looking at them. It's not going to be a good look for them to be all up there in the north lot and in the south lot and on Vista Lobos. So, and we need those parking lots, by the way. And if we can figure out a way to have all that parking somewhere else that's convenient, then maybe we can talk about that. But that parking is so invaluable. It's more than valuable. It's invaluable. And parking, I've been hearing it for the last 4 years. Not every city council meeting, but more often than not, they're saying we have a parking problem. We have to fix it. We need parking meters. We need to improve the parking. This would this would impact the businesses in the commercial district. If the people coming to town didn't have a place to park, they leave. So there's huge ramifications. And so my last comment is let's slow walk this, because we have a bunch of hearings to do. Everybody needs to have a voice and a place at the table to say whatever it is they want to say about what their feelings are about taking these lots and turning them into affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And for those who want to know, the previous speaker who gave us the academic credentials was Vince Kohler, I believe. Vince, thank you. Okay, next speaker is Ian Martin.
Good evening, everybody. Bobby, I would like it if you could restate that thing you said earlier, that in the event that the city were to declare those parking lots surplus land, only then would they be, put forward for development. Because right now the document does not read that way. So if you could just restate that and then make sure that those edits go in, because when I read this document, it sounds like those lots will be developed by the city. And so that's a little thing I just wanted to say, but by and large, I think I just want to express my appreciation for you, Bobby, and for Karen Ferlito and for staff for the tremendous amount of hard work and effort that you've obviously put into this housing element. And I'll also add that the work product by this consultant is excellent and stands head and shoulders above the other work products I've seen from other consultancies. I mean, the city was dealt a very challenging hand, and I think the cards have been very well played here. A couple of small things I think that I would like to see you also adopt. Since we're talking about publicly owned land, specifically those parking lots, I'd like to see the sentence partnering with an affordable housing developer to specifically say a non-profit affordable housing developer with a demonstrated track record of building affordable housing in California. All right, the developer chosen shall be an experienced nonprofit, needs to really be spelled out. And that's on page C23 at the top of the second paragraph. And at the top of that same page where it says establish an RFP process to solicit developers, I'd also like to see as well as establish a process to solicit community input. So anyway, Bobby and Karen and everybody, thanks again for your hard work. And Bobby, if you could restate that, and then got to make sure that that's stated in the document, because again, right now it sounds like the city will develop those properties. And thanks again for all the hard work that's been put into this daunting task.
Thank you, Ian, for your input. Appreciate it. Is there anybody else wishing to speak from Zoom World? Carol Hall.
Or Mr. Kreitman was first.
Well, Richard, I'm sorry, you were next, then Carol.
Hello. Yes, thanks. A tremendous amount of work has gone into this. And to say we should slow walk it or put it off, we have deadlines. We're dancing a dance with the state. We're fulfilling bureaucratic and administrative requirements. We're trying to avoid this calamitous result of what is it called? Contracts should be able to do whatever they want. So we have to follow the procedure, and I agree with Ian. Our consultants are doing an excellent job of keeping us ahead of this. And so I want to say that, and I haven't read the whole document. Is water included? And the reason I say that is we don't know when, and if ever, but when we will have water available. So can we issue requests for proposal for real projects when there's no water available and there's no indication that it would be available? Who knows? 5 years, whichever, whether it's the desal plant or expanding the pure water, we have years to go. So can we even fulfill these requirements? Or maybe you can issue the RFPs contingent upon later water. So that's, and how are the other communities on the Monterey Peninsula who are in the same situation dealing with that? Does the UCD, do they even care about the water situation here? Is it even involved in the documents? And also about dispersing the development. Where in Carmel-by-the-Sea do you expect to, there are a few sites downtown not publicly owned that could handle some, but if not in the Sunset parking lots and, well, Vista Lobos, but that's where we want to put the police station, maybe the old police site could be developed for housing, but where would you disperse it? Take down private homes to build dense housing? There are no spaces in Carmel to disperse it to. About the parking, the whole idea has always been, for the Sunset Center North lot, was probably two floors of underground parking and the housing, and there were some other ideas for a museum or whatever, but on top. But you don't lose the parking. You build the parking under, and then you build the housing over it. And one other thing, and I'm not being facetious about this, but at our home, we have 2 units that were grandfathered, we're told, when we bought it. A room and bath that was the housekeeper's unit, and a apartment down below, a complete 1-bedroom apartment below the main, and we use that for friends and family and rent it once in a while by the month. They're not listed, and I'm sure there are probably dozens of similar ADUs already in place in Carmel-by-the-Sea.
Richard, if you summarize, I'd appreciate it.
Well, the last thing, can we count those? Can I add my 2 and say, oh, we're down 2, we took care of it, by simply registering them as available housing? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Richard, appreciate it. All right, Carol Hall.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Stepping back a little bit, granted, after we get our approval from the state, this is really about lack of local control and kind of a slap to our capitalistic approach in this country, and could potentially ruin our village. This whole state mandates, especially in the next cycle. So we may be able to pull off the 349 at some point, but what about in 8 years? How many more are they going to require of us? And I think that we need to think about how we can get around this rather than complying completely with it. For instance, the water situation that Richard brought up, does this supersede the water situation? I mean, isn't that just a stop right there in what we can do? And shouldn't we be asking the state, what about our water problems? Those are mandated by the state too. And that we can't take from the Carmel River. Also, the threat of the builder's remedy is really a serious problem for us here in Carmel. This village is precious, and I think we should be putting out to the world that it is under threat by our state. Our Neighborhood Voices is trying to do something with a bill, but that's not till 2026. That may still be in time, I don't know. And can we think about a historic district, making Carmel historic completely, so that we wouldn't be under the mandates that they are coming up with from the state? So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. I appreciate it. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight? Zoom-wise? I don't see anybody. I'm going to close the Zoom world. Is there anybody in the call here who wants to speak? All right, we'll bring it back to council then. Chip, do you have answers?
Yeah, I can blast some questions. Marnie, you want me to start, and then when I mess them up, you can correct me. Ms. Carr asked about Red Cross housing at the new site. I'm sorry, Foundation housing at the new site they just purchased, and there's no housing on the property currently, but they have talked to us about adding some units about where they used to store the ambulance above the garage, or in the second story. They've not done anything on that yet. Mr. Kreitman and Ms. Carr asked about existing old units, but there's no credit for those, unfortunately, although as Mr. Swanson and Ms. Waffle will tell you, we are down from that 349, and I think Marnie talked about that. So we have gotten some credits for the ones that are constructed most recently. Private parking lots are in the mix, in the draft. Ms. Carr asked about ADUs. ADUs are not required to be affordable, so they can meet some of the higher income unit allowances that we have built into the draft housing element. Parks are not surplus land. Ms. Carr asked about that as well. And parking for housing, she asked about again. In some instances, for example, the post-tension slab over the site that the foundation owns is parking underneath, but the residents don't park in it unless they rent a separate parking space. So it could be a combination of not allowing some people, if there was a housing development, to provide to have a car on the property, which is something you see in larger cities as well. Ms. Hollenbeck talked about signing under duress. It's a policy question. Ms. Reimers correctly identified the commitment in the draft from the state to pick a developer by next fall, and I think Ms. Waffle talked about going back to them if we don't meet certain deadlines. Mr. Martin had a great comment. I don't know how Red and Marnie you feel about this. Adding a sentence, something to the effect, a nonprofit housing developer with experience building in California. I think that's a good one. You see what's happening in other areas where these places are, these people are washing out because they don't have experience developing in California. And Mr. Kreitman asked about density, ADUs existing in place. And Ms. Hall talked about the water problem. What we have here is we have two competing state agencies. The State Water Resources Control Board saying thou shalt not set a new meter in the Monterey, in the Cal-Am Service District, and you have HCD probably right across one of the major avenues in Sacramento that are not talking. And so their directions are, quite frankly, in conflict. We've pointed that out all the way up to our local representatives in Sacramento have pointed that out. Ms. Hall asked about creating a historic district. A lot of cities over the last couple of years have tried to create. There's a I think it was Los Gatos or Los Altos that said that they were a mountain lion habitat. So for endangered, it's an endangered species, so they shouldn't be required to have a revised housing element. The state didn't buy that. So again, a lot of folks have tried some things.
Chip, that's I just wanted to correct you. That's not what she was referring to. It's places like La Jolla that are doing it, and it is a legitimate historic district. We're not talking about the mountain lion thing. We're talking about a legitimate historic district. I just wanted to correct your interpretation of what Carol said.
Oh, okay, ma'am. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Well, let me pick up. I have gone to several of these meetings at the League of Cities, and they talk about the water, and they constantly, the housing department is saying, don't put water into the formula. The water doesn't matter. We want to know that you can do this, and it's like they're completely disconnected from the water. So that, to answer the water, they're not looking at that at all. And maybe Marnie, could you speak to what Ian was saying about what we were talking about with the surplus housing? Ian wanted us to reiterate that we do not have any surplus land right now. And I think our intention, and I can speak, I mean, I don't want to speak on behalf of Karen, but I think that Karen and I felt the same on this ad hoc, that our intention was always to sprinkle and disperse these affordable units throughout our town. We never wanted any sort of concentration of housing. That's always been one of our goals, was to have these scattered throughout the town.
So just kind of following up on that, one of the commitments, we had made early on was that we were going to try to achieve our RHNA, our requirement, without rezoning property. And we've been successful in doing that, and that's in large part through identifying the city-owned properties as part of our RHNA plan. Because we own property, right? We're a public entity and we own property. We're subject to the Surplus Land Act. So that means if we declare property surplus and we plan to dispose of it, so sell it or lease it off for another use, we are required to give a right of first refusal to another public agency or a nonprofit housing developer for public benefit. That's kind of the goal. Sort of our intent from the very beginning was not to dispose of these properties, but rather to identify them as potential housing sites, work with potential affordable housing developers to see if we could come up with a partnership to redevelop them and incorporate housing without sacrificing the existing use. So as City Administrator Rierig said, structured parking is part of that plan. So anyone that responds to an RFP with a housing development, their design will need to include structured parking to not only replace what's there, but to include what's needed for the housing that goes on top of it.
Good. All right, the clarification, thank you. Anybody else? What?
No, Vince Kohler had Vince Kohler had a question.
I was going to pick up where Marnie left off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Because I think there was also, Marnie and I were sort of tag teaming, writing down questions and answers. There was also the sort of, question of it does say in there the numbers that we can meet. And the question was, can we get rid of these city sites and still meet our numbers? The answer to that is sort of yes and no. The reason that we have these city sites, to tear off what Marnie was saying, is they allow us also to meet those affordability mixes that we have to hit. So remember, 349 is split into different categories of affordability. And so those city-owned sites, because of how they're zoned and the fact that we have control over them, and we took the concerted effort as one of the main policy directions to not have to upzone or rezone parts of town where you could have higher densities or taller buildings. Our city-owned sites are where we capture those potentially more affordable units that get us to the correct mix to satisfy the state. So could we meet 349 with other sites in town and get rid of the 3 city sites? The answer is yes, but we wouldn't meet that affordability mix. So that's why they've been in there from the very beginning, to allow us to meet that affordability. But I will add to that, though, is one of the things that we can do is, council tonight, and that's one of the main reasons we're here, we can get direction on additional language that we want to see in meeting those sites. So if we want to change the dates that we're talking about, we can do that. We're here for that feedback. If we want to add more language, like we're talking about partnering with a certain type of affordable housing developer, if we want to add language about the level of commitment. The important thing to remember here is that we just have to make an effort. None of this is a commitment to actually build these things. We have to make a concerted effort, and putting things in like dates and the type of partners that we want to look for shows the state that we are going to at least make an effort. If nothing comes out of that, we are not in trouble. We're not forced to build it. We're not forced to pull out of our city coffers and build a housing project. We have to make an effort. That's what we're committing to, is to make an effort.
I just want to add that the affordable, the lower income affordability factor, that's why we were pushing the hotel units to be have employee housing at these hotels, where they could build new hotel rooms, but then give the older hotel rooms, make them as affordable for the lower income. That's why we were pushing that element so hard, because that's where we felt the only way that we could have lower income housing sprinkled throughout the town without a zoning change.
And you're right, Councilmember Richards, that helped us supplement the affordability units that we needed to get, along with those larger sites controlled by the city, where we can meet that affordability mix that we're required to meet. Those percentages of affordability of the 349, like I said, it's broken up into different categories of affordability. Those are set percentages. We have to meet those categories. So that was what I wanted to say. Thanks.
Brandon, can I ask you a question real quick? I've been bringing up the Sarah School over and over again, and it's never been incorporated. Is there a reason for that?
Maybe Marnie can speak to that one a little bit. Yeah, thanks.
So when we identify potential housing sites, the state wants as much detail on those sites as possible, and any site that has a historic designation is seen as an additional sort of hurdle for development. So when we looked at opportunities, we specifically avoided sites that had historic designations because they would be much more challenging to develop housing on. It's just another kind of barrier.
Well, I've got two questions on that. Isn't the Sunset Center historic? Why does blocking the Sunset Center with a large two-story building so you have no open space and no ability to see the building, why isn't that a concern?
Because we're planning on using the parking lot and not building on the site that has, on the portion that has the actual building.
Well, it'll still block views, and we ran into that issue with the 7D and the concrete wall. But the other question I have is, the Carmel Mission is separate from the Sarah School, that brand new building that they built. I mean, why can't you get a lease from the Diocese of Monterey, and it's got plenty of space that's not being used?
We certainly could pursue other housing sites where that is definitely an option.
Well, because I've been bringing this one up since last year, and I don't feel like any outreach has been made.
Okay. So it's a great question, and one of the things that Marnie said earlier that's important to keep in mind too is that this 8-year, we call it a planning cycle, but this 8-year RENA cycle that we're entering, it has a bit of a living element to it as well. So as we attempt these sites, we can, and Marnie, correct me if I'm wrong, we can change sites during the cycle. So if these sites don't come to fruition, we can look at other sites. These were the sites, like we mentioned, that have been since the beginning, through all the ad hoc meetings and city council meetings. But it doesn't mean we can't also start exploring that one to have in our back pocket if some of these sites don't come to fruition. There's nothing that precludes us from changing sites during the planning cycle.
Thanks.
Yeah, Vince Kohler, Brandon, before you leave, Vince Kohler raised the issue of, and I'm gonna paraphrase, and I probably wasn't writing fast enough. Housing in central locations is sort of discouraged by the state, and so I'm kind of curious as to whether what the state's reaction. I mean, obviously the housing element talks a lot about these locations, so what's your sort of reaction to that statement? Yeah.
So yes, concentration of lower income housing in one location is not best planning practice. Integrating it throughout the community, having mixed income developments is preferred. But we also have this challenge where a lot of our sites in Carmel are so small, they don't meet the minimum threshold that HCD recognizes that could achieve affordable housing. So another reason for selecting, these city sites is they're larger. And so in order for a project to pencil, to be viable, it needs to be of a higher density. And these city-owned sites are on the larger side versus other sites in town. So they meet that minimum threshold that HCD will recognize, okay, you could reach a density that could have affordable housing and that could pencil for a developer, or it could qualify for special financing.
So how many units, like what's the number for Sunset Center? 40 some?
I'm sorry, I have to look it up.
So having 40 units in one place wouldn't necessarily bother the state to the point that they would say no on the housing element?
No.
33 on the north lot.
Okay, 33 is a number. Okay, 33 is a number. So, a comment. Did I get your question right, Vince? I'm interested in exploring that. So. Okay. Okay. I have another, like Ian Martin raised, I think, there was a sort of Ian Martin raised an issue about getting the right developer in. And I think that that's laudable, but I worry that putting this restriction in our housing element will hinder the city from, there's a chance, that it could reduce the size of the developers that are, sort of qualified for doing the work in the Sunset Center. And I don't, it's sort of and it's true that it may eliminate the bad developers, and bad in terms of not qualified, but that seems to me, as I sit here without having thought about it other than for this past 15 minutes, that seems like sort of an unnecessary restriction that we would just place on ourselves. That makes the job that the city has to do more difficult. And I'm not sure that, that's necessarily, for trying to build housing there, if at some point in the future it turns out that we want to build housing there, I'm not sure that we would necessarily hamstring ourselves by adding that language into, I see you nodding your head, I would defer to you because I would defer to Bobby because you're more versed in this than I am, but that's my reaction to that, the addition of that language.
I wouldn't want to do anything that would hamstring us making this happen.
One of the things about affordable housing is to attempt to remove some of the hurdles to it. So every time we would add a hurdle, we're actually working against any successful project in the future. AFFH, the hardest thing to say, affirmative fair housing, I think is more applicable to the idea that some cities had and some people have spoken about, well, why can't we just do it all at Fort Ord? Or why can't we just do it over there, where you're concentrating things in one geographical area? I'm not so sure that a nice multifamily housing unit on the Sunset Center North lot would feel like concentrating, especially if it had different levels. If it wasn't all very, very low, it could have a mixture of designations. It could have market rate. It could have, it could have, and then that would not be concentrating all the very low in one place. And we have always said it would have to keep the remaining parking sites available by what we talked about before, housing on top. we're also trying to meet these numbers so that, and have this extra opportunity in the 3 sites, I believe, because we may not get the enthusiasm from some of the owners in the downtown buildings to add onto their buildings or convert offices. And if we don't, this is our best opportunity to actually create some of that affordable housing. As far as what I know about historical districts, it has been tried, and it is very much frowned upon. You can't make a whole city an historical district. It's really been looked at in a very dim light. So, you know, I'm sorry, Victoria, you don't think that we have had enough quite airing of this, but some of this work with HCD and their response to our plan came in the middle of January storms too, and February storms. So some of that had to be looked at by staff immediately. I sat in on the one meeting, and it was quite rigorous what the meeting was about. And they do want actual language in here that shows our intent. In the past, one of the reasons affordable housing hasn't been built for so many years is that it was a paper exercise, and it was, oh, you can try, but you know, nothing's going to happen if you don't create it. And I don't think that was our goal, to create a plan that we didn't have to do. We wanted to create a plan that could have success. We also, you know, in San Diego, where they have bigger lots, obviously, they're allowing people to subdivide their lots into 8 or 16 units there and disperse them throughout the residential area, which, you know, is a little bit more difficult. We're dispersing ADUs, but I did want to ask if, Brandon, we were going under the assumption that the state was giving us certain leeway to count the ADUs as 30, 30, 30, 10. Can you explain that?
I'll do my best. Yeah. So the state, I'll start at the fact that these planning cycles, the 8-year cycles, they're staggered throughout the state. So there's other jurisdictions around the state that are a couple of years ahead of us. They've already adopted their planning cycle. In other jurisdictions and other regions, the state said, okay, if you are going to say, for simple math numbers, because I also don't do math in public, math well in public, or speak well in public, apparently. If you're planning for 100 ADUs in your planning cycle, you can assume that to break them down by 30, 30, 30, 10, in other words, 30% very low, 30% low, 30% moderate, and 10% market rate. You don't have to deed restrict them, but the state just makes the assumption that that's the breakdown of ADUs across all of the ADUs you produce in a cycle, because of how they get used, because of the concept that a family member may come and live in it for free, so they're paying no rent. You may choose to rent it to a student who's in town for a little bit. They obviously cannot be used for short-term rentals. That's a state law for ADUs. ADUs cannot be used for short-term rentals. But the HCD, with respect to housing elements, allows jurisdictions to get credit at that rate, 30, 30, 30, 10, breaking down the number of ADUs you have for your planning cycle.
So of the 49 that we have this year, we've already hit 10 low, 10 very low. We've already hit some of those numbers.
Correct.
Just by having the 49 ADUs in place.
That's right. And remember that the housing element is a living document, so if we have to plan right now based on what we know. But if we get halfway through the document and things change, maybe there's more ADUs, we don't know, new opportunities come online, we can adjust and change sites and change how we're delegating our affordable units throughout the plan. But we have to plan and adopt something now for what we know in the world that we live in right now.
Okay, and I also wanted you to comment on the dates that were put in here. Those dates are fungible.
They're fungible, yeah.
Yes, so those dates could be moved.
And that's what I was asking the council for, I'm sorry. That's what I was asking the council for. If that's one of the changes we want to make, in today's conversation, we want to move those dates somehow, it's fine. Yeah, so they're fungible. It's a good way to put it.
We're seeing the report, make recommendations, modifications, bring it back. So what date?
And when you bring it back, if there's a lot of, we'll have it out there for the public to view, once again. If the public doesn't feel like it's something that we should go forward with, well, then we have to make the decision if we want to submit it or make the changes. But if we want to make the changes, that's when the builder's remedy and these things could set in, and they're real. And I did print a lot of these things out today, but these are, like, this was in January. Proposed towers in West Hollywood. So West Hollywood has a limit of 5 stories. This guy wants to do it in 8, and he's going to get it. Beverly Hills. In Beverly Hills right now, you cannot get a building permit. You can, the state has disallowed them from issuing any building permits because they're out of, they don't have their housing element approved. Governor Newsom and Bonetta. This one is state requires local governments to adopt a housing plan, otherwise known as housing element, and this is for La Cañada, Flint Ridge. They just lost. This La Cañada, builder's remedy in Santa Monica. This was an interesting one. In Santa Monica, the guy wanted to build a 14-story building or something, and they fought it, and the council made a deal with him saying that if he doesn't build his 14-story building, they'll fast track all his other projects. And then this was a big one that just happened a couple days ago, and this was Cupertino. The California Housing Defense Fund has won a stipulated judgment against City of Cupertino for the city's latest housing element. The settlement represents marked change for the city that has for years attempted to circumvent its obligation to deliver housing. So these things are real, and that's what we are, as a council and the citizens of Carmel, have to make that decision. Like, are we going to put forward a document that maybe not perfect, but if we want to try to get it perfect where everybody's happy, we run the risk of these types of things happening to us. And so that's going to be a council decision, and it's also going to be a citizen input decision.
But getting back to what's before us tonight, why don't we give some thoughts on what we want to do for corrections?
Could I make comments too? I haven't spoken yet. At first, I really want to thank our residents who are amazing. They sprung into action. I'd like to specifically thank Victoria Beach and Christy Reimers for all the work you've done. I mean, you basically had just a few days to find out all of this and put this together for us, so thank you so much, and thank you to all of you who are participating. I really do share the concerns about the north and south lots of Sunset, as well as Vista Lobos. I'm concerned about the loss of open space and certainly the parking. I know everyone says we're going to do underground parking, but it's an extremely expensive thing to do, and it's not something that you can just say is going to happen, especially when we're probably talking about doing 2 stories of underground parking. I just wanted to comment, the area of San Carlos and 8th is actually an archaeological sensitive area with Native American artifacts. Furthermore, as we know, the Sunset Center is a National Historic Landmark as well as a state and local landmark. You don't want to be digging that deep, then do something to the foundation of that building. I think we absolutely need to do something to change the date of that RFP. Fall of 2024 is just crazy, and we need to change this language and make sure that I'm troubled by the whole thing with the Surplus Land Act, so we need to somehow change that out of there. And I definitely agree with the gentleman, this sociology professor, about dispersal. This is, I mean, we're talking about building 2 large apartment buildings that are basically going to be low-income housing. This does not fit with our community at all. It's not going to be the Carmel way of doing it. We have to find other ways of doing this. So those are my main comments right now. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would just, if I would just say, I agree, I agree that this is not a great solution in terms of having the units in one place. But the fact is that the plan, we started, when Bobby and Karen started with the ad hoc committee started with the public meetings, we had the committee had a bunch of goals. And one of them was to not densify the R1 district. I mean, that was really important to everybody. A lot of the people sitting in here that have made comments have also talked about not wanting to allow duplexes by right on R1, something that would have helped us get through, rezoning the R1 district would have helped us, with our numbers and may have alleviated some of the pressure that the city feels in developing the Sunset Center and feels in developing the Sunset Center lot, to use one of the three examples. Another thing that was really important was we didn't want, we as a community didn't want to add a third story downtown. And, we've heard, I don't remember whether it was Christie, someone talked about, Devendorf's sort of vision of having units over retail, but the problem is that we haven't seen that. We haven't seen, we have the 3 units over, they're supposed to go over Jean Deleuze, the old Jean Deleuze building, and I don't think that project is going anywhere. I think it's still sort of ready to start. And we just haven't seen the development go over units. And in fact, we saw Fortains expand upstairs, didn't we? Like, I don't know what was above Fortains before, the new Fortains before they went upstairs, but either whatever was up there is gone. There was empty space that got turned into a bigger jewelry store, or it was a residential unit that got turned into a bigger jewelry store. And so we haven't seen the sort of development, that we would like to see in terms of this, putting these housing units downtown. That hasn't happened. And to run up against the constraint that we don't want to allow third floors, which might make housing downtown more attractive to potential developers, like if the owner of John Deleuze could put 2 floors up there instead of 1, maybe that would help it pencil out and the project would actually be started. When you couple that with the other constraint, which is that we don't want to see city subsidies and that we need to get affordable housing in, like, how do the subsidies that we don't want to pay to help the owner of John Deleuze put the 1 affordable unit above his building, how do we make all of these things work and come out with our numbers? Like, this is to me, this seems like a really complicated puzzle, and we started with a lot of constraints, a lot of community constraints, and this is where we have ended up, and it's been a difficult, process, and yeah, the solution isn't perfect. Like, it's not perfect, but I don't know if any solution would be perfect. And so I just wanted to say thank you. It's been a difficult process, and thank you all, and thank you staff for sort of hanging in there and getting this done.
Well, and if we look at the affordable housing that is the senior housing, Trevitt Court, we're not concerned about that because it's senior housing and it's the people we know. I think some of this fear is coming from what we don't know and what we can't know right now. But we do have to remember what Brandon has said at least twice now. This is a living document where adjustments will be made as we see progress. We might not need some things, but if we don't see progress, we will need some of those things. So I don't think we should be so afraid of the Surplus Land Act. It's really a nomenclature that would only be used, something would only be declared surplus if we actually wanted to do it at that time. Is that correct? We don't just declare it surplus tomorrow. Okay.
No, sorry. Good.
Brandon, would you confirm that?
Yeah, that's correct. We would not declare a surplus tomorrow. And if I could actually add something, you brought up a very interesting point. We sort of alluded to it, but just to hit it more on the head, the affordability does not determine, the age or the type of person that lives there. So if we, the city, did pursue an RFP for, say, the Sunset lots, The RFP could say, we would like to see a senior housing facility developed at the Sunset Center, as long as the units are affordable. It's just an affordability thing. So it could be another senior housing site if that's what the city council and the community desired there. So the affordability does not determine the type or mix of people that are in.
Brandon, if I might ask you, let's just take a hypothetical. Let's say that the Christian Science group came forward and they want to do a project on their property over there. What would the process they'd have to go through to do that? They're going to get green lighted because they fall into the religious institutions that's affiliated housing development, right?
They're gonna be able to enjoy any of the, and I don't know it off the top of my head, I don't memorize, but they'll be able to enjoy any of the streamlining, processing stuff that's allowed under that state law.
I think that's a bigger threat. I mean, not a threat, but I think it's a bigger development than we can actually get our arms around right now.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what we should.
And that's not a site that the city controls.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They are allowed certain amenities, certain gifts from the state.
One,
Right, so let's curtail the discussion, and we're all posturing anyway. Let's just go ahead and give direction to staff. What I'd like to do is I'd like to deal with this program 11B, city-owned sites identified. I'd like to make sure that we understand that we don't want specific language here speaking to the surplus land tax in the front of this. And that
Dave,
the timeline.
I don't think Marnie could hear you.
Okay, Marnie, I'm sorry. I think the timeline is too tight too. I don't like the dates in here, fall of 2024 for an RFP, fall of 2025 for a developer and a project approval by 2026. I think that's too definitive. I think we can be more, vague on that one there. And then I don't like the fact that over here on 11E new program, where the Carmel Foundation is really good. By 2027, building permits have not been issued by the city, commits to absorbing 21 lower unit income units on the city-owned sites. I think that should be a threshold for all projects. If we don't have something out there by 2027, we haven't met our needs. Why do we specific to that site? I don't like that. I think that another one that's a concern to me is this elimination of our staking, field staking. I think field staking is a very easy way to go ahead and tell people what the project is going to look like. It identifies the impact and alerts the neighborhood to what's going on. I'd like to see us be harder on that. I know that we're going to say we're going to look at some alternative means of doing the same thing, but I don't think there's anything better than field staking for those who don't know what's going on in their neighborhood. They drive by and see it. So those are my answers.
I don't know if everybody understood what you mean by field staking. He means story poles.
Story poles. Yeah.
Dave, I hate to disagree with you on this, but I think story poles were something that was really a deal breaker, if I recall. And that's why we came up with other alternatives to how to deal with that.
Yeah, and Councilmember Filito is correct, because she sat in on that conversation, the mid-cycle conversation we had with HCD, and where we came to what seemed to be an agreement was we did not agree to remove story poles. We did not land there. What we agreed to was to explore if there are any other methods of showing the mass of a property that will allow us to get to the same level. So we didn't commit to getting rid of story poles. So we're looking at if you're coming in with an affordable housing project, can we get the same flavor by getting a 3D rendering, and maybe that's cheaper and faster to put up than story poles, because it all comes down to barriers. That's what the whole housing element is all about, is lowering barriers to affordable housing. So the state says story poles are a barrier, make them go away. We say we don't think they're a barrier, first of all, because they're not that difficult to put up. But secondly, they're really important for the other character management things and our LCP and all that here. We need some way to represent mass, regardless of whether it's an affordable project or not. So the state said, okay, if you can find a way that's less onerous, then do that. You have to explore alternatives. So we did not agree to get rid of story poles. We agreed to explore alternatives.
Please stay there. If we issued an RFP for Sunset North, we can determine what is in that RFP. And once we have our objective design guidelines, anybody coming in with a project would have to meet and check all the boxes that we created in those objective design guidelines.
Correct.
So we would maintain a lot of control over what actually went on those sites.
Absolutely.
Quite a lot of control if we have a certified housing plan.
Exactly.
That's correct.
So the goal
the obvious.
tonight for me is to see that we meet these dates, that we turn this into the state so that we can meet that and not have to ask for more leeway time-wise, because we're flirting with disaster if we keep pushing it off.
This is under
And
direction.
I
anyway,
looked
in
up
my
to-
direction. My desire to go is that direction, okay? I understand where you're coming from, okay?
Okay.
But it is my comment now.
Yeah. Well, I'm making my comments now
Yeah,
about
I
that.
realize that.
But I looked up today, similar to Bobby, there are other groups besides the state suing cities. There are YIMBY groups and pro-housing groups that are now suing cities. And they've sued about 9 cities in Southern California. And they are making it really, really hard for them. So we are in a difficult place. If the state didn't have a housing crisis, these mandates would not have happened, and we would have never built anything besides affordable senior housing. So we have to keep in
You'd
mind.
like to do to this plan, is there a direction to staff? Is there anything specific you'd like to do?
Well, I don't really want to
Touch it
keep it from being sent back to the state as soon as possible by kicking it down the can another month.
It's not being kicked down the can another month.
Could we just ask Brandon, can you just make these changes in a day? I mean, we can still get this done, right? This is not going to take more than a day to do, right?
I'm going to look to Marnie, but I mean, if all I've heard so far from changes is the timeline's too tight for program 1.1.B. Let's come up with something that's a little farther down the road and not be so committal to soon dates. We can make that change very quickly. 1.1.E, I think was the number.
Yep.
Don't want the city to absorb for just a specific site. I mean, that's a language change, pretty easy. And we want to make sure that we're not committing to eliminating story poles and be as rigid as we can about keeping those. And I do think our language does that right now, but we can bolster that. So if those are the only 3.
But there's a fourth one.
What was the fourth
The
one? I'm
language
sorry.
about the Surplus Lands Act. Mayor Potter spoke of that.
Yeah.
Please remind me what that was, I'm sorry.
It's committing to complying with the Surplus Land Act in the development of these sites.
But it doesn't, like the Surplus Lands Act doesn't say we have to declare a surplus. Like that's not, like this document is not saying that we have to declare the land surplus. It's just saying
the city is
we
committing
need to
to
follow the
comply.
law. Like isn't it? Like I'm trying to figure out whether, like, when I read the document, I agree with Bobby. It just says we're going to follow state law. Like it doesn't say anything more than that. It doesn't say that we have to declare a surplus. It doesn't say what we have to do or when we have to do it
So
by.
why don't we
It
just say comply with state law then?
It's the way that sentence is written that Victoria highlighted. The city is committed to make properties available through the Surplus Land Act process. That's what we're.
Okay, we gotta take the word available.
No.
Okay, we can do that.
Right, the city's not, we're not making it available. If we do make it available, then we'll adhere to the Surplus Act.
Yeah, I think this is all just confusion.
Yes.
I don't think.
It's important to be
Yeah.
clarified.
Yeah, I agree.
So I got that note, so we'll remove the word available and we'll read back through it and make sure there's no other sort of implications that we're committing to surplusing our land. That really what we'll make sure, because it was meant to read, if we decide to surplus land, of course we're going to follow the Surplus Lands Act.
That's
So we will make sure that it reads that way.
And just to reiterate, surplus does not mean it has to be a sale.
Right.
It can be a lease.
Correct.
A land lease that we have in partnership with the developer.
Hey, does anybody else have any other creative suggestions here?
So
There
to
are 4
answer
changes.
the question, then we can do those very quickly because we have to submit by the 8th. Okay, so we submit this round of edits by the 8th, so we can get these done tomorrow.
And we'll have
Get it up on the
before our next city
website.
council
Before our next city council?
Yeah, and we submit
On
on
the
the
April
8th.
2nd meeting.
Okay, I have one other thing because this is important. Is there a way to put something in there that about our objective design guidelines, that when those objective design guidelines are written and in place, then we would consider those sites, or is that unnecessary? Because I'm concerned about getting the objective design guidelines going and in place so that if someone does come forward with a project, they have to meet those guidelines.
Am I confused?
So I understand the question. I think we're okay because we would be the ones, so let's say theoretically we don't have the objective design guidelines stood up in time to do the RFP. Pushing the RFPs back, that was one of the directions we got, I think we're gonna be okay because the objective design guidelines are one of our earlier programs in the housing element. So hopefully they'll be in place by then. But theoretically, if they're not, when you send out an RFP, you get to put whatever requirements you want in there. So objective design standards for the project that were to come to us could be part of that RFP. Like you have to conform to these design standards. So I think either way we're okay.
If we put that in there, I think it'll just confuse them. And then they're gonna question it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're okay on that one. That's my opinion.
Okay.
All right, do we have anything else? All right, so then we've got provided direction. You want a formal motion? I don't think we need one.
Yeah, we have direction, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, continuing on then with tonight's work, we now have two public hearing items. One is the Lopez 5 Northwest LLC. Consideration of Mills Act contract application for the historic Cosmos House, located at Lopez Avenue, 5 Northwest of 4th.
Unfortunately, we're doing that one first, much to my chagrin. So I noticed you didn't arrange the schedule like you arrange it when you have a conflict, and so I'm going to go. I have a conflict with because I live near the project site, so I'll be back in
We'll be waiting.
10 minutes.
We're looking forward to it. Thank you. We're doing it out of courtesy of the guy who's been sitting here all night waiting for his opportunity to come forward.
Hopefully it's been educational for you.
All right, Marnie, the floor is yours.
Okay, so the next item on your agenda is an application for a Mills Act contract. So the property is located on Lopez Avenue, 5 northwest of 4th Avenue. The property was developed in the Bay Region modern style, also known as Second Bay Region style, in 1961. The design is by Albert Henry Hill and John Cruz, or Cruzy. Back on October 3rd, this was on the City Council's agenda, but it was actually not heard. So I am going to present the application in full tonight. It was agendized again on December 5th, but again was continued without being heard. And then in February, we had to cancel the meeting due to the storms. So with that, this is known as the Cosmos House. In June of 2021, the owners did undertake a remodel of the lower level. This was to create some additional living space, including a laundry room, relocating a laundry room, creating a bedroom and bathroom. None of the changes resulted in an increase in the building footprint. It did go through the city's process, was reviewed by the Historic Resources Board, and ultimately approved. So the board did review the remodel in August of 2021, and then it was approved by the director in September. So in May of 2023, the property owners did submit an application for a Mills Act contract. The Historic Resources Board reviewed the application at their September meeting and adopted a resolution recommending the City Council enter into the contract. As we've talked about before, there are 5 findings that both the Historic Resources Board and the City Council must make to enter into a Mills Act contract. The first finding is that the building is designated as a historic resource and is listed on the city's register. The property was added to the historic inventory in 2004. However, the owner at the time did appeal that designation, and it was subsequently removed. In 2021, when the new owners submitted for the remodel, the home was reevaluated, again deemed to be historically significant, and was added to the inventory, and then subsequently added to the Carmel register. So the project does meet finding number 1. Finding number 2 is that the rehabilitation and maintenance plan is appropriate in scope and sufficient in detail, and that the work is more significant than just routine maintenance, which would be expected for any property. Again, a lot of rehabilitation was completed as part of that remodel from 2021, and that work was finalized by the city in May of 2023. So the work included retrofitted footings to the existing foundation, replacing the knob and tube wiring, replacing the sewer line, and then some fenestration or window alterations. The proposed rehabilitation and maintenance plan for the next 10 years includes a scope of work that is estimated to total about $87,000. This includes restaining the exterior siding and the deck, repainting doors and window trim, as well as beams and eaves, replacing the roof. There's also a structural post on the rear of the residence that has some visible rot damage, and so that will need to be addressed. Here's some photos of the siding that would be restained. The siding is a defining feature of the residence. Also, the color scheme was deemed to be also a significant aspect of this particular design. So the purple and the orange have been retained and will be touched up. And the color will remain over time. This is a picture of the eaves and the trim. And then the roof was last replaced in 2004, and it would be replaced as part of this maintenance plan. This is a picture of that structural pole. This is the rear yard of the home. So that will be a significant undertaking. The maintenance plan also includes, routine landscaping, as well as termite testing and treatment. Under finding number 3, all alterations will comply with the Secretary's standards. The 2021 remodel does comply with finding number 3. So I'll just, for the sake of time, kind of keep going. Finding number 4, that the contract will aid in offsetting the cost of rehabilitating and maintaining the resource. Then combined with number 5, that it's an equitable balance of public and private interests and will not result in a substantial adverse financial impact on the city. So as we've talked about in the past, and in literature that is published by the state regarding the Mills Act program, property owners can expect to receive between a 40 and 60% reduction in their property taxes. The intent of the program is that that money be invested back into restoring and maintaining the historic resource. The city does have a policy of approving no more than 15 contracts within a 3-year period, and that's a rolling 3 years. So as of this report or this presentation, we're approximately at 9 of 15. So within the current policy, The city will continue to receive the portion of a portion of the tax revenue, but it would be a smaller amount. And in both staff and the Historic Resources Board opinion, the value of preserving the historic resource does offset the loss in revenue. So staff's recommendation is that the council accept the recommendation of the Historic Resources Board and enter into the Mills Act contract. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Other questions? Any questions to Marnie by council members?
Yes, I do. How much of this plan is general maintenance? I mean, I have to paint my house, I have to put a roof on my house, I have to trim doors, I have to do those things, and then I also have to maintain my landscape outside. You know, they already did so much of the rehab, except for the pole. It seems like this is mostly routine maintenance that's going to occur now, that any homeowner would have to do.
Yeah, so obviously significant restoration efforts were done in 2021. So there is a little bit of retroactive consideration for that work. There are elements of the building that are important to the historic character, so the council can consider. Whereas, you know, a siding repair on a typical house might be routine maintenance, whether because the siding is significant on this house, if that elevates it to a different category. But that is certainly something that the council can consider.
Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Is there a representative of the applicant present? Present, needs the applicant or a representative?
I just want to say hi and thank you for reviewing. I'm the owner of the house. Maybe a few things. I think we've been quite conservative on the 10-year plan, especially with the rotten pole. This is a huge undertaking for us to do, and the house is going to collapse if we don't do it. Second, indeed, there's a bit of a retroactive aspect. We have invested a lot of money in this house. Obviously, not everything. A lot of things were for comfort, but some of the rest was really like retrofitting and redoing the electricity, etc. And we had to move forward with it at the time. We couldn't just wait for the Mills Act after. And third, I know it doesn't fully matter to everybody, but we are committed to opening our house to the architectural tour, which is something we've done in the past, and continuing to do that so that the community can, you know, come to the house and enjoy it and see it. It's not just for our purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is anybody in the public wishing to speak to this item?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Catherine Gualtieri. I was on the Historic Resources Board when this house was toured and the plan for the remodel was done. I think all of us felt at the time that this was a worthy project. It isn't a typical home. It has just typical maintenance. Taking care of a historic building is a big undertaking. And what it does for the community is give us a sense of pride and a sense of educating the public as to the value of these houses. And so I urge you to support this and get behind what property owners who love these buildings are doing to care for them. If they're not there, people aren't going to come to Carmel, I can tell you that. So let's be sure that we value what these folks that you just, the young man you just heard, what he's putting into it. And I'll just make a comment that I noticed on the agenda earlier that there was a $30,000 price tag that the city wanted to pay for police radios. In 1939, the city council approved a $3,200 price tag for police radios. So inflation has hit us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Good evening, Nancy Toomey, speaking on behalf of the CRA Board. We encourage your support of this Mills Act application. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Is there anybody else wishing to speak?
We have a speaker
anybody
on Zoom.
Zoom-wise? Nobody Zoom?
Casey, go ahead.
Yes. Hello, I'm the architect who worked on the project, and I just wanted to speak to the retroactive nature of this request. As far as some of the renovations that were done, the owners weren't able to apply for the Mills Act before submitting their building permit because the house wasn't on the historic register because of that, it being removed by the previous owner. Once the demolition was started on the lower floor, and we saw the deficiencies, it wasn't possible to just close it up and say, we'll do this later. It had to be done at the time. And I would also say that this work was mostly done on the ground floor of the house, and there are 2 upper floors, which we haven't gotten into to that extent, so we don't know what's up there that might need to be replaced. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight? Michael McWalter.
Go ahead, Michael.
Floor is yours.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. I think we should have a moratorium on all Mills Act applications. After listening to Mr. Harari's presentation, he needs funds. He said 6 shovel-ready projects out of 14, and we need it to be funded. The roof on the City Hall needs to be done, and it needs funding. We have a huge retirement debt obligation. Chip can speak to that. I think it's over 22 million. No disrespect to any of the applicants, but I think we should have a moratorium on these Mills Act applications. And my last comment is, if you say yes to this one, how do you say no to the next one that's coming on the agenda? Because in theory, if we were flush, I'd say yes to all of them without hesitation. We're not. So my final comment is, let's have a moratorium on all these Mills Act applications. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McWalters. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight? All right, bring it back. Does the applicant want to rebut anything that's been said? Yeah, thank you. All right, well, we do have a moratorium per se on the applications, anything after these 2. These 2 may be an application before anything was put into place. We do have a moratorium in effect, so.
We have actually 2 moratoriums. We have a moratorium of the original one that doesn't allow more than 5 a year or something. And then we also have a moratorium on any new applicants. The 4 applicants that we have right now have to be looked at through the lens of our existing codes.
Limitation.
Right. And so I'll jump right in and just say, I appreciate the work that you've done. Thank you for taking care of such a beautiful house. And with that, I would accept the recommendation of the Historic Resource Board and approve this Mills Act.
I'll second it. Any other comments?
I just wanted to thank the owner that he's making the home available to the public. I think that's so important when you do have a historic home, that you're willing to share it so that others can enjoy it as well. So thank you for doing that.
Any other discussion? Call the question. Nova?
Councilmember Dramoff?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Motion carries 3-1-1.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Barron can re-enter the facilities. Wait for his arrival.
I do. I do.
There he is.
Double.
All right, this then brings us to the Esperanza Carmel LLC project, consideration of Mills Act contract application for Esperanza's historic Mrs. Clinton Walker, located at 26336 Scenic Road, in a single-family residence district. Marnie, the floor is yours.
Okay, so the next Mills Act application is for the Mrs. Clinton Walker House, also known as Cabin on the Rocks. It is located on Scenic Road. The house was designed by Frank Lloyd Wright between 1948 and 1950, was constructed in 1951 and 52 by Miles Bain and Walter Olds. The original owner was Mrs. Della Clinton Walker, and the home was designed in the organic Usonian or Wrightian architectural style. The landscape design is also by noted landscape architect Thomas Church. So as we have discussed, the Mills Act Historical Property Contract is an incentive program for historic properties. Cabin on the Rocks was added to the Carmel Register in 2016 and is also listed on both the national and California registers. The benefit of being part of the program is that the property owner receives a reduction in property tax in exchange for investing that savings in the rehabilitation, maintenance, and preservation of the historic resource. So back in 2020, the then owner, the Henderson family, applied for the Mills Act contract. It was approved by the City Council. However, the applicant did not move forward with getting it recorded with the county and ultimately had it withdrawn. By April of 2023, the property had changed hands and the new owner submitted an application for a Mills Act contract. In August, the Historic Resources Board reviewed the maintenance plan and adopted a resolution recommending that the council enter into a contract with the owner, Esperanza Carmel, LLC. This application was before the City Council in October of 2023. The application was reviewed and continued with a request for additional information on the property tax reduction. The application came back before the council on December 5th and was reviewed a second time. Staff, as well as a representative from the assessor's office, provided as much information as was available, but there were still some concerns regarding the amount of the property tax reduction and whether it was an equitable balance of public and private interests. So this evening, I'm not going to go through all 5 findings because we have discussed them in detail on 2 prior occasions, but just going to kind of highlight finding number 5, which was the focus of the last discussion about an equitable balance of public and private interests and the contract not having a substantial adverse financial impact on the city. So the council had asked the applicant to consider maybe opening up the home for public tours, as has historically been done. Also consider making voluntary payments to the school district to offset the costs that the loss of revenue to the school district as a result of the contract. And then the third item was a concern that the amount of the maintenance plan at $1.34 million could be less than what the actual property tax savings might be, which we did some rough calculations and landed at about $1.5 million, I think assuming a 70% reduction. So staff did speak with the applicant and they have indicated that they're at this time not interested in hosting public tours. Also not open at this time to making voluntary payments to the school district. They did indicate that while the estimated cost of the rehabilitation and maintenance is at $1.34 million, this does not include any future seawall repairs, which will be necessary at some point to structurally protect the resource. So with that, Staff continues to recommend that you accept the recommendation of the Historic Resources Board, and that concludes my presentation. Available for questions.
The applicant himself.
Ryan's back there.
Chris Mitchell,
Chris
go ahead.
Mitchell.
Hello, hi, it's Chris Mitchell from Esperanza Carmel here.
Chris, how long would you like for your presentation?
I probably need about 4 minutes. I think we have Patrice Pastor joining by Zoom as well, so if it's okay, he'll speak before me and then I'll speak afterwards.
Would you like to save some time for rebuttal?
Okay, we don't have any video. Is it possible to have video?
If I promote him to panelist, yeah.
One moment.
You should be able to unmute your video now. Or start your video.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pastor is going to join separately.
Okay.
So I think you have to let him in.
Okay, I'll make him a panelist as well.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
And we can see you.
Are they starting?
Excuse me, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to have the chance to speak in order to make my position clear to you. I'm aware that the decision that will be made will be faithful to the previous one. I'm under no illusion, because this is not a technical subject, and because this subject wins unanimous support amongst those with an unpolluted mind. I thought that jealousy was the curse of Europe, but I can see that it does not spare your magnificent country, nor this wonderful village of Carmel that I love so much. I thought that little negotiations outside of the rules only existed in Italy. Having refused by the past this practice in Italy, you will understand that I will not accept this kind of negotiations in your wonderful village. I can confirm you that I do not intend to take any action against the city. I can confirm you that my intention is to maintain this wonderful house in perfect condition, even if only to continue to bother those jealous people who will never have access to it, and who only have this type of actions to express their frustrations. I'm young, I know to wait for better days, and recall a very pragmatic African saying, after the rain, come the good weather. Before I finish, I would like to inform those who feel terrified by my presence that I will be in Carmel between the 21 and the 24th of March. So I suggest they either take a vacation during this period or come and meet for me for a relaxation class. I hope you have a good meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Chris?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Okay, I'll just be relatively brief. I'm just going to summarize some things. So I just want to briefly try to explain why the Frank Lloyd Wright House should receive the Mills Act. As we know, we have to predict the reasoning for it potentially being rejected today, as we are not able to provide comment after this section. So I'll try to deal with the historic conversations we've had and sort of detail the position. So number one is that it's the current Mills Act. The application should be heard under the existing Mills Act rules and not any new parameters. Number two, as Marnie, and thank you for a lovely presentation once again, Marnie, pointed out, we satisfy all 5 of the requirements, or findings 1 to 5. And then as Marnie did, specifically I'll highlight finding number 5. Specifically, the determination is to be in relation to the impact on the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea, therefore representing the interests of the people of Carmel, who keep a fraction of the property tax generated and not Monterey County or the school district's office. However, as we previously considered the school district, I would repeat, as I did at the last meeting, that the potential loss to the school district would be around $60,000 to $18,000 of their current $64 million budget. So that's worst case 0.12% loss, which would be quickly recovered as the income they receive from property tax increases every year, recently in part to Esperanza Carmel's real estate investments into the town. Even after the Mills Act reduction, the city will still get more property tax from the Frank Lloyd Wright House than they did previously. So there's no net loss from the change of ownership, yet we as new owners are making the legal commitment through the Mills Act to confirm our commitment and intention to maintain this historic property, not just for our own purposes, but also for the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea. This is not a big loss to the school district, as has been suggested, and I think it's unfair to consider rejecting our application based on this interpretation of the Mills Act rules. Number 4, there's no price limit. There's no current price limit on the Mills Act application, so this cannot be considered as part of the decision-making process. Number 5, it's not based on the applicant, but the property. It is not appropriate to consider the applicant, other properties or developments they own in the town. The Mills Act is supposed to be determined on the property, not on anything else. Number 6, so it wouldn't include affordable housing. Previously, this was mentioned. I would take the opportunity to remind the City Council that the Mills Act application should be considered based on the property, and asking the applicant to provide affordable housing on a different property in exchange for providing this application is not appropriate under the current rules. Number 7, opening the house to the public. It was suggested last meeting that we should be obliged to open the house to the public. I would point out that to the best of my knowledge, we're the only applicant who has been asked to do this. It could be that we would open the house to the public, but this should be our choice, not something imposed on us and only us like this. Number 8, the budget for the works. It's unfair to suggest we'll not spend more restoring the house when we'll receive a tax saving. When we include the cost of restoring the bluff, which is not included in the current budget, which will cost several hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not over $1 million, it should be clear that the amount spent of this house will be well in excess of what we are required to budget for. Suggesting otherwise is just not the case. So finally, just to confirm that 100% of the savings received on the property tax through this Mills application would be spent on restoring this historic property. In fact, it seems very obvious to most that we'll spend an awful lot more than we save. That was everything. I just wanted to once again thank Marnie, Brandon and their team for all their efforts so far. I'll remain available should you have any questions. Thank you very much.
I'll give you a couple of minutes for rebuttal if you'd like.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Is there any member of the public wishing to speak tonight?
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, I think this is a perfect example of the success of the Mills Act program. It's been around for 50 years. and I urge you to support this. This is an iconic building, important to the National Register, important to the state of California, and also to the country. And it's one of our prized buildings, so I urge you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
I'll do it. Nancy Toomey, representing Carmel Residents Association Board of Directors. We encourage your support of this submission for the Mills Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Is there anybody else wishing to speak?
Hi, I'm only standing up here on this one because of the high amount of subsidy that's on it. After hearing about all of the expenses that we have coming down the pipeline, I wonder, should we be extra careful on where and how we spend what money we have? You, the council, really have discretion on what projects the Mills Act contracts go to. This is only a financial question. Do you spend money keeping up this house, or do you funnel the money to something else the public needs? The Frank Lloyd Wright House is a very important building, not only for our town, but for the country. There's no denying that. But there is no risk of losing the Frank Lloyd Wright House. It has always been in good hands, and it is in great hands now. But we are in danger of losing a collection of other historic buildings around Carmel, ones that have been neglected, which the Mills Act contract money could really help to save, plus all the other financial obligations we have at the moment. When you look at finding number 5 and are considering if there is an equitable balance of public and private interests, then what I can see is that the public interests are weighed in at losing money, and all the things that the money can pay for, such as fixing roads and sidewalks, and the private interests are helping one person to pay to upkeep a home that is already being kept up and by municipal code is mandated to keep up. In the application for a Mills Act contract, it does not say you as a council must accept all projects. It is just that, an application. We're figuring out if entering into this contract is the best thing for the city right now. This is never about the worthiness of the property or the owner, but rather a discretionary financial decision to decide where the money is best spent. So many residents love this community, and one of the ways we can show our support for the community is through paying our property taxes in full. I also just was hearing what Chris said, and it's a little, I'm hoping I heard it wrong, but it is a little alarming to give that bargaining tool of, we'll give you the Mills Act if you'll build this affordable housing. So I hope I'm incorrect in what I heard. Thanks.
Thank you, Christy. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight in the room? Carol Hall, you have your hand up on Zoom.
Thank you. You can hear me?
Yep.
Mayor, council, staff, you have received a letter from me, but I want to read this for anyone who's left in the room to listen. I'm speaking as a resident and from the Carmel Preservation Association. I agree that it is timely and appropriate to look at the role of the Mills Act, especially with the purchase prices of historic homes becoming substantial. Concerns were expressed when the Frank Lloyd Wright House application came before the council. First, that funding for area schools would be impacted negatively from the property tax break. We are not sure what that tax break would be, as you know. However, even a generous discount in taxes would not significantly impact school budgets. Additionally, the property tax received by the county would be much greater than paid for by the former owners, as brought out by Chris Mitchell. Second, that the tax break would exceed the cost of restoration of the building. I previously sent you a letter on December 6th with ideas on how to address that issue generally. In the case of the Frank Lloyd Wright home, the location and materials dictate a very expensive upkeep over 10 years, no matter the numbers given in the application for initial repairs. And then there are the recorded discriminatory comments about how the owner can afford upkeep without the Mills Act because of his wealth. We know that he has done a beautiful job of restoring L'Auberge and the Carmel Beach Hotel at much greater expense than the Mills Act provides, by the way. People know he will take care of the Frank Lloyd Wright House, and aren't we fortunate for that? So let's penalize him, denying him the Mills Act that the former owner received without hesitation. However, this is about the building, not the owner. How would the residents and you feel if we had to watch this famous building deteriorate? We have examples of historic buildings which have not been maintained, the Jeffers Log Cabin and 2 homes owned by the city. As Bobby said, your city lawyer has told us at least twice that the applications reviewed by the HRB last year must be reviewed based on the guidelines applicable at the time, not what you may decide for future applications. Mr. Pastor might be justified in suing the city for discrimination. However, the city should not act out of fear of a lawsuit, but be guided by what is right, just, and fair to approve the application. Less than 10% of our housing stock is historic. Let's protect these special places in perpetuity and encourage rather than discourage potential buyers of historic buildings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carol. Is there anybody else wishing to speak in Zoom?
Sorry, is that Dale Byrne?
Yes, good evening, everybody. This is Dale Byrne. I'm speaking as a resident. And I agree with Catherine and with Carol Hall's statements. I think they were very well said. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. Anybody else? I don't see anybody, do you?
There's no other hands raised.
I'll close the public comment period. Bring it back. Mr. Mitchell, did you want any time to rebut any of the comments that were made?
I don't think I need to. They're all very positive.
Okay, thank you. Bring it back to council then for deliberation. Council members.
I'll start again. Well, that was interesting what Christy Reimer said about the application. You know, it is an application, that's all it is. But our job is to figure out if that application hits all the findings. There are 5 findings, it hit all the findings. So therefore the application to me is what was supposed to happen. He put in an application, all the findings were met. As Mr. McWalters said, how could we approve one and not the other when staff deems that he hit all the findings? So it's pretty clear to me that until we, Jeff and I, get on this ad hoc committee and change the rules or the rules for the findings, then we have to judge these projects based on the property and based on if they meet the findings. And this is where we can really lean on staff recommendation with this one, because the staff is the one that does the research for the findings. That's not my job. My job is to hear staff on that. So I would support this Mills Act contract.
Bobby, any other comments?
Yeah, I'll just go.
Sure.
Thank you. I've been pretty consistent. I'm still going to be consistent. You know, Bobby and I disagree on finding number 5, which is part of the municipal code that, you know, staff has my comments written down in the presentation pretty accurately. The reduction in property tax revenue is a direct impact to the children in Carmel, and the potential tax savings greater than the amount estimated on the rehabilitation and maintenance plan. There's a discrepancy that hasn't been corrected. I would, as sort of a note, note that it's really not anyone's place, to comment on the usefulness of $60,000 a year in the school district's budget. That's not, I don't comment, I try not to comment on what other people do with their money or what organizations do with their money. It's not my money. And, when we work, in a business environment, when I work, I spent my company's money like it was my own money. Like, that's part of what we do. And I find the comments that, $60,000 a year is just not a lot of money to the school district. I didn't hear anybody from the school district getting up here and saying they would be okay with the loss of $60,000. And I find that a little bit troubling. I would also note, by the way, that, as I've said before, the county is also a player in the property taxes. It's not just the school district. You know, the school district gets 60% of the money. The county gets roughly 30% of the money. We are obviously the benefits. You know, we had a conversation this afternoon. I think it was this afternoon we had the conversation about road money that we get from the county. There's all sorts of ways that the largesse of the county filters down into the city. So, you know, the county is also a player. So I am still a no on this application. Thank you.
All right, anybody else?
I still am concerned that it feels that the private side is gaining more than the public side, the item number 5. And it just still feels like it has strayed from the original intent of the Mills Act. And yet we're at an impasse here. And I feel like I'm kind of the middle vote here. I don't know, let me just, I need like a few more seconds to decide. Karen, if you want to speak.
Well, at one time, I was a fan of the Mills Act, and I think that it has merit. I think, unfortunately, it has strayed from an incentive to people who weren't able to take care of their properties to a monetization of the properties. So I will not be supporting this today because I do think there is a burden that is put onto our schools and our county, as Mr. Barron just said, and I think the house is in wonderful hands with someone who loves it and will take care of it. Thank you.
So I'll weigh in. I think that, frankly, it does meet the 5 reasons why it should be designated for Mills Act designation. I also think that it's unfair to change the rules at the middle of the game. I think that we've had a discussion about this. We're going to go ahead and deal with it. We'll rectify the situation. But I do think that it's unfair to go ahead and change the rules in the middle of the game. So I'm going to support the motion. If there's a motion, I'll move the recommendation.
I will absolutely second it. I think it would be anything less than fair if we don't move this forward.
Go.
Any discussion?
I second it. Bobby seconded it. We got a motion.
Okay.
Did Alessandra want to speak? She wanted a couple seconds.
I'm really, I'm torn here. I just voted for the other one, so it's going to look very hypocritical if I say no. But I also am concerned that it really does feel like we are giving the applicant a gift that it's not an equal balance.
To that, I will say, if I might, I do think that the seawall aspect is a big number that's been added in there as far as cost of maintaining the building goes.
Mm-hmm.
And I did think I heard Chris Mitchell say that they were going to include the seawall as part of the process. I do think that's a very big number financially.
And really, frankly, we have 2 more of these to deal with under this current code. 2 more under this. One more.
I think
We
this
have
is-
1 more to deal with on this under this
then
current.
we're off to a new world.
Yeah.
So with that, we'll call the question.
Okay.
I don't think we are changing the rules, though. I would like to correct that. We are still looking at it, and number 5 is something that we have discretion about judging whether it's fair or not. So we are not changing the rules.
Roll
Call
call.
the question.
Okay. Councilmember Barron?
Yes. Oh, sorry. No.
Councilmember Dramoff?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Motion carries 3-2.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for that. I know that wasn't easy. All righty, so now we have been done for the day. We will convene again in the near future. Well done, guys. I want to thank you for taking the time. My gosh. Thank you.